You're watching the 420 PACE Re-Rolled Saturday.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, welcome everybody. Welcome to the Veterans Action Council. We are with the roundtable number 27. We have a very special guest with us tonight, a gentleman that I met on Hash Church, and just an amazing all-around gentleman and a Navy veteran, Wade Laughter. He has been joining us recently, and we have composed some questions, and I guess we'll just kind of jump right into things right out the gate there. So why does cannabis have the effect it does in your body, Wade?
Well, not to go too deep into this hole, but there's recent science has discovered a system in our bodies called the endocannabinoid system. And it's called that because it was discovered as part of the research done back in Prohibitionary era about why cannabis had the effects that it does, and specifically why it was so bad, because it was a Schedule I narcotic. And anyway, Raphael Mechoulam and others in Israel isolated CBD and then THC, and by marking THC molecules and having volunteers who were willing to ingest or take those molecules into their bodies, they found where THC had effects in our bodies. And it turned out that we have cannabinoid receptors, and they're called all of these things because they were just, the system was discovered as part of the research about cannabis and how it affects our bodies. And the endocannabinoid system, we still don't really fully understand the full implications of the endocannabinoid system, but it is basically the regulator that helps, I'm talking to veterans, so we can talk about hierarchies, ranks, if you will. You can start off with cells in our bodies, and each individual cell, most of them in our bodies, have cannabinoid receptors. These are sites on the cells that receive compounds that the cannabis plant makes, as well as compounds that our own bodies make. And that's the real key of why cannabis has the effects that it does. Our endocannabinoid system has three components, if you will. The cannabinoid receptors, and then there's the cannabinoids that our bodies make called endocannabinoids, and then there's enzymes that our bodies produce that break down or metabolize the cannabinoids that our body makes. Otherwise, we'd be running full steam ahead all the time. And to go back to that hierarchy image, and you start off with cells, cells group together, similar cells, to make tissues. Tissues group together to make organs, and organs work together to make systems in our bodies, and the systems of our bodies all have to work together so that we enjoy life and what we call health. And so when you go back to the cellular level, where cannabinoid receptors can be triggered by the presence of endocannabinoids that our bodies would be making if we were enjoying full health, those endocannabinoids, many of us are deficient in them. And the cannabis plant happens to make compounds. CBD and THC are two of them, but there are many others that happen to very closely on a molecular level mimic the compounds our bodies would be making if we were in full health. And part of why the endocannabinoid system is so important is not only does it help all these cells and tissues and organs all work together and talk to each other, they're the communication system, if you will, but it helps to balance the system so that certain essential functions can happen in our bodies. And the functions of the endocannabinoid system can be briefly summarized by appetite, mood, the ability to forget, particularly traumas, the ability to heal, and to respond to threats, to infection, to disease, or injury. And all of those functions are controlled by this endocannabinoid system that we only discovered 25, 30 years ago. And that system, I feel like most human beings alive today are somewhat deficient in endocannabinoids. We evolved, I'm a science kind of geeky guy, and so I really get the concept of evolution. And when you think back the last 100 years of human beings, we have for years we made rope, we made sails, the Declaration of Independence, the original copies were written on hemp paper. It was a militarily necessary commodity. There were wars fought over availability of hemp. And I think that over time, like the feed animals that we ate consumed cannabis. I know of farmers who work cows that use hemp to help cows that are struggling in their health. Much cheaper than antibiotics and whatnot, and meantime good for your cows, and they're more efficient at producing milk, et cetera, et cetera. Well, meantime, we evolved eating whole foods. We didn't, most of everything you go to the store today and find in the grocery store, that's not what we evolved eating. Anything that's in a box or a carton or a 5-minute rice, all of that's devoid of nutrients that I think our bodies count on in order to make endocannabinoids. We have polluted our environment with, I took organic chemistry in college, loved it. One of the things I've come to realize is one of the miracles of organic chemistry is we've created literally millions of compounds that we've released into our environment. We have no idea how they work or what effects they might have on our systems as well as the environment we live in. All of these are challenges to our endocannabinoid system's health. Stress is another big impactor to endocannabinoid tone or health. And so I think part of what's happening in our culture today, across our entire culture, is the increase in certain illnesses or disorders that tend not to respond well to the medicines that we have, but do surprisingly respond fairly well to cannabis. That's the right chemistry, the right dose, the right method of getting that dose into your body, the right method of the right frequency of use, et cetera, plays out with benefits that can seem miraculous when you first look at them. I think of some of the seizure disorder kids I've known. One particularly compelling story, a child went from 6 years old, male, having literally hundreds of seizures a day, every day. The condition is diagnosed as Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. And we found a plant, made an oil from it, provided it to the family. Literally on Friday night, after a day of seizing, they gave the first dose to this child. He slept through the night without seizing. They continued to give him doses the next day. For 4 months, no seizures. From hundreds of seizures a day to none for months from a plant. And that looks like a miracle, but what you realize at some point as you really dig into what's actually going on was there was some combination of cannabinoids and terpenes, and that particular plant had about 2.5 times the amount CBD to THC. It had beta carotene, linalool, and another terpene that seemed relevant. That's an example of a most extreme example, if you will, of how cannabis can have effects in the body. But for the general population, and particularly for veterans, many of whom are dealing with injuries and or wounds from their service, be they physical, mental, or emotional, I think it's a crime that those veterans do not have access to information about how the plant might be of help to them, as well as access to the products that can be made from the cannabis plant. And that was a really long-winded rant about why cannabis has the effects that it does in the body, but it really comes back again to the endocannabinoid system and the fact that the endocannabinoids that our bodies would be making to control all of the systems of our body, we're not making due to stress, poor diet, environmental toxins, lack of sleep. The list goes on, but here we are experiencing a number of conditions that do in fact seem to respond favorably to the right chemistry and dose of this plant. So that's kind of where I'm at the moment. I promise I won't always be so long-winded.
No, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, there's a lot to that. And as you've shown, there's a depth to it. It's not just a surface conversation, because, you know, when I was first getting into cannabis activism, it was, you know, cannabis can save the world, yum can save the world, you know, nothing bad can be, you know, be known about cannabis, but we didn't have science behind us. We didn't have the understanding of the endocannabinoid system, or that it had its correlation between cannabis and THC and CBD. So, and they're, you know, becoming actually, you know, locks for keys that we used to produce, as you say, but now we've found artificial means by, you know, however, our ingestion method that is actually helping us achieve homeostasis. And when you're sick, and if you've been stressed, or you have really pushed your body and mind and soul to the edge, when you finally reach a true homeostasis, it's an epiphany to so many people. And it's a shame that we have to have met so many people due to their illnesses, as opposed to the populace as itself, because they are, you know, the populace as its general point is cannabinoid deficient across the board, which means the majority of our population is literally walking sick, and they don't know it, know why, understand why. But for some reason, when they use cannabis or they use different combinations, CBD, THC, it has an effect on insert illness here, their stress levels here, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a layered discussion and goes so deep to everything that we ingest, what a patient is using, what is their medication, what is their history of medication, you know, all these things, how much rest are they getting, exercise, we're not really taught that so well in Western medicine, and it's not, or it's not fostered or continued in the way that Eastern medicines and others tend to do so. So I think even though you feel it was long-winded, as my response is extremely long-winded, it was carrying to the point that there's a lot to this. All right, I think Councilmember Crowitz, you have a question for Councilmember Laughter.
So we had a very simple question, and I'm going to try to instigate you to go deep on this by making it a little bit longer. And the question was simply, why do you do what you do? But I'm going to make it a little longer by saying this. I see a little bit of a pattern here, and let me just describe the pattern. Okay, so you got a handful of military veterans that have stepped up and are doing things that are pioneers and leading, but doing things that, in my opinion, should have already been done. And I'll give you 3 examples, right? One of them is Jack Hare. Jack Hare, military veteran, runs a head shop, reads this paper that Mike Aldrich had in his PhD stuff 10 years earlier in New York on hemp, and how you can do this and that with hemp, and how the president of Washington grew it and separated the males from females and everything. That was his PhD dissertation where he found that stuff. It led a whole campaign in 1970. Was in 1971 with the first Prop 19 campaign. It was all under that George Washington grew hemp, that was it. But anyway, Jack was driven by that, and basically is known as the father or even the grandfather of the hemp movement. But again, that was something he picked up in the 70s that Michael had published in the 60s. And then Dennis Perone, military vet, comes in with this buyers club and this idea based on some local initiatives to do a state initiative, and working with others around the state, basically pioneers the medical marijuana movement. But again, that was 1996, talking about medical marijuana that we had pioneering doctors like Mick Area, Grinspoon, and Weil, and others publishing in the 60s and 70s and 80s already. And then, there's this guy that finds this interesting cultivar, puts it up there. I think the rest of the story. That's your story. And this is CBD was discovered, as I understand it, isolated in the 1940s. The cannabis movement found very little interest in it. A couple of expats went over to Amsterdam and came up with some interesting stuff that led to GW Pharma's products. But by and large, we didn't think much of it. I don't know why do you do what you do, and why do you have to? Is the add-on there.
Yeah, I especially love that last part. Why do I have to? That's a really good observation. Well, at least part of why I do what I do is I've come to really love the plant. Jack Herrera's book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes, was certainly formative in my view, if you will, about cannabis. The Women's Alliance for Medical Marijuana down in Santa Cruz was another inspiration fairly early on. The model of you could access medicine that you might need by working in the garden, and it being a cooperative effort. And and then on a more personal level, part of what drove me, especially later in my life, to be so involved with cannabis was personal need. I have a fairly aggressive I'm really good at making ocular pressure, which is a problem that expresses as glaucoma. And as I sit here right now, I'm mostly blind in one eye, and I still see pretty good with glasses in the other eye. But back when I was diagnosed in '95 with glaucoma, the eye drops that I was given had really good medical insurance, blah, 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 made me profoundly ill. It was a real problem. And so since then, I basically used cannabis, because even then, pre-96, the federal government allowed that, well, for some reason or another, cannabis does seem to help with glaucoma. So And I lived in San Francisco at that point. It was fairly easy to find cannabis of all different sorts, but a consistent supply and quality issues came to my attention, if you will. And I realized that if I really wanted good quality and to know that there was no funny business, no sprays or things I didn't want to breathe into my lungs, that I'd have to grow it myself. And so I did. I started growing in a little closet and quickly realized that was ridiculous. Then a garage, then the full basement of a fairly large home, and then a warehouse in the South of Market area of San Francisco. Those last two situations were under the auspices of a patient group. We had a collective, because fairly early on, back when I was first producing flowers that I was willing to share, one of the first people that I was sharing with was a fella who had been a Navy diver who was dying of prostate cancer. And he had big lesions on his skin, and he was fairly late stage, but he reported that he really loved the herb that I was giving him. And it just helped me, I don't know, it kind of inspired me to realize that there must be something going on with this. I spent some time doing emotional support volunteer work with the one of the AIDS project nonprofits in San Francisco. That brought it home even stronger to see people who were literally wasting away from not being able to eat to having appetite again. And it wasn't reversing their condition, but it was enhancing their quality of life. And that matters. And I think the really basic answer to your question, Michael, is I care about people. There is a lot of suffering in this world. And I think that anything any one of us can do to reduce the amount of suffering that's happening in this world, one should do that. So that's why I do this. I love the plant, and it just seems like the thing to do. It does no harm. All of the criminality and harms that have happened around cannabis have to do with prohibition, to making it a criminal act to work with this plant. And look at all the harm that's been done there. One of the things that drives me today is the dream that someday our culture would understand that we are, for the most part, cannabinoid deficient, and that our medical system, one of the real challenges to me of our medical system is it's set up such that nobody gets paid until somebody's sick. And so there's not a real strong interest in keeping people healthy. There's no profit in it, at least. But that being said, you know, our medical system, they do the best they can with what they have. And all kinds of miraculous things can be done in the medical system. But I come back to the endocannabinoid system again. Healing comes from within us. Our bodies do the healing. Medicines, hospitals, doctors, therapies, all of those things can help in the healing process. Ideally, they do, and do no harm. But healing has to happen from within our bodies. It's motivated by, on the practical level, if you will, the endocannabinoid system. But I can go all woo-woo on you and start talking about spirit. And I think that one of the ways that cannabis can be of help, particularly to veterans, is in healing the spirit. One of the features of military service is you give up your personal identity to a large extent to unit and uniform and country and whatnot. And I think there's some value there. But a veteran who's no longer in that paradigm needs to reclaim their identity, to reclaim their place in society. And it's my experience that cannabis can be of help to that. And again, it's just stigma left over from prohibition and the fact that the people who make the rules in our country under our form of government are, for the most part, people who look like me but think pretty differently than I do on this topic. Can we leave it there?
All right. Next question will go to Alex, council member.
Thank you, Etienne, and thank you, Wade. My question is, if cannabis is best dealt with as a medicinal herb and it doesn't really fit into the mold of modern medicine, how can we best employ it inside this rigid medical system, especially like the government-run VA system, VA hospital system?
Well, you can't basically right now. All of the, particularly at the federal level, I think the VA is really focused on the idea that cannabis could somehow be turned into a single molecule pill that will make it all better. You can look at the Food and Drug Administration in the last couple of years, for the first time in many years, approved a medication called Epidiolex for Lennox-Gastaut and Dravet syndromes, two particularly nasty versions of epilepsy. And Epidiolex is basically isolated CBD in a carrier oil. It's not a great product. The kids I know who qualify for that medication, and it's insanely expensive if some government entity's not paying for it. I think it's $30-some thousand a year. But these kids are being asked to take 2,000, 2,500 milligrams of CBD a day. That story I told earlier about that 6-year-old who went from having 100 or more seizures a day to having none. His dose today is at about, last I heard, it was around 250 milligrams of CBD over the course of a day, and he's getting about 150 milligrams of THC and some CBG in his formulations, and they're having good enough success that he's actually going to school. And we've just recently been able, his father has secured permission from the school district. If we can formulate his product into individual doses, the school nurse will give it to him at school. Huge win in California. The challenge with the VA and, quite honestly, most medical research, all randomized double-blind clinical studies have to be done with isolates, whole plant medicine. You can't standardize it. It's not easily repeatable. George was talking about having found a cultivar that worked for him in our conversation the other day, and that he was able to get a little bit and then it was gone and it wasn't any more available. And this is an ongoing problem for folks who actually need cannabis. We have to change the rules. We have to change the system. I know that, I believe here in California, I don't know if the governor has signed it, but there's supposed to be some legislation moving to allow hospitals to dispense, or to allow patients in a hospital to receive cannabis preparations. I'm not up to speed on the details of it. That's what we have to do. We have to change what's possible. We have to assert patient rights to try their own medicines. And part of that is educating the medical establishment. early when we first jumped on the call here this afternoon, I was telling a story about a conversation I was having with a friend who's a doctor and researcher at a major medical institution. And she's reporting that there's great enthusiasm across many departments at that teaching center about cannabis and its potential effects in their fields of study. So it is changing. It's going to take time. I was talking with another activist this morning about trying to change cannabis law in the United States, and it feels a lot like water wearing away at a rock. It happens over time, but it's taking a long time. And the tragedy is there's many people who need it today. Some of them are probably listening to this conversation, and the tragedy is we're not doing enough to make this plant and the products that can be made from it available to those who most need it. It's, the adult use recreational market is great. We got here because of medical need, and we're leaving those people behind. And that's another part of why I do what I do. I want to see people have access to quality products that address their needs.
Right on. Next question is from Councilmember Armstrong. Councilmember.
So first of all, Wade, I would like to thank you for being here tonight, and personally thank you for all that you do. We need more people like Wade in this world, and especially in the cannabis industry. So I really appreciate you joining us. My question, would Harlequin ever likely be working in a field of THC restrained plants? In other words, did the fact that the field was unrestrained and was being grown with other THC plants is possibly part of the reason that it developed? And then to add on to that, I would ask you what you think of as far as mixing cultivars, what we've done to that in the last 15 years. I'd like to hear your overall thought about it. But as far as Harlequin goes, I think the question is mostly, we have all these THC restrained fields around here. And is that another thing where prohibition is preventing the production of, or the finding of these life-saving cultivars?
Multi-dimensional question, George. Well done. On Harlequin being affected by the plants around it, I think there is a thing that goes on. Cannabis is a grass, a weed, if you will, and particularly if its roots are able to mingle with other plants of similar type. I have, in my experience, seen traits move across different cultivars. But Harlequin, part of what made Harlequin significant, and as well known as it is that it had an abundance of CBD, and the cannabinoid profiles are pretty locked in by the genetics of the plant. You're not going to see a big shift in my experience. I'm not a plant biologist per se. I have some experience with it, but in my experience, yeah, you're not going to change the cannabinoid types and their relationship to each other in quantity very much. You can significantly enhance how much of them there are on the plant by the conditions that it's in and how well it's doing. And when I'm talking about traits moving across cultivars, I was growing years ago, back when I was working indoors, I was growing a plant that was dramatically purple in a tray with some plants that typically did not turn purple. And The ones that usually were purple still were purple, maybe not quite as vivid as they normally were, but the other ones definitely took on a purple tint. And they definitely were sharing roots in that bed. It was an ebb and flow type situation, to get geeky for a second. But in a field where you're surrounded by, I think what you mean by THC deficient fields is hemp fields, right? One of the things that I have a lot of issues about hemp, but one of the things I like about hemp is there's a lot of work being done to find new cannabinoids in the cannabis plant, in the hemp space. And that's good, because I think that the cannabinoid, it's not just about CBD or THC. I think there's some other things going on in this plant that will turn out to be really important. And I don't know that I answered your whole question, George. I feel like I've left something out. Go for it.
Yeah, I think what you left out is just the part that I added on at the end. You explained very well about Harlequin and its relationship with the plants around it. But what do you think about, where America and California basically has taken these plants and crossing the genetics and as we all know, you get a good cross. It produces a lot of medicine, and in our medicinal world, that's what you end. So you end up getting a bunch of crosses of this one plant that happens to cross well with other genetics. And so I just big picture, what do you think about the genetics that we're doing?
Great question. Not an easy answer. I'd almost have to say I'd like to talk about type 1, type 2, and type 3 cannabis. The type 1 cannabis is primarily THC, and there's an amazing diversity of those plants out there in the world, and more of them being created every day. Not that many of them are what we would think of as stable seed lines. And I don't know that that's good or bad. It feels like the limited experience I have working with THC predominant cultivars these days, vital, strong versions seem to be a little harder to come by, but that, again, I limited contact there for me personally. I grew a couple of THC plants this summer, and they did quite well. And yeah, I got the seeds from a seed company, and I'm looking forward to making some hash with them. On the type 2 cannabis, which is Harlequin, among others, there's many others. I think there is some good breeding happening there. I've seen a number of different products coming out on the market that are anywhere from 4 times the amount CBD to THC to 4 times the amount THC to CBD. That whole range in there is to me, even up to 10 to 1. There's real interesting possibilities in there, and not just because of CBD and THC being together, but many of those cultivars are producing minor cannabinoids in some abundance. And again, I think this is something of interest to those in need. And for a lot of conditions, I really have for years tended to steer people towards type 2 or type 3 cannabis. Type 3 cannabis, many hemp cultivars fit into type 3. They're predominantly high CBD, not much THC. But again, in the hemp space, one of the things that's really nice that's been happening in the last few years is a lot of novel cannabinoids. And for example, I heard recently that there's a plant that's come forward that produces just CBG, no THC, no CBD, and yet and its whole plant. I'm looking forward to seeing what other cannabinoids might be in it. So I on the whole, I'm not discouraged about the state of the cannabis plant genetics. I feel like CBD has had the effect of balancing the global plant and the interest in the various cannabinoids that the plant can make for our well-being. And yeah, I that's all I got on that.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained and chocolate.
In the industry for 25 years, she's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Councilmember Krawitz.
Yeah, man. That's the idea of creating a global balance with the CBD is brilliant. That's a very interesting point. The focus on THC and where that's led. Yeah, I can see your point there. It's very interesting. Food for thought. I'm gonna have to go with that. But I wanted to run it a little bit further down the rabbit hole on a side point of that last question, which is it's something, again, back to Jack Herr. We had talked about the THC levels of hemp, and he was railing about the low THC hemp that they were doing in Europe. I guess it's a point. I don't know, whatever it is. It's less than 1%.
I think they got to do 0.2.
Yeah, it's way under 1% hemp. And
0.03.
What he was saying was just environmentally, and in terms of how many pesticides he needs and things like that. He was saying something along the 2.5% THC was more appropriate. When I've looked at it, It seems like, just if I were to just draw an arbitrary line based on something that made sense to me, it would be 5%, because under 5% really isn't of much interest to people that want to smoke it. But yet it doesn't really restrain farmers that are growing hemp. It seems to be a range that they can work in. And my concern is that what we have here in US federal law is 0.3%, I think it was, THC. So that restricts the cultivars very, very strongly that they can play with out there in the field. Somebody recently brought up the fiber. I don't know, how accurate this is, but it's something that they had researched led them to believe that you couldn't really do a very good fiber crop with such a low THC number, which wouldn't surprise me given these facts. So yeah, just I don't know, just so I could put that out there for you to comment on. I mean, it goes to that, could you have ever even discovered a harlequin under those circumstances? Would have ever even been discovered? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that it would have. It's. I'm going to circle back to something you started off with, Michael, about hemp. To me, one of the real tragedies of what happened with the Farm Bill was deciding that industrial hemp would be defined by how much of a certain specific cannabinoid might be present in the plant. It would have made much more sense to define industrial hemp as any plant producing less than 5% total cannabinoids, whatever. And now you're growing cannabis hemp for fiber, for hempcrete, you're not mining cannabinoids. And that's really what we've created by this artificial, non-biological, non-botanical definition of hemp, making it based on one specific cannabinoid. It's part of why the Delta 8 thing is such a headache nightmare going on right now. But that would involve, undoing or changing federal law, which, as you guys know better than I do, is quite a challenge. But it's a shame. And meantime, yeah, if I was a THC farmer working indoors in a warehouse and got those original seeds, hoping for a cultivar that would be a beautiful hash maker, because I like hash. I like to smoke hash. It's really my preferred method of ingestion. And yeah, so, I was seeking THC experience, and my patient group, for the most part of how the harlequin is a jokester, it's from an opera many, many years ago. And yeah, the court jester was the harlequin, and it had a multicolored costume and it played jokes all the time. And this plant played jokes on me. I thought I had a great THC rich, hash producing, vital, beautiful mother plant going. And I had, for the first time ever, patient group members bringing back product we'd given them because it wasn't giving them the effects they were hoping for. And I thought I'd made a huge mistake. And the one person who reported that his pain was eliminated, it was really dramatic to him how much difference it made when he smoked a joint of this stuff that he didn't like. That was the other interesting thing. He was bringing it back because it didn't get him stoned, but he also noticed that it happened to his pain went away. So if it had been in a field of hemp, no, it would have just gone to biomass. But as it was, I thought I had a special thing that was going to help me make great hash. And so I was providing it to my patients, and they were bringing it back. Yeah, it would not have been found, I think, on a hemp farm. It might have been if somebody had really been paying attention, but in a hemp field, you've got hemp farmers grow acres of seedlings. It's hard to pick one out of a whole bunch that stands out like that. So Yeah, I don't think Harlequin would have happened had she showed up in a field instead of in a little warehouse in San Francisco.
Alex, you have a question.
Thank you, Etienne, and thank you again, Wade. This is another one of those multi-part questions. You can pick as much or as little as you'd like to speak on. So you were just talking on the various type 1, type 2 types of cannabis, and that's what I was thinking about. So what role do you believe strains like Harlequin and just cannabis products and flowers with different cannabinoid ratios, other than type 1, what role do you think those will play? Like obviously for nerve pain and other things, there's definitely efficacy there. And do you think more consumers and patients will start finding that they enjoy cannabis with these ratios as things become more mainstream and they're made more available in more markets?
Well, great question, Alex. I hope so. I'll say it like that, because what's true is our culture, and for the most part, many people, most people who consume cannabis today are doing so because it gets them high, and they like that. And I'm not here to judge that. I happen to enjoy it very much myself. But I also have had the opportunity to experience different kinds of cannabis and to realize that when my back is hurting, that getting high, especially getting really high, might not be the best answer. That maybe what I want is something that's gonna, instead of getting me really high, it's gonna help me feel better. It's gonna reduce the pain signaling from where I hurt my back. It's going to relieve some of the pain or anxiety, the anxiety really that's going on in my head about, oh hell, my back hurts again. I'm sure some of you know exactly what I'm talking about. Might not be back pain, but many of us live with pain. And type 2 and type 3 cannabis at the right dose. And again, the wide array of chemistry that the cannabis plant can produce, I think most consumers just don't realize that yet. I think most consumers today, when they go into a dispensary or a legal store, I don't like this analogy, but it kind of works. They're looking for high THC. So that's a bit like going into a liquor store and asking for the highest proof alcohol you got. Give me your 190 proof grain alcohol. Well, most people don't want that, but that's what 33% THC flowers are like. I mean, it's a poor analogy because alcohol and cannabis are not the same thing. But for the most part, the consumer still has that viewpoint where they're really looking for the grain alcohol. They want the biggest bang for the buck, and they're missing a lot of the potential joy and quality of life that's possible with finding the product that's going to be right for them. And I think that's really a thing of educating the public. And once they try it, if they are free of the expectation, like go back to Harlequin's story. My patient group was used to what they got from Wade was going to get them high. That wasn't happening. I did not, and I didn't know I needed to make those changes in their expectations. Now I do. And I think that some aspect of the industry, we have to educate the consumer on what's possible. And ideally, someday, enough people would understand that our culture might be more healthy, that we wouldn't have so many of the health problems that we have. We might not have so many veterans who feel a need to take their own lives because their lives don't seem to be working for them right now. And it's tragedy. And I like a saying that I've heard before: be the change you want to see. Make it happen. That's one of the things veterans are good at, getting shit done. And we need to make this happen.
Bless you, sir. Absolutely. Councilmember Armstrong, you have a follow-up question.
I'm not sure it would count as a follow-up question, but I wanted to ask Wade about, so you're talking about different cannabinoids that are going to help people differently. What I found in my journey was, eating cannabis was much better for pain. When I had pain, like you said, if I was smoking cannabis to get results, not only was I getting bad results, sometimes it made you feel like the pain was actually heightened. So I was wondering, if you could go over how that changes. So for example, like most of the medicine you're providing for these patients, I'm assuming is oil, is RSO, and they're eating it. So a lot of us smoke our medicine for our mental health conditions and for our pain. But I found certainly that eating high THC, even though it doesn't really get me high, like really does the job for pain. So long-winded question, if you could just cut into it in some way.
No, that's a great observation, George, and that's my experience as well. And part of that, again, I'll point back to our bodies and how cannabis works in our bodies. When you smoke or vaporize cannabis, the cannabinoids are entering your lungs, and from the lungs, they go straight into the bloodstream, go straight to the brain, because the body is designed to get that oxygen you just brought in to the brain, because that's the center of all the activity. And that's appropriate. And it's part of, there's benefits to inhaling your cannabis in that it comes on quickly. It's fairly easy to control your dose. For certain conditions and certain situations, it's actually seems to help a lot. But to your point about pain, that is my experience as well. If I'm not careful about what I'm smoking and I'm in pain, I can actually make the pain worse. It feels worse because I'm more aware of it. I feel more sensitive, if you will. When you eat or ingest, and I frequently hit on a high potency oil that's titrated into, I think this is an olive oil. It has a little more CBD than THC, but I consume half a dropper full of that a couple times a day because it helps me feel good. It tones down the pain signaling that I rode motorcycle when I was younger. I'm a farmer. I work pretty hard. I like getting stuff done. And yeah, sometimes the price in terms of body. I feel a little bit like the Tin Man from The Wizard of Oz, and a little bit of oil goes a long way for me. I can move easier. But edibles and sublingual tinctures, because you're ingesting them, they go through a different metabolic pathway from the gut. They go into the bloodstream and then immediately to the liver. And the liver changes delta-9 THC into 11-hydroxycannabinol or something to that effect. 11-hydroxy.
11-hydroxy metabolite.
Thank you, sir. 11-hydroxy has much more profound physical effects than it does mental or emotional effects. At really high doses, it can be pretty debilitating. Most everybody who's been in cannabis very long has a story of somebody they know or maybe themselves. They ate a cookie or a brownie and it was a really good brownie, so they decided to have a couple more with some ice cream. And they had a really horrific night. It happens. And that's an overdose. But at small doses, the right dose for your needs, it's really the way to go. Ingesting cannabis at small doses, finding the sweet spot, the dose, the dramatic benefit on pain. We've seen a lot of folks reduce their need for opioids and or eliminate them. There's science being done in clinical studies that suggests this is a pretty strong correlation about cannabis use, giving people the opportunity to voluntarily decrease their opioid use. I've heard more than a few folks about that. And circle back to the story I told in our first meeting, the fella who pointed out that Harlequin made his pain go away said something that really struck me. He said, I've been in and out of opioid rehab a bunch of times, Wade. I got access to all kinds of great drugs, legal and illegal. I can get as fucked up as I want. None of them make the pain go away. They make it so I don't care that I'm in pain, but they don't make the pain go away. When I smoke a joint of this, the pain goes away. What are you doing to it? And so that's really a, sort of the lodestone, if you will, of what drives me, that recognition that finding the plant, finding the chemistry, the product, the way of getting it into your body, the dose, the frequency of use that works for you can in fact provide pretty amazing benefits for very little in the way of adverse side effects. I mean, especially when you start looking at some of the pharmaceuticals that get recommended as an alternative for our condition. Boy.
Yeah, it's going to be like that sometimes, You have a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience, and we thought about these questions a little bit. We tried to pull this out of you. Council member Kendra has joined us, and she has a question.
Hi, sorry, I was listening the whole time. I just wasn't visible. What do you think about high CBD hash? It's not common from what I've been told. The CBD strains don't wash through. They don't wash well.
Yes, that's something I recently learned from one of the guests y'all had on your roundtable a little while back. Marcus Richardson talked about how the trichomes, the beautiful mushroom-looking picture that's over at John's shoulder there is a trichome, and it's a specific type of trichome that's predominantly where THC is found. And those kind of trichomes break off or wash off of cannabis plant material fairly readily under what I think of as mechanical separation. You can dry sift it, you can water wash it with ice. But CBD is predominantly found in trichomes that are more shaped like a plaque that's kind of stuck to the plant surfaces as versus a mushroom that grows out of a plaque. And so, I never saw real good results in terms of yield from the various CBD plants I might have tried to make hash from. But they do wash real well in high proof cold ethanol. They dissolve pretty readily under those conditions. And then you can extract the alcohol off and you end up with RSO, as it's referred to. I prefer the term full extract cannabis oil or FECO, but much respect to Rick Simpson for putting forth that concept. Because it's a lot what we do. We work with highly potent oils. Ideally, they've been tested. We titrate them down to suit the do at home. Plant material to make it worth. That's another reason that I'm a big fan of folks having the opportunity to grow their own. And if your local jurisdiction doesn't allow it, there's your opportunity for political activism. Get in there and change the rules. I'll mute.
All right, let's see. I have a question that came from one of our council members who's not here tonight. His name is Eric Stamper. And how can you determine the right dose for our bodies? And any testing or technology available to the individual?
What I usually do is when I'm first meeting with a person to sort out what their condition is and what needs they might have, we talk about what is your previous experience with cannabis? Was it good? Was it, if you have no experience, what's your feeling about the possibility that you might get stoned? Because I really like to have some CBD and THC together. Almost always, especially if a person is new to cannabis, because we're working with ingesting as versus smoking, I spend some time making sure they understand how to dose the preparation that we've made for them. And it almost always, especially if they're new to cannabis, it'll be a fairly weak titration or dilution of that high potency oil. And we'll start off with literally a couple of drops. And if they're having trouble defining what I mean by that, I'll literally take the product that I've made for them, child-proof caps, put some like this, and literally just put a couple of drops on my hand. Can you see that? Yeah, a couple of drops. And lick it off. Hold it in your mouth. Don't swallow, just hold it. Savor the taste. Hopefully you like the taste. Has a peppery sort of lovely flavor. And then make sure they understand, don't do that again for hours. See how it feels to you. Maybe wait till you know, like I usually ask them, do it on a day when you don't need to do anything else. First thing in the morning, if you like to have a cup of coffee and a little breakfast, do that, then do this, and wait until lunch before you even think about taking any more. And even if you do take more, do the same thing. Don't increase the dose. Stay with that same dose, because that first dose is still in your body, still having effects in your body, and you're fixing to double the dose. So, and in that way, over time, in a period of days, most people with guidance usually take some guidance, because I've had people think that they were supposed to take 2 droppers full instead of 2 drops, and that didn't work out well for that person. But yeah, they have to sort out for themselves how to find the dose that works for them. And usually, especially if they're new to cannabis, I explain to them what feeling psychoactivity might be like. And if they start realizing, oh, this must be what he's talking about, to really look at it honestly, does this feel okay? Is this all right? If that's the case, then maybe you've found your sweet spot, the dose that works for you. Ideally, they might have noticed some of the more subtle effects. Maybe their pain has receded because they've been doing it for a day now. They've had 3 or 4 doses. And maybe their pain is a little less. Maybe their appetite's increased. Maybe their mood is a little better. These are all subtle things that are benefits that are possible, but are not as easily observed as psychoactivity. So one of the things that I shoot for is guiding them to the point where they can find the dose that gives them the benefit they're seeking without psychoactivity that becomes uncomfortable or keeps them from feeling like they can go to the grocery store or work with their children or do their job. Does that make sense? That sum it up in a way that makes sense?
Absolutely. You know, it's things I've always taught people is, you know, get a diary, you know, notate everything, you know, how you feel beforehand, how do you know, when did you feel onset, you know, mark time, so that there's little things so that when you come out of the experience that you can go back to, so that I can absolutely agree with you on your dosage. Start off light, start off easy. We've all seen the horrors of people going way too far, way too fast. Even a gentleman ate one of those little decadoses on an airplane and stripped off all his clothes and ran up and down the aisles. So that's real world, not kidding you. It's funny to laugh at. However, that's bad dosage, people not knowing themselves, and also environment is key. You have you don't do these things and go to amusement parks. You can, but you had better be very experienced. It's not for the novice. This is healing, this is medicine. So do it at home, do it in safety, but document it, because that documentation you can take to your therapist, your doctor, and you can start building therapy around your usage as you find it. But what do you find with certain genetics that there is a certain aspect of titration or acclimatization after a certain amount of time, that a possible rotation of different types of cannabis may be effective in certain therapies? Wade?
Let me start off by saying, I'll get to your question in a second, but your point about journaling, keeping a written record of what's going on and your experience, is a really, really, really good suggestion. Because, well, it is. I'll leave it at that. It's an excellent suggestion, and it's something that more folks could benefit from doing. It's something that we encourage folks to do, especially when you've got profound issues. And to your question, give it to me again, please. Sorry.
I think I forgot my question too. Sorry, I was just medicating there.
People getting acclimated.
Yes,
right?
acclimatization after a certain
Right.
amount of time of usage, acclimatization can matter, which is why we teach people how to rotate certain genetics into their fields and operations, because after a certain amount of, as the basic psychology of cannabis, a neophyte user who is just starting into cannabis, if you look at it at a 30-day span, that first 7 to 10 days, psychologically, they're going to get as high as they're going to get if they're going to have some sort of reaction. Then afterwards, it starts tapering back to their regular cognitive level. However, I've known when I have grown one specific genetic in a garden, and that's all I had, I noticed after a month or a month and a half or so, for some reason, it doesn't have the overall profound effect. So teaching people to search for multiple cultivars that they respond to positively is something that I recommend to people. Do you agree with that assessment, or what are your thoughts on the matter and your experiences, especially with those that have severe illnesses? Do they not acclimate, or do they as well?
Great question. And not a simple answer. Yes, people get acclimated to a specific version of cannabis. Some of that has to do with how often you're using it, how much does your body need it, what are the effects that you're seeking from using it. But I think anyone who's had access to large quantity of the same plant material for a period of time has had the experience you described, Etienne. It is a thing that happens. I'll say this, in the realm of seizures, what we shoot for is when we find a cultivar that works well for a person, we try and find cultivars that have similar chemistry, similar terpenes, similar cannabinoids. They're going to be different because they are different. But if you can find something that has at least some similarities, We often see some benefit that carries over. May not be as effective as the one, but it can give a bridge to allow the body to reset. The other thing that I like to point to, it's not real popular, but it makes a big difference, is if you find that you're getting acclimated to what you have and you don't have access to anything else, taking a break, stopping for even a day can make a big difference in how your body experiences it. And I've heard in talking with physiologists that if you really want to reset your endocannabinoid system, allow 2 to 3 weeks of fasting from cannabis use, and then you'll get a whole new experience when you start up again. But in my experience, taking even a day off can make a big difference if you have no other options than what you've got. The other thing you could do is, for example, if you've been smoking one thing for a period of time, maybe take a batch of it and make an edible with it. Get a different method of ingestion and getting it into your body. You might find it a renewed potency experience. That's kind of all I got on that. But yeah, it's a thing. It does happen. But you can get really dramatic benefit if you can discontinue use even for a day.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Wade. I would like to thank our council members, Michael Krawitz, George Armstrong, Kendra Billersawi, Alex Popoff, and Wade. Needless to say, we look forward to having you around and more often. And because, like you, people hear you and see you and they don't realize that you're a veteran. And it's not something because of our service, it's not something that comes to the forefront in my work. It has in time. But most people are like, wait, you were a veteran? Oh, wow, that's really surprising to me. So you don't seem the type is what I get. Anyone else get that same situation?
Well, full disclosure here, I'm of the era of the draft. And I was one of those folks who won that draft lottery that started happening. My number was 34. So I had high likelihood of being drafted and ending up at that point, we had about 450,000 draftees in country in Vietnam. And there was no way in hell I wanted to go there. Like I said, I had a guy I looked up to who lived right next door to me when I was just starting high school. We moved into a new house and the kid next door was just finishing high school. He enlisted in the Marine Corps, went right to Vietnam, came back in a body bag. And in the meantime, I'd had the chance to get to know him for like a year and a half. And it really affected me, man. It was like, holy shit, this is crazy. We're sending people off to die in the jungle. So anyway, I feel deep respect for this group, for the work you've done and are continuing to do. And yeah, I really look forward to more opportunities to interact with all of you. You're doing a special thing, people. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your work and your dedication and your continued work and dedication. And we look forward to what we're able to do together. So thank you, everybody, for joining us for this special edition of our Veterans Action Roundtable with Wade Laughter. And we'll be back in 2 weeks. We're going to have a nice discussion with Michael and a group regarding the United Nations and what's transpiring at the international level. So thank you all very much. Have a great rest of your night, and we'll talk to you soon.
The Veterans Action Council is a PACE Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at PACE Radio. You're watching the 420 PACE, found at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 PACE Network, found at 420radio.
Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 PACE project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Well, guys, if you can't hear us now, this is what, the third attempt. They say 3 times the charm.
All right, here we go.
Okay, can you hear us? Can you hear us? This is what, the third attempt. They say 3 times. Hey, I can hear myself.
We can hear us. We can
Hey,
hear.
we're back.
We're back.
We're back.
Hello.
Hey.
Can you hear us now? Hello? 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 Hello?
Hey, I can hear you. All right, buddy Weeds. Thanks, buddy.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Boy,
All
well,
right,
you
we're
hit
here
those
now.
3 times the charm.
Charm. You are a naysayer, Al. I just want to say you said no, it's not going to work, but we'll try again because you're a naysayer. Can you hear this? Can you hear this? It's cold. It's cold.
Yeah, but
because
you
of all
see,
of these things.
now it does say it's a Facebook. It was not Facebook, but it was just
It was a
streaming issue there at StreamYard. Yeah, and looks like maybe we just finally got it there. And Buddy Weed says, "Hi guys." Yeah. At least now you can hear us, buddy. At least now you can hear us. It's not the silent show. Like the old silent movies.
Now I gotta roll a doobie.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't drop at any time though.
Shh, you naysayer.
Oh, I see what happened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh.
Here, let me look and I can add it.
You gotta drop one because what
do you call it? Didn't load. So I'm changing it and now it's loading.
Oh, okay.
So now we've got 4 and 4.
Okay, there we go. Now we're working. Now we're working.
Well, I
Right.
added the other streaming thingy.
Correct. Did we only have 7 then when we
I
started?
have my shirt on inside out,
Do
upside
you?
down.
So your tag is at the front of your shirt?
Shut up, Al. Continue with the show, please.
Al's top 5 things how to dress.
As never mind. Look, I forgot my pants. I used to.
Oh, you know, everything shot from chest up.
I used
right?
to joke with Debbie when she was around doing our shows and stuff that I did my shows in my underwear, and I have done my show, the 420 show, in my underwear before. I have to admit.
Oh, well, I know a guy who talked about that all the time because he was in Radio Land. And
Well, you see, when we were doing radio stuff, you couldn't see us, and then Al had the stupid idea of adding video.
Yes, Buddy Weeds, back to our regular scheduled programming.
Yes, back to our regularly scheduled crap.
So, in case now that it's working,
thank you for sticking with us, buddy.
Yes,
Thank you from our heart. Can you see my little heart?
We've got Al's got his his list. The video. It's a video. You talked about panic attacks and stuff. Right?
Yes, we're going to be talking about panic attacks, as I was saying.
With the holidays coming up, with Christmas coming up, I have got a completely infused cannabis turkey dinner to go over with you at the recipes when we get
You know what I was going to do yesterday? I made or not yesterday, the other day, I made a steak. And I have some extra virgin olive oil cannabis mixture. And I was going to go at the very end, but I didn't because I forgot, because the steak just looks so good. I'm glad I didn't, because I'm always afraid I'm going to waste it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
waste your turkey in it.
You can, and we'll see this video or just a thing.
No, the recipe? No, it's not a video.
It's not.
No.
Oh, come on, Al.
No, it's not video. And what else we got? We got some news, some Health Canada news for anybody. Also, we've got some sports news, and we got upcoming events.
Yep.
And what we should also do, now that we're back to normal, now we're broadcasting, not dealing with audio issues. What we should maybe touch on is fact of the passing of Professor Alan Young.
Yes, I was going to make sure we brought that. Anybody in the cannabis community for the last 20 years or so knows who Professor Alan Young is. He was instrumental in a lot of the early ongoings of legalities revolving cannabis, and specifically medical cannabis, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
He passed
days ago. Yeah.
He fought for patients' rights to cannabis.
Yep.
And not only did he deal with cannabis, but he had other issues that he was dealing with as far as rights and helping out people who were wrongly convicted. Which included, which some people may know about, the Benz was a I'm gonna say, I'm just trying to think of the proper words here.
I don't know of the case.
Oh, don't you? Bondage. And
the legalities of S&M and things like that.
Yeah, it had to do with sex.
Okay.
And bondage, and like as if it was a service that was being offered.
Well, a little something I know about. But
I was sort of
Back in the day, there was legality issues with people wanting to practice BDSM, basically. And
yes, correct.
Is it so? Anyways, I'm not big on the violence of that world,
right?
Because it can be very violent. But what I have learned in the 30 years, in that realm, when you are with a partner, a consenting adult, some people have the need for pain brought on by several different reasons. And in a safe, consensual situation, there really isn't anything wrong. I've sat there and watched play before,
right?
And it that whole whips and chains thing, it does have a very artsy way about it. They feature it in photos, in art, in books, movies, but most people, when you think about that life, it's ew, it's gross, it's mean, it's angry, but it's got nothing to do, if done right, about anger.
Yeah. Now, this is some of the stuff that I'm just pulling up here on Wikipedia on him. Constitutional challenges to the criminal code, which included cannabis literature, drug paraphernalia.
Well, people don't remember that, at one time it was illegal to even have paraphernalia. You get pulled over or told to stop, police, and you've got a bong in your hand or a pipe in your hand or some pot in your pocket. You're,
right,
big trouble. You used to be in big trouble. Now we walk around. I know people who walk out down the street. Amy Brown has been walking around with a bong in her hand for 15, 20 years.
Yeah. He's been helping individuals with mental health disorders, helping the incarcerated and wrongly convicted. He's been involved in challenging state officials, working for victims' rights. And
he's also a professor to many of the lawyers that are in the community now that we know.
Correct.
Like Jack and so many others. So I've met him I think once or twice at events. And,
same here.
He's was a very nice man.
He retired in 2018, is according to what it said there.
Yep. It's sad, because as I just said this to somebody the other day. As I get older, I'm 61 this year, and I remember growing up and my mom being sad when all her people that she grew up with in movies and TV and news and all that start falling off. Like we used to watch. Yeah, exactly. We used to watch 60 Minutes religiously on Sunday, her and I. And then the original anchors started. Now it's Leslie Stultz and what's his name, Pilley. I can't remember his first name. Steve, I think Pilley, are the only original hosts left. I mean, and that show's been going on for so long, but it's people are dropping off what seems like daily now these days.
Well, yeah, we all go through a phase. Like I can remember one time, all our friends were getting married. Then all our friends were having babies, right?
Yeah.
All our friends are buying houses, and all our friends are moving away.
Now all our friends have bad backs and shitty knees. And
yeah.
And we can't. And we sit around. We don't go for walks anymore.
Yeah,
we,
right.
oi, oi,
All right, all right. Shall
nurse,
we?
nurse.
Shall we get to the high list?
Sure. What the fuck? What's the high
All
list?
right.
What are we doing? The high list. Which is it?
Who's
Okay.
the video you talked about with the
I have
panic
to-
attacks and stuff?
Yes, I've got it. I'm working on it now.
Okay, I'll start the intro. You ready? You let me
Okay.
know.
You go ahead.
Okay, all right.
Start it, and
Here we
I've
go.
got the video loaded here.
Okay, here's all 5 seconds of it.
It's certainly high on the list.
Now, I just want to say, I don't remember what I was going to say. So let's watch the.
What's the video?
So I suffer from panic attacks. Unfortunately, fortunately though, because of my microdosing with shrooms, I don't get them as often as I used to. This used to be something that happens when I'm going out, when I'm about to go out, when I got an event, this and that. I have panic attacks. So I thought today
Go ahead.
that we would watch how to help somebody having a panic attack. It's 8 minutes long, so it's a little bit long, but yeah, hey, we'll sit here and watch it with you.
Alrighty.
I'm Joe Walls, and I'm a psychotherapist at My Therapy NYC. And today I'm going to talk about how to help someone having a panic attack. What is a panic attack? Over 6 million adults in America, that's roughly 2.7% of the population, have panic disorder and experience panic attacks repeatedly. However, as many as 1 in 5 adults may experience at least one panic attack in their lifetime. A panic attack is a sudden, intense episode of overwhelming fear and anxiety. A person's brain and body undergo a fear response, but without the presence of any actual threat. Essentially, a panic attack is a false alarm. The body of the sufferer is unnecessarily going into the fight, flight, or freeze response. Along with being frightening, panic attacks can be confusing, often with no clear cause or way to predict an onset. They may occur in high-stress situations, but also when a person is calm, or even when asleep. How to recognize a panic attack. First, it's important to note that a panic attack can often resemble a heart attack to an outside observer, or even to the person experiencing it. When encountering someone who seems to be having a panic attack, you should first try to determine whether the symptoms have a physical cause or are the result of heightened anxiety or fear. Not everyone experiences panic attacks in the same way. If you know that a friend or loved one experiences panic attacks, it can be helpful to ask them what symptoms they experience. Generally, panic attacks last 5 to 10 minutes, often reaching peak intensity by the 10th. Some can last as long as 30 minutes and consist of multiple attacks, one after another. Also, the person experiencing one may lose their sense of time. Here are some of the symptoms that may be part of a panic attack. Abdominal distress, chest pain, chills or hot flashes, a choking sensation, dizziness, feeling like you're going crazy, like you're dying, feelings of terror, dread, or doom, heart palpitations, numbness, shaking, shortness of breath. What to do to help someone who's having a panic attack? Remain calm. It may be scary, but try to stay calm. Talk in a calm voice and reassure the sufferer that you won't leave, it won't last long, and that they're safe. Learn the warning signs and symptoms that were outlined earlier. Breathing. Engage in calm, slow, normal breathing that the person can mirror, but don't call attention to it, and do not use a paper bag. That could lead to hyperventilation. Name it. Gently identifying the event as a panic attack can help give the person context for what they're experiencing and help alleviate any fear caused by a new or unknown sensation. Ask how you can help. If this often happens to a person, they may have a standard coping mechanism. You may want to ask in advance if it's a friend or loved one. Also, you may receive a curt response. Don't take offense. It can be difficult to behave logically or politely when suffering a panic attack. Also, the person may want you to leave. You can give them space, but keep watch and let them know that you'll return if they need you. Also, positive affirmations and conversation can be helpful. Ask questions. Introduce yourself if you don't know the person, and ask if they need help. Ask whether they might be having a panic attack and whether they've had one before. Determine whether to stay or to go. Inform the person that you can help them leave if they want to. It may help alleviate some of the stress. The goal is to be where they're most comfortable. Offer positive, supportive words. Being kind and non-judgmental helps the person to feel safe and to understand that you're there to help. Validate their distress. Offer an empathic response, letting them know that you recognize the difficulty they're facing and are there to help. Help them stay grounded. Assist the person in focusing on what is really happening around them rather than what they fear they're feeling. You can try a variety of grounding actions, chatting calmly and slowly about familiar activities and places, offering a textured object that they can focus on feeling. You could try the 5-4-3-2-1 technique, focusing on things that are in the room and the different senses. 5 items to see, 4 objects to touch, 3 noises to hear, 2 different smells, and 1 taste. Focus questions. What's the day of the week? What's your location? Who are you with? Moving and stretching. Physical touch, if they're comfortable. Repeating a calming or helpful phrase. Simple math. Count to 10 or perform relatively easy calculations. Sitting down in a comfortable chair with feet on the ground. Respect their needs. They may need time afterward to rest and recover. Plans may need to change. Alternatively, if they are up for the plans, continuing with those plans can help reinforce the idea that they can survive a panic attack and continue with their lives as normal. Encourage and assist in finding help. When the attack is over, later, help them find a licensed mental health professional. Recommend self-help books that you may be familiar with. Help them find related support groups. Help them look for other support resources, including organizations like the Anxiety and Depression Association of America. What not to do when someone is having a panic attack. Don't compare panic to common fear and stress. Panic attacks are more severe and may be difficult to understand if you haven't had them before. Don't shame or minimize the person or their experience. Similarly, avoid being critical or judgmental. Avoid saying things like, just relax. There's nothing to be afraid of. You're upset over that. What's wrong with you? Don't say those things. And don't make assumptions. Ask what they need. Don't just assume. And don't give advice. Some techniques, if new, could backfire, like some breathing techniques could lead to hyperventilation. Don't tell them how to manage symptoms. Just try to assist. When to get help. Generally, time and support are the best things to provide until the attack passes. It may feel like it isn't enough, but it often is. And calling emergency services when they aren't needed can make the situation more stressful. As mentioned before, a heart attack or other serious condition could possibly be confused with a panic attack. Try to be mindful of when you may need to call for medical assistance. Here are some of the factors that may indicate you need to call 911. The person never had a panic attack before. They're experiencing chest pain that feels like squeezing, not stabbing, and it moves to the arms and shoulders. They're experiencing chest pressure that lasts more than a few minutes. Their symptoms last for more than 20 minutes and get worse rather than better. They're vomiting. They're losing consciousness. That brings us to the end of our discussion today. Remember, panic attacks can be very frightening and stressful, both for the sufferer and for someone witnessing them. I hope you found this video helpful. And I'd like to invite you to share your comments and thoughts and questions below. And for more information, check out our website at mytherapynyc.com.
Go on, try and talk now. Al. Go on.
No. So very good information there.
Yeah, I think so because one who suffers from panic attacks, it's nice when somebody doesn't do a lot of the things that he suggested you don't do, because most people will overwhelm as opposed to just, hey,
Yeah.
calm down, man. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not even supposed to say things like that. One of the things that will trip me off when I'm in one of those things happening is relax, man.
No.
You need to chill out, dude. Like, because I'm sorry, once it starts, it will keep going unless you calm down.
Yeah.
But hearing that you need to calm down doesn't help.
Doesn't help it whatsoever.
No.
More about trying to
cope.
Yeah. Yeah.
You need to. It's true.
Now, can cannabis help with you in your panic attacks?
Yes, but it can also make it worse depending on the strain.
Okay.
Depending on the strain.
Do you find that that they don't help if it's particularly like a sativa based strain?
No, because there are sativas that act like an indica, and there are indicas that act like a sativa. And if cannabis is setting you off the strain that you're using, one of the reasons I get more than one strain is because when one strain's causing issues or not helping relieve another issue, I'll mix it. And then usually you can find a happy balance.
Good. Just so you know, Buddy Weed says great information, and thank you.
You're welcome.
There you go. All right. Yeah. So he's just trying to find a good mix that can help.
Yeah, like I've got I got some banana OG and papaya and some root beer.
Oh, papaya.
Yeah, I hold on. I'm trying to think with the last one. Some apricot, purple apricot.
Oh,
okay. So I've got 4 strains, and I found that the root beer made me a little panicky, and I
called root beer.
Yep,
Okay.
root beer Kush. I found that one of the indica strains was more like a 50-50 hybrid than an indica, so that was a little bit of a little just kind of go about your day.
Yeah,
but the sativas are the root beer is a sativa, and it made me a little panicky.
Yeah.
So I mixed.
Right.
I'll mix the OG Kush or the banana OG with a little bit of the root beer, and I got a nice, it was nice.
A good mix that you're able to, if you needed to, you could, reduce or increase either strain. But it sounds like you got yourself something that works. It's just being consistent, being able to have that available.
When I get everything, when I get my stash,
yeah,
I usually try each strain right off the bat with a little space in between, and you can literally adjust your ride. You can you have a little bit of this, and then you have a little bit of that, And if you get a little bit too hyper from that, you have a little bit of that and calm down a little bit. And it does it. And you add music to that. And hello. Anyways.
Could you, I guess no. What? It wouldn't be. I was just trying to think whether the CBD would help, smooth things out.
I know you tend to stay with one strain, correct?
Yeah.
Where I can't do that.
Oh.
I can't.
I have variety, but I do have my main strain, crap.
Yeah, I mean, there are strains that I like and that I'm going to grow so that I always have it.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Just because
variety.
Yeah, I get used to it. And I've learned that, there really are strains that you can do morning, afternoon, and night. And
yeah.
So it's that each strain that you use depends on the person that is using it. When that first time when you got stoned and you didn't like it, probably because it was a shitty strain.
Oh yeah, more likely. Yeah. And I know people who are like that. Negative, actually.
I have had negative effects from strains that I've smoked with you at an event, and nobody knew it. And nobody knew it. Well, I guess maybe you did, but
you can just get really high. Holy fuck!
That's when I go outside and I get some air and I switch strains. When a friend says to me, I'm really depressed or I'm really hyper or I can't calm down, I'm like, and they are over consumers, some people would call. I always say jokingly, but I mean it, switch strains. It's time to switch strains. Because I know when I use the same strain for too long, it affects me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Usually for the worse.
I grew 4 strains this year. So
when that's what I once I get into a cycle, I hope to always have 4 strains available.
Good. All right. Do you feel a little hungry?
Yeah, I've only had a toasted cheese sandwich so far.
All right. Well, I got the recipes for you just to cure that munchies.
All right. Cha cha cha.
Cha cha cha. Yeah, that's right. So today, being that Christmas is just around the corner, another 2 weeks. Actually, 2 weeks today.
Yes.
I thought that it'd be a good time to give people an idea on, maybe you got lots of friends or family. Maybe you have a friend gathering that like cannabis. So I thought that I would come up with a recipe, but a whole Christmas dinner.
And
everything you choose. All right.
Anthony and I can't remember her name in Hamilton used to have suppers where you could go.
Yeah.
And what's her name?
Her?
She does the canna crawl. She's a chef.
Yeah, I know.
but anyways, and Danny Raposo, who is was a runner-up on Master Chef Canada, I think it was.
Wow.
He also makes full meals.
Yes.
Yeah. He also has he's in Portugal now, I believe, and he has a lot of cannabis dinners that he makes.
All right.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I've got a dinner for you, Al, right here.
All right.
See, right there. There's the turkey sitting on the front cover. Grassroots Advocate. That was the magazine that PACE put out. And you can see cannabis infused turkey dinner.
Yeah, I'm looking forward.
Just go straight to it. All right. Now, because the fact that Al, do you really want to cook a whole turkey? Maybe not. So
yes. No. Hold on. Yes, you asked a question. Let me fucking answer it, man.
No, I want to answer it for
Sorry.
you. Go ahead.
Now you lost my train of thought. I enjoy turkey to the point where I must have extra for sandwiches. So just do the whole fucking turkey.
Just do the whole turkey. He takes the whole turkey. All right. Yeah, there we go. Buddy says, all right. Infuse Christmas dinner that will make the holidays happy. Exactly, buddy. Exactly. So here we go. Here I've just used a piece of turkey breast because I was looking at more of, one or two people versus somebody who doesn't need a whole turkey, cooking a whole turkey when I wrote this. So yeah, there's the turkey. You can see it there. Look, they put the butter right on top of the piece of turkey.
You know what? I watch a lot of cooking stuff.
Yeah.
And a lot of people do that. So cooking with can of butter, if you're going to use butter anyways, might as well.
Might as well. Now there's cannabis infused stuffing.
Oh.
It takes 1 cup of infused oil in order to make that. So you've got your turkey, you've got your stuffing. Both of them are done using cannabis. And then you've got your rosemary cannabis mashed potatoes. Right. Followed by, and they use canna cream in that one. Followed by your easy cream corn that's infused with cannabis butter.
I'm going to have to print this off, I think.
And then, if that's not enough for dessert, you're having not my grandma's crispy apple crisp.
I love apple crisp.
Apple crisp.
Until you get that piece with the apple core in it, and then you're like,
you get to swallow it all down with your sparkling pear Processo can of punch.
Not really a pear flavor.
No, yeah. So there you go. I'm going to put that website.
Your duck is calling you.
My duck is calling me. Correct. That's my phone.
I figured. So I mean, I have done a little bit of cannabis cooking. I help Paula at the lounge. We've had the gal that I was talking about in, but I've not made a full meal. I've made cookies. I haven't done ice cream yet.
No, you're right.
But I've made cannabis treats. I've made mushroom treats. But you, sir, have taken it a little bit further, and you have a chocolate machine that you infuse chocolate and put it in.
Yeah. We would have a chocolate fountain, and we would melt cannabis and cannabis butter in with the chocolate in the fountain, and it would just flow out of the fountain, and you just dip your fruit or whatever you wanted to dip into. Usually it was fruit.
Stop, or I'm going to turn into Homer Simpson.
Oh, it was so good. I'll tell you, it was great. But yeah, I've cooked a lot of different things, just at home, and I just basically if a recipe or whatever called for butter, I just put can of butter in it.
Now, how's the wife feel about edibles?
For herself,
yes.
She knows low and slow.
So she doesn't mind edibles now and then.
No, it's not as if she eats any or anything like that, but it's not as if she hasn't, right?
See, my issues with the edibles that are available out there in the market, and when I say in the market, I mean everywhere, both legal and illegal market, or the indigenous market, or whatever you use. Most, unless otherwise posted, most gummies, candies, pops, drinks are made with isolates and distillates, which I don't like.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. You've said that before. You don't like them.
No, I
And
don't
then,
like.
a lot of that is sugary stuff too, right?
Which I also have to.
Yeah. Yeah. Diabetes, right?
No,
Yeah. You gotta watch that.
Diabetes.
Yeah. You gotta be careful for that for sure. No,
Remember,
that's what's,
go ahead.
that's what's nice about the THC base that I get from Legacy 420. Just put it in what I want, right? If I want to put it in some yogurt, I can just put it in some yogurt.
Yeah, but is that a distillate or is that made from
Full
cannabis?
spectrum.
It's full spectrum. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I try and use.
The higher the dosage,
the more expensive.
No, you can, the taste, the cannabis taste is there.
Oh yes, of course.
Because of it being, yeah, it's not a distillate, man. She's not.
It's
yeah.
it's all about how it's made, right?
Yeah.
Right?
So
yeah.
Okay. So the recipe's done. Anything else you wanted to touch on, food wise?
Ding 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 ding. Let's hurry up and get with this shit. I'm getting hungry now.
You get
lunchtime nears.
The lunchtime nears, so it's still another hour away, man. Okay. First, okay. From there, we'll move on to the next segment.
All right.
Instead of running our promo that was going to take 2 minutes.
Why not? Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Hey, it gives you time to run and grab a snack.
No, I'm good. I got my doobie.
Okay. All right. You're good. All right. As everybody knows, who maybe you don't know, we have put out a movie, like a sort of bit of a documentary type movie on the Apple. And it was released last week. And it's about 50 minutes long. We get to see how the Apple is created. I see that.
And uncreated.
And, yes, exactly. And so I'm going to run a quick promo on that, and then we're going to come back with a review, some of my own. So we'll talk to you in about 2.5 minutes.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pops, glass bottles. Okay, soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the hackers. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to go over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old. I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
Hey, where'd you go, Al?
Sorry.
All right, you're coming back. All right. Yeah, the Apple promo there. Let everybody know. It's available. It's on YouTube and on our Facebook places and everything.
And you need to watch the documentary to find out.
Hey, what happened?
That's right. Exactly. Because what does happen with that apple and that nail? You say, Buddy Weed says it's time to infuse lunch. All right, buddy, we'll work on that. See, maybe next week's show. And he says, great work on the apple video. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Hopefully you got to see the whole video, not just the promo there, buddy.
Maybe let's post a link to that video.
We'll post a link to the video. All right, I'll do that during the show because I haven't got it in front of me right now.
Here, I'll get it.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know where it is.
It'll be on my YouTube page, so I'm on my way right there right now. It'll be on the 420. It should be on the 420.
Yeah, I will get it. You keep going,
PACE
and
page
I will
as well.
I'll get.
Yeah, I've got it. Huh?
You got it?
Oh, I thought I had it. Hang on. Let's see, we're live.
I'll see if I can find it real quick.
Oh, okay.
So you can keep going.
Oh, there it is. I got it now.
All right. Jesus.
All right, and I got the
You knew
link.
where it was.
So I'll put the link in the comments, everybody, for you to watch. You catch the video, the full complete video of the apple. We go through all the steps of the creation of it, from the shape to watch him make every piece and how it's done. There's questions and answers through it, and you'll get the answer to that video there with the nail. I think you'll be surprised.
Excuse me one second.
All right, you leaving? Okay. Okay, apple video. This is what I'm typing in the chat here, folks. Comments. Okay, and there we go.
She actually came in and ate his food while he was eating it.
The cat came in and
the dog came in and ate his food while got his face buried in his bowl.
Oh. Okay, so I've added the apple video there.
Awesome, thank you, buddy.
All right, now product review. I did run that video. What I've done is another strain, a strain that I grew this year. First time growing it, so like last week. This one is called Cherry Dragon. You can see my bud. Got a little bud here. Smells like a bud. And it's the first time, like I said, I grew it. The good thing, you can grow enough cannabis for a year off of one plant, no problem.
No, really, you'll have to send me some information.
Yeah, I'm gonna say she's a 2-pounder.
Really, and how big was it?
Probably about, I'm gonna say around 7 feet, maybe 7.5 feet. Yeah,
Wow, dude.
Big and round. I actually posted a video of it on Blue Sky of it getting caught in a windstorm out there. Just basically.
Is this one of the ones that broke?
No, it didn't break. But I'll tell you, it was friggin' swishing and slamming around, and I'll see if I can pull it up here and just show it to you on my phone. I'll have to should clean my phone. And but it was just.
I have I got cookie stuff all over my.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's just crazy. Gets slammed around out there, but hey, they survived, right?
I was always worried when I went home for a week if I was going to come back to them, blown over, or And at the farm, I never had any issues at all. You know, they just sat there and did what they were supposed to do.
Oh yeah.
We get, as I was saying to Al earlier, we get 100-kilometer winds here because I'm like literally maybe a mile from the edge of the lake.
Yeah.
And Lake Superior is the angry lake. So I've got 2 panels from my greenhouse that have blown out.
Yeah.
And they were in there 5 feet tall, big buds on the top, and they made it. They they made it
Yeah.
through ways. Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks when they break though, I'll tell you.
Yeah, but you figured out a way to repair it.
Yeah,
didn't
I did. Okay, here's the, I don't know if you can see it here.
you? Oh yeah. Wow.
It blowing around. But there's the plant, just to give you an idea how big it is. You asked me how big does it grow.
I like to watch the trees off in the distance there, over in the forest in front of the house there.
Now
in the wind, because they're just like, whoa, you get like 20 foot high birch trees that are just like going like literally like this, eh?
Yes.
And then every now and then one goes and it's like, oh cool.
The that never broke during any of the wind or anything.
Wow.
So I was happy with that. It was easy to trim as well.
Hand trim, or did you use a machine?
Hand. And yeah. And then so I got some information on it.
Okay. Cool.
All right, there you go.
Oh, it's from the same site that you showed me last week.
Correct.
Or
Yep.
is this the one that you showed me?
No, that was a different one last week.
Okay.
Last week was Trophy Wife. This week is Cherry Dragon.
And are these feminized or regular?
These are crossed with the Panama Dragon by crossed with Cherry Noir. So it's crossed back to each other. It's a hybrid.
No.
It is shorter and taller plants. I'm going to say mine was a taller plant, which leads towards the Panama Dragon. It says it's rich and diverse terpene profile with a wide range of flavors and varieties, skunky along the earthy, floral, and fuel tones. Yeah, I have to say so. Callus to leaf ratio, calic high leaf ratio. Easy to grow. Yep, it was easy to grow. Stuck the seed in the ground, watered it, looked after it, fed it, went out every day, multiple times a day. So you can see THC there, 25 to 28%. CBD is 1 to 2%, and harvest in the middle of October. So there.
Awesome.
I would say probably the only negative that I found with it.
You want to share a link to that?
Sure, I'll share a link to that. The only problem I did find with it, as you saw, lots of wind. Okay.
Yeah.
It did end. I was hoping that would help keep things dry and stuff, but I did end up with some bud rot. Whether that's because of any moisture, I'm not sure, but there was some bud rot in it. But like I said, it's a 2-pound plant, and the bud rot I threw out didn't affect the yield to that point that I threw it out or gave up on it or anything like that. Okay, so I'm gonna throw that.
My horse just walked past the door.
What's that?
My horse just walked past the door.
Oh, did it? All right. Now, I don't know if you noticed there. It was red. The leaves go red in it.
I colors that cannabis can produce. In a very subtle way, they're very vivid.
Yeah.
That-
Yeah.
Vivid subtlety.
Okay, I can close that tab off. I can close that tab off. All right, so yeah, Cherry Dragon. As far as the effect, I had a doobie before the show, and yeah, I could feel it here, and it was calming effect. My hey, it might be good for panic attacks with it being calming.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, maybe when the mail opens back up again, I'll send you some.
Okay.
All right. And then you can let me know down the road. You just never know. Might be good stuff for that. So, all righty. Shall we move on to the next segment? Unless you have some questions on the buds.
What are we? Well, no, I have lots of questions on the buds, but no, we can go on.
Okay. All right. Here we go. It's that time.
Otherwise known as fake news.
Come on. What do you got? I think you got a story that you wanted to discuss.
I do. Which one was it? Oh, the driver one.
Yeah, that was the one I think you wanted to do. Correct.
Yes. So I've got. Now we might get in trouble for this. We might not. I've got a little video that's 2 minutes long that is about driving while on gummies.
Yeah, it's actually they're doing a study on edibles.
Yes.
And driving and what the effect edibles have on people's driving.
Which
they're looking for volunteers.
Yes,
I believe. Have they?
When we were going through the whole legalization thing, there were also studies being done, I believe, down at CAMH about smoking cannabis and driving.
Driving, correct. Yes.
I've always wanted to, since I've been doing the show, I've always wanted to go get really, really high and go for a drive in one of these simulators and see if it really, really affects me, because I have ADHD and get distracted very, very easily. But I also want to mention that if you were to say what my career was over my life, I drove a truck, I drove a panel van, I drove a forklift. So driving is my thing. And do I drive stoned? No. Do I drive medicated? Yes. I don't drive down the road anymore while smoking a doobie, because that's a lot of trouble that you don't need. Seriously.
That's correct.
Right?
Exactly.
But like when I was younger, there was a time when we went for I'm sure Al went to booze cruises. We'd go up to Caledon and drive around on all the dirt roads. And have
you do, eh?
Smoke a couple of doobies and then head home by way of Barrie.
We stopped once because I didn't drink, so I was the guy who
you were the driver. Yeah,
I was the driver.
Unfortunately, the driver that we had was the drunk.
We squeezed 5 people into a Vega, and away we would go.
Green Army green Dodge Dart here.
And one day we come across a young lady that was just sort of hanging around the end of her driveway, and so we stopped and we asked her. We said, "Well, what do you get high on out here?" And she said, "Life." So yeah. So there you go. All right, run your video.
All right. Oh! Every time I go to run something, that real player pops up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of research on smoked cannabis and the impacts on driving, but very little on the effects of edibles.
University of Saskatchewan professor Alexander Krizel is readying the next study happening at the Driving Research and Simulation Lab. He and his team want to feed people weed gummies and test their driving skills while stoned. They do it using a special driving simulator to perform basic moves like changing lanes and merging.
We also have a battery of tests where we can look at how people can think, and you kind of stress them out a little bit to see how well they perform under a certain amount of stress, and that kind of gives us a good indication of how much the edibles are impacting their ability to think and drive.
The study is co-funded by CAA. According to SGI, more than 1,500 people had vehicles impounded and licenses suspended after failing roadside THC testing last year. The Auto Club wants to use the study in a future national campaign aimed at young drivers.
There was a CAA poll that showed that young drivers think that they can drive just as good or better when they're high. So, and that's increased by 10% since 2021. So there's a real need to for research.
They are still looking for people to sign up, specifically those between 19 and 30 who have not consumed cannabis or other drugs for at least 3 days.
Yeah, we'll actually see how long the effects last and how pronounced they are. You know, at what point is the height of the effects and when did they start to taper off? We do know studies say the effects will last up to 10 hours, but we really don't have any clue what that means for driving impairment.
The study starts in the new year with results expected in the spring. Krizel says everyone who takes part gets snacks and a free cab ride home. Jeremy Warren, CBC News, Saskatoon.
Now, Al.
Yo.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Have you ever been pulled over for smoking and driving, or gone through a ride programming? Well, I said almost because you had already, I know the end of this story.
I drove right into a ride program while I was consuming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what happened?
But I didn't.
What actually happened?
It wasn't if I just drove up to the ride program, seeing the police officers.
No, it was like, oh fuck, put this out.
It was more about coming down a hill and around a corner, and they were around the corner at a stop sign, and I wondered what was so much traffic at the stop sign. I was just thinking, geez, it's busy in this town today, because it was just a small little town that I was driving through.
Yeah.
And sure enough, it was a ride program. And I got busted. There was no driving against cannabis laws at the time, so I wasn't charged with DUI for driving while stoned on cannabis. I was charged with having possession of.
So they didn't charge you with driving under the influence.
No.
They charged you with possession.
Possession, correct. Yeah.
So you're a felon, is what you're saying.
No, I've had a pardon. I went to a cannabis event and learned about a company that deals with pardons, so I contacted them, and so I got some comments here from Buddy Weeds that we should maybe throw in there, and he says that I have never been impaired by cannabis to the point that I could not drive. Now drinking, on the other hand, totally different story and different effects. Correct.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, and he says that he's been through a couple of ride checks himself, and over the years, there's no doubt about that. And he says he pulled out his medical license and they sent him on his way. Really, eh? Because normally, that's not permission to drive by having a cannabis license.
Yes.
And the same as a prescription. If you got a prescription for opiates, but you're taking a pile of them and you're stoned on
which
your
is
medication,
which is one of the reasons why they changed the consuming and driving laws, because one of the things they were trying to combat is the pills and driving. You take a handful of fucking perks and then go for a drive.
Right,
You
right.
know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So from driving and eating gummies and getting stoned, we're going to go on to the next story, what happens to do with Health Canada. And they say that about 5% of cannabis purchases in Canada come from irregular sources. You notice it doesn't say illegal, it just says irregular sources. And all the other headlines I was seeing was saying 3%. And I was wondering why Canada's got 5%. And I found out why once I read it and got into the story. And so yeah, this is done through the 2024 Canadian Cannabis Survey. You can see it right here.
Which they were asking the public to
answer
utilize.
questions.
Yes.
Yeah. They say the amount spent per month on cannabis decreased from $73 to $63. Now, is that because of price compression? Because that's over 6 years, and as we know, the prices have gone down.
Has it been 6 years already?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Okay. Smoking cannabis remains the most common way Canadians consume cannabis.
I think I will. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. But the proportion who report smoking cannabis has declined by 20%. They said in 2018, 89% of cannabis consumers smoked. That number has declined to 69% in the last 2 years.
I think that's because the novelty is worn off.
Yeah, and there's the people are learning about the alternative ways I would think of consuming it, right? Eating cannabis products is the second most common mode of consumption at 57%, which is up from 43% 6 years ago. And vaporizing, which includes vaping dried cannabis and extracts. And, I got a vape pen right here. Accounted for 37% of the consumption.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
The number of people reported getting their cannabis from legal source in the first half of 2024 remained the same as the previous year, up 72% from just 37% in 2019. Now, as I mentioned, some places are reporting 3% of the people don't get their cannabis from the legal store. What they've done here in this article, they call it irregular. So there's 3% of respondents in the survey reported getting their cannabis from an illegal source, while 15% got theirs from a social brand and stuff. Now, 2% reported getting their cannabis from First Nations community. So that 2% and that 3% will give you that 5% that's in the headline for the regular source.
Now, I suspect that these numbers are much higher, to be honest. But
yeah, well, these are the numbers that people have submitted to the government.
Yes.
But yeah,
most most people don't talk about it; they just do it.
No,
it's
and a lot of people say
us few that like to talk about it all the time.
And some people would say, "What survey?" No one asked me any questions.
Yeah, well, yeah, and a lot of the OG cannabis community in Canada will say that, because you know what? I've been sitting here for 20 fucking years almost, and nobody's ever asked me to take part in a fucking survey.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Now,
I would be a key demographic, I would think.
Yeah. And it might be that they just put out the notification, and it's just up for the public to see it randomly and do it. Yeah, correct.
And they do it, the way they do it though is they sneak these things up so that you don't, like, oh, there's another survey. Oh, cool. Where is it? Oh, well, it ended yesterday.
Yeah. I think I've done one. I've done one of these ones.
Just like when they allowed members of the public and the community that they actually invited into these meetings during Health Canada's decision-making of legalization when it was coming forward. And yet I was never invited. I know a few people who went, but they just went. They weren't invited. They invited doctors and lawyers and ex-police officers who didn't consume to make laws that consumers had to follow.
Yeah, buddies like you and me, we haven't been asked, but the DEA is already being accused of fixing all the witnesses and speaking to them speaking to one particular one behind the scenes. So yeah. Now, as far as the driving end of things, because we were talking about the gummies and so on and so forth, they say the number of people reported using cannabis before driving was 18%, increased slightly from the year prior. It was at 15% in 2023, but still lower.
Most people won't answer yes to that question.
Well, 27% of the people reported yes in 2018.
My point.
Yeah. They say this included 16% who reported driving within 2 hours of smoking or vaporizing cannabis.
Well, isn't that generally the rule that law enforcement will pick up on things when they ask that question? Have you consumed cannabis? Yes, I have. How long ago? 2-3 hours ago. That should suffice.
Yeah.
If you're not acting like, hey man, no, I don't do that stuff,
Now they say those who reported using cannabis in the last 12 months, 78% said they believe cannabis use impairs one's ability to drive. 13 responded that it depends, and 6 responded saying that it did not impair driving ability. And that was brought up in that video that you had there.
I would say that I would answer depends.
Yeah.
Because it depends on the individual. Are they a medical patient, or are they just a consumer that consumes now and then?
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, I don't even want to incriminate myself, but I wake up and have 6 doobies before I even go make breakfast. Is smoking a joint an hour before I go out for a drive going to affect me like it would a kid who's just going down the road, puff, 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 passing?
Yeah.
No.
Buddy says that lots of people with very little experience with cannabis making the rules isn't very smart, and that's there was that, especially when it came through on the legalization end of things. But especially when it comes to new drivers or new consumers.
With new drivers, that's your forte, Al. No.
Yeah. Like I've seen people get stoned off a 110 milligram gummy.
Oh fuck! I've gotten ripped off fucking cookies before.
Yeah. So yeah.
I've
2.5.
I've gone through. We were talking about panic attacks earlier.
Right.
I've called an ambulance because I thought I was having I thought I was having a heart attack. So I called an ambulance, and that H word came up, hypermemesis.
Yeah, that one.
It's the first thing, and I was just like, don't even. but the feeling and the sense, regardless of anything, this sensation was there because I consumed too much cannabis, and that's my body going, hey, you need to slow down, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it does matter. It matters who you are. It matters the strain, and I mean it matters the situation. Do I condone driving under the influence of anything? No. Just for legal purposes.
Alrighty. We've gone from the headlines. It's time for us to take a quick little break, and then we got 2 more segments to go, and that's some sports, and we got some events and entertainment still to come. So we'll see you in about 23 seconds. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
36, 37, 38.
Okay, buddy, just put it down there. That's good. That's right. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Yeah, my grandson was here. He's talking to him.
Yeah.
You got a live studio audience, you know. All right. So, sports wise,
David
what's
used
up?
to sit on the couch while we did shows when he was younger. He would sit, and I would have him sit directly behind me so you couldn't see him.
He was just passing by.
Yeah,
and he was getting something out of the printer here. Besides
excuse me, Papa, I'm cutting through.
Yeah.
Need something to draw on.
So in sports, there is a new league out. It's called the Northern Super League, and they've held meetings in Toronto. And what is the NSL, the Northern Super League? It is a new women's pro soccer league. So we got new league, new team. They've got the football team, not football, but the soccer team there already for the men.
It's called football as well, buddy.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Depends on what country you're from, right? And now they've got a women's league that is going to have a team there in Toronto. And the league we're going to have 6 teams in total, and it starts in April of this year. They've been having all their board meetings and discussing things.
Where are they playing out of?
That's what I'm looking for right now, to see what's in the The Northern Super League will kick off teams within Vancouver, Calgary, Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, and Halifax.
So all the big cities.
Yeah. All Canadian teams. And
will they be playing against American teams? Does it say, or is it just?
No, it doesn't say. It doesn't say anything. It's all Canadian teams. I would think, like, if I would maybe look at that come expansion, maybe if they expanded, like the PWHL, the Women's Hockey League there, professional league, they're expanding. So I could see where the NSL may get that inaugural season up and running, get it out there, and then start taking in expansion opportunities for other people.
Women's sports is taking off big time. I actually, during the fight, I actually enjoyed that women's bout more so than I did the others.
And I didn't watch it, but I can tell you that I've seen posts online agreeing with you.
That was a real fight. Okay, the first fight, or the first 2 fights, I guess, because there were 4, right? The first couple of fights were lightweight, welterweight men's. They weren't very good. I mean, but you could see that women's fight was authentic, and they wanted to have that fight for a long time, and they've said that they're going to do it again. I like I said, I enjoyed it. I enjoy women's sports. The WNBA has got a world of its own now. I remember when that started. I remember when the Blizzard came to Toronto.
Yeah.
Are they still called the Blizzard?
No, I think
they used to play at the University of Toronto field on Bloor.
Oh, okay.
the Blizzard. That's where they used to play, and then they. I don't know if they're still around or not, but
I don't know. I'm just doing a quick Google search, and let's see. It was the Calgary Blizzard Soccer Club.
So maybe they moved to Calgary.
The Scarborough Blizzard Youth Soccer Club.
No, that's not it. So they must have moved to
The
Calgary.
Toronto Blizzard, the High Performance Academy #1. Yeah. Oh.
I don't know. I mean,
use the
like
name.
we discovered a few weeks ago, I just found out that the Argos won the Grey Cup.
Hey, that's because you watch the High Guy Sports News broadcast. That's why you
right.
found it.
That's right. Yes.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Okay. From soccer, we're gonna go on to a cannabis end of things when it comes to sports, and that is because in the NFL has changes cannabis policy to increase the THC threshold for positive tests.
This
The
is
NFL,
is a big one for sports.
It's gone from 150 nanograms per milliliter of blood to 350, so more than twice.
Wow.
And reduce the fines for a positive test result from 50% of the player's game check to a $15,000 first violation. It's $20,000 for a second violation.
Yeah, you know, when you read these articles and you read the captions, you know, it makes it sound like, oh wow, this is good, this is good. This isn't so good. They need to just remove it like other sports these are doing now.
Like even the caption, even the headline tells you that it's still illegal to use it. Like you can use it, but you're only allowed so many nanograms.
Look, if
in
you
your
can
blood.
go and smoke a joint
What's
before a
that
game,
limit?
if you can go and smoke a big fatty before a game and then win, who cares?
Yeah, I know, eh? Maybe they look at it as cheating because if cannabis helps you with your pain, it reduces the pain that you're suffering during
But
the
it's
game.
it's not performance enhancing in any way other than joint rolling.
They also say fines for missed tests will be reduced, and all players who currently have pending discipline for missed tests will have these missed tests excused.
Oops, missed
and
it.
they will be considered as having no missed tests, so the record will be wiped from their system.
No missed test.
Yeah.
I missed again.
So there you go. They've increased their THC limit in the NFL, which is much better than what they were doing in the past. That's for sure.
And that's actually pretty high of a limit.
Yeah, but he says go sports.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'd be interesting, to be able to get yourself tested to find out what is your your
When
limit
they
of knowledge.
first started talking about the NFL making changes, it sounded like they were going to remove it from the banned list. Compared, but obviously, that's never going to happen. Kind of like full legalization. No, it's not going to happen. There's always going to be rules. Wow.
Yeah, there will be.
That
We'll
doesn't
always
happen
be
very
rules.
often.
And as we know, cannabis gets in your system and it sticks around, right? So on Friday, you go out, you do. Let's say they've got a few days where they're not doing any games or anything, and they go out and they consume some cannabis, and then they happen to consume a little bit more, and after the test, and that's still in the system, and they hit them with a random test. Like I'm sort of looking at, can they pile up in order to in the end.
I know somebody who got a job, had to get a drug test. I'd had to take them, and had not consumed cannabis for 2 months leading up to this drug test because they knew that he was going to have a drug test to get this job. 2 months, so that's 60 days, and he failed.
Yeah.
What I found surprising He suffers from panic attacks. So a few days before we went, I gave him a microdose of mushrooms, not thinking. Oops.
He's going with
So
a test.
we went to get his drug test done.
Yeah.
And he came back. He failed his cannabis test, but nothing came up for psilocybin. Let me explain why. It passes through your body within 24 hours, if not faster, because it literally passes through your body out your poop.
Yeah, ours and THC is absorbed into your system. It's in your fatty tissues. Right?
So it's not absorbed. My point is, the moral to my story is, it's not absorbed into your body as cannabis. And,
Sure.
you know,
Yep.
and also pills absorb differently as well.
So the it'll be
No
it'll be
disaster.
interesting. You'll never know. You'll never know what people who pass the test. But it'd be nice.
Well, yeah, you only know about the people who don't.
Yeah. What examples can you come up with that would equal 350 milligrams per milliliter in your blood?
Look, I understand some jobs you have to remain lucid. You can't have any other substances in your body because of danger, because of safety, because of this, because of procedure, whatever.
You're an airline pilot and you've got.
I
500
wouldn't
people
want
on your
my
plane.
airline pilot smoking a joint while he was flying through the air. But yet, at one time, we know this now, a lot of airline pilots in between flights spent a lot of time in the bar.
Yes, that has happened. Yes.
So I mean, like, we've been dealing with this being under the influence crap for a long time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
There's a reason for prohibition,
All righty. Anything else on the sports front?
Nope.
All right. On to the last segment of the day.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's the I like saxophones. I like those.
I played the trumpet. I was the second trumpet in the school band. So
Yeah.
Yep, I like air instruments.
The like Pink Floyd, Comfortably Numb. I always have this image in my head that it was during the Treating Yourself Expo and the Killing Time band was performing. We were at the Mob Club or something like that.
Mod Club, the Mod
Club. I think that's where it was held at.
Yep.
And they had the extra pieces on the stage, like the band, and the guy was up there, and he was playing the sax, and the fog was misting through and everything. It was really cool. I got a good picture of it and sent it to the guys, and they really appreciate it. So it was I like that.
I saw
like blues, like sax.
I saw James Taylor at the Scotia Plaza or Scotia Bank or Scotia, whatever they call it now, Air Canada Center. And Blue Lou from the Blues Brothers played sax in his band because he has a lot of studio musicians in there.
Right.
So I thought that was fucking. I loved that because I grew up enjoying the Blues Brothers stuff.
Yeah.
So it was neat to see somebody from a movie that I saw as a kid playing on a stage with a man who I've adored as my whole life. Right?
Yeah.
I thought that was really cool.
Okay, events.
Speaking of concerts, no, we'll talk about that after.
Don't even go there. Just
go on. No, come on, go on.
More on that later, folks.
Yeah.
Upcoming events. A reminder. I mentioned this last week. I'm going to repeat it this week because it's happening this weekend. Yes, Saturday. And that is the Great Hash Rising Showdown 2.0 is happening. As well as let's just see. Yeah, I'll just bring that up.
And if you're there and you see Sherry Ann Baker doing her thing there, say hi because it'll show up here.
That's right, exactly. So here you go. The Great Hash Rosin Showdown 2.0. Santa Claus is presenting this from 1 till 7 p.m. December the 14th to take part in this hash rosin extravaganza. The first elimination round tickets. Only 100 judge kits available.
Wow.
Judge ticket includes your judge sample kit plus dinner.
Ooh, where is this?
Over $4,000 in prizes available. Now where is it? Well, it's in collaboration with Canna Kick It. Yep. And the email address tells me it's a sublimination event. So the subliminator, maybe, I don't know. Time 1 to 7 tickets. Location TBA to be announced.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. You know, it tickles my butt now that I'm way up here and there's all these events have come back because there was nothing going on when I left because of COVID.
Right.
And now it all kicked up and I'm sitting way up here doing nothing. Nothing, I say. Well, I mean, I sit with these guys. I sit in Al's pocket.
Right.
So if you see Al at an event, look in his pocket. I bet you I'm there.
You bet you're there. Exactly. Okay. Moving on to the next event. As a reminder, Canna Crawl winner.
Winter event.
Festival, September the 14th. Music, food, 40 plus exhibitors, door prizes goes from 2 till 10 in Hamilton.
And this will be in Hamilton, yes.
Yeah. And what else has got here? Event details, 2 to 10, blah, blah, blah. 10. And
for any law enforcement that may be watching, the event location, TBA.
Yeah, and you know, it doesn't even say that in the information down below, but that's usually what it is. Correct. TBA.
We used when we were doing our thing there at Gunjanistas, our weekend thing, Canicade. We would well, we didn't have to worry about that because we were always in the same spot, right? But there's a lot of pop-ups now. But you'll usually find that a lot of things in Toronto are now down at the, what do they call it? The dank
the dank force.
There's like 3 or 4 different places in Toronto now that seem to be hosting these events. And they're doing it quite openly again, which is really cool. Because I think we need that. We need these events. We need to be able to go out and sample and be with the community. And you know, this isn't just about going to the store, buying some weed and going home and smoking it. You know,
no, socialize.
Culture of socializing and with cannabis is bigger. I mean, like how would alcohol consumers feel if you weren't allowed to go to a bar and socialize with your friends over a beer?
Yeah.
We can't do that.
Yeah, or go to a restaurant.
We have to do it here online.
Yeah, go to a restaurant, order a beer, and then sit there and drink it in front of your kids.
The first time I smoked a joint was in a hash bar while I was consuming a rum and coke with my mom. I was probably 12, 14 years old in there. And it was in Amsterdam in the red light district. So I was smoking a joint, drinking alcohol, and watching people screw in the windows.
There you go. Yeah.
I mean, quite literally.
Yes. Yeah.
Still goes on.
Well, yeah, there are some restrictions though now. I think when it comes to, they don't like tourists there because tourists.
They have.
Cannabis, did you know cannabis tourists shit on people's lawns? That's what they say. That's why they banned them.
They have done due diligence to try and stop tourists coming into Holland and other cities of Amsterdam, where cannabis is consumed natively, and you're not allowed to. Like if we were to go on a trip, I couldn't just walk into a store and purchase cannabis. There's laws now. The store can get shut down if they sell to tourists in some areas.
Right. Did you have a video to run in here right now on events?
Yes, we can run one of Sherry Ann's videos from Kind, which we haven't done yet.
They never run the event and the things. I thought maybe we should run that.
Yes.
All right.
So let's bring that up, and I have to find it again. There we go.
Is it better? No. That's the red guy. Oh, we're drunk. No, we're not. Everything's red, alien like.
Yeah.
Well, that was
I tried their stuff.
So we got more coming from Sherry Ann. She goes to events all the time.
Yeah.
And puts little things together, and we're going to start packaging them a little bit differently so that we can actually enjoy a clip.
Yeah. I noticed in that one at Kind, it looked like there was a Christmas tree. I guess winter, right?
Yep.
Winter, yeah.
Also, that is a legal event.
It's a legal one, correct? Yes.
It's a legal event. So the difference between going to what was the other one? Evolve was also a legal event, was it not?
Yeah.
So she goes, but Sherry Ann goes to both legal events and community events as well. So you'll be able to tell the difference because the legal events you can't consume at, but the community events you can.
Yeah, usually. Yeah, exactly. So
although there are now, I should correct myself because as of a year ago, they've been having smoking areas at the larger events.
Okay.
Like Grow Up and what's the other one that we're going to in March?
Can Expo.
Can Expo. They have vaping areas, smoking areas where you can go and consume outside.
Right.
When we started this, when Al and I started this back when they were doing the Treating Yourself Expo, I hope you're feeling better, Marco, by the way. We were consuming in Canadian government buildings.
Yes. Yeah. Federal building. Yes.
Federal
correct.
building. Yes.
Yeah.
And Metro, because the Metro convention center is
Right
Toronto.
there, man. Right there.
And now we have a vaping area where we can go and vape and consume. We're not out by the dumpsters anymore. That's where the tobacco smokers go.
Alrighty. Anything on entertainment wise? Any video, movie that you watched that you want to?
You know what? I watched a movie. I don't have a clip for it. I watched a movie. I mentioned it last week called Conclave.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know what a conclave is. It's the choosing of the next pope when the pope before expires. It's a fictional movie that they've included a lot of things in. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's more of a thriller than anything. But it was really good. And because I enjoy history stuff, right?
Right.
So I enjoyed it. It was really good.
Good. You see that Buddy says that I am consuming everywhere I go, regardless of the rules.
The only rule that I follow on consumption at all of cannabis is if it is legal to smoke a cigarette in that spot, I'm going to smoke a joint. Right.
Yeah. Now I know of a place. I know of a place. It's actually a Legion that has
That
a
allows
sign,
it.
that has a sign at both doors saying no cannabis smoking or vaping allowed.
Yes.
Within 10 meters of the door.
Yeah.
I mean, what? It's close enough to the sidewalk that you could actually have to leave the property.
We had an event here in Terrace Bay. It's
Mhm.
a yearly event, and it's basically the fall fair or whatever you call it, and it says right on the website, this is a smoke-free event. I mean, I understand that they're staying within the law, but yet to say no smoking or vaping, tobacco would be fine by me, but the law states that if you can consume tobacco, you can consume cannabis.
Yeah, but in that sign, that scenario where it says no smoking allowed, that covers
can't
both
do either.
cannabis and tobacco.
And it doesn't matter if you're medical.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it used to. It used to matter, right? But it doesn't matter at all. The Canadian government still in 2024 still does not recognize cannabis as a medicine. They still call it marijuana with an H on their website.
With an H.
And they still say that we don't allow it federally, but yet
as far as the entertainment end of things again, I've got one little article here of cannabis and entertainer that's doing something, and I just have to bring it up. There we go.
Geez, we're going long today, buddy. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know, eh? Look at that. Snoop Dogg opens his first pot shop.
Yep.
So he's got his own stores now.
Yeah, this has been coming for a while now, I think.
Yeah, because I know he had his own brand going on that was connected to Tweed that I think is no more. But opening dispensaries with his name.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people are doing it, so why not? I think one of the first big time celebrities, if you want to call them that, to be public about working in the cannabis industry was Jim Belushi, because he did his reality show about the Belushi farm, and what?
Yeah, Buddy says can't stop me from eating it there. If there's a will, there's a way.
There is.
And the thing is that you're eating it, so nobody's gonna know any difference. You're just eating it, whatever it is you're eating.
I tend to eat.
It's a smell.
I tend to eat things before I go to a concert. because I can't smoke. I have not been to a concert in the last 5 years since legalization where I've
Well, I'll
smoked.
tell you, things have changed.
I'm sure. So before we go to my last little thing here, you're going to see BTO sometime soon.
Yeah, actually, in April, we're gonna go see BTO, April Wine, and the head pins.
And how much were the tickets?
The tickets online, they list them anywhere from I'm thinking $70 to $125.
Yeah, which is normal now. It's not.
Yeah. Just make sure you click on.
Just
make sure you click on the right link. That's all. That's all I can tell you, man.
Yeah.
Make sure you click on the right link because it gets costly otherwise.
How much did the tickets cost you so far, Al? He doesn't.
A few
want to
bucks. Let's just say a few bucks.
I was gonna say.
I'm gonna really enjoy it. It's our 40th. It's our 40th wedding anniversary.
I've had a couple of things go on with tickets, but not like that.
Oh well, yeah, I'll tell you. I learned my lesson.
But you'll enjoy it because I know this because I Bachman Turner Overdrive is Randy Bachman's group. He's had several. But he did this without Burton Cummings, and I saw Bachman Cummings with my pal, with David, before I left, which I thoroughly enjoyed completely.
Did you? Yeah.
You're going to enjoy it because they'll do old songs as well, of course.
Oh yeah, and April Wine, Gail and I seen April Wine at the same venue,
and the head
like
pins,
decades ago.
The head pins you don't see around at all anymore.
Like the head pins, like I went, holy fuck, flashback to the mid '80s.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah.
When I lived in Mount Forest, they had a big concert.
Because she was always Debbie Mills. She was always a rocker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw April Wine, Loverboy, Kid Mitchell, a whole bunch of Canadian old school rockers in Mount Forest, actually in my backyard, because my backyard, the fence on the other side was where they had the concert in the parking lot. And David Wilcox was there, and I had 20 some odd people in my backyard, and a big plume of smoke just wafted over the whole concert. But it's just a barbecue. Sorry.
Yeah, you're sharing. All right. Anything else in the entertainment end of things?
I'm sharing here because I've got this little story here, right here.
Right.
Musicians are collaborating on psychedelics and working with MAPS to promote and study. And they're using, one of the studies that they're doing is music and psychedelics. And so I'm scanning through here just to see who. I know that I saw Melissa Etheridge, who is in the cannabis industry as well, is involved. But I don't see a list here really.
Of who?
Boyd, Etheridge, Yitzy. I've never heard of those. Reggie Watts, Closey, East Forest, and MAPS president Rick Dublin. And of course, Melissa Etheridge is the big name there.
Yes, yes.
And she's been
cannabis. She was dealing with, wasn't she
oh,
dealing with breast cancer or something?
she was in the industry before the industry got started, I assure you, because she's promoted it highly as a medicine, I believe.
Yeah. Completely agree. That's what I said. I could be wrong. I was thinking that it was breast cancer, but
there was some cancer involved there. Yeah. As I've found doing this a while, most of the people who are in the industry now, maybe not so much now the younger people, but the older folks came into the industry because of the need for cannabis as a medical alternative.
Right.
Now, I mean, I don't even know most of the people involved in these events now.
Yeah, things have changed.
Yeah.
No, I sort of think of it as a conveyor belt. People first get in on the scene, involved. They get all, do all the things and all that, and people shift along, and then eventually they just sort of drift away, fade away, and
unfortunately, a lot of the
come in behind.
A lot of the older people in the community, 20 years plus, are buried now because they came into the community as a patient of some sort, and we've lost a lot of warriors, you could call them, who have been fighting for our medical rights in Canada for cannabis.
Right. I think we're wrapping up the show the same way we got it started, and that's talking about those who were leading the charge before us. We started the show talking about
Alan was one of them.
Professor Alan Young, right?
Alan was one of them.
This is a good box end.
John Conroy is another one. He's still very much alive, harvesting his forest mushrooms.
Oh yeah, it's forest mushrooms and all the wildlife that goes by his cameras. It's quite the stuff.
One thing, just to end here, my thought here, one thing that I saw before the snow came down was a lot of lawn mushrooms.
Yeah,
up here, because they migrate in. I mean, I'm literally surrounded by I guess it's a boreal. Is it boreal? Boreal forest. Yeah, which is just another word for a rainforest, basically.
Yeah.
Like we're a small town in the forest, on the edge of the lake, and in the middle of fucking northern Ontario.
Yeah. And we have a message from our buddy Weeds. He says, awesome sounding show. And for anybody who wasn't with us at the beginning, Buddy's been with us the whole time. And this is the third time we attempted to go live.
Third time's a charm.
StreamYard was having problems with the audio. And so we just kept trying. And we finally got through. So yeah, you have a great week as well, buddy.
You too, buddy.
And puff as well. So all right.
Yeah, I can do puff pass now. Look at this.
Hey, yeah. Well, hang on.
I noticed that there's quite the plume of smoke coming out of that fucking thing. I tell you, my Shatterizer doesn't do that. I think I need a new battery.
This battery works great, and I've been switching cartridges all the way through the show.
Have you?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. This is about my first cartridge. Just I got enough of them sitting here.
I've been switching strains and doobies.
Well, that's what I'm doing. That's where we started as well in our discussion today, doing strains. So we got one more comment coming in. Buddy says puff pass as well. Bye, buddy. All right. Other than that, folks, I think that's it. You got anything else you want to say, Al? All right. Bye, guys. We'll see you all next week, same time, same
place. Guys.
And I see that it's not there, so I'm going to go this way. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. You're watching the 420 PACE Network. found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 PACE Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're watching the 420 PACE, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the inaugural, the first episode of Mushy Moment here on paceradio.net. It is, oh my God, it is January 10th, 2023, and we are coming to you live from the Legacy420.com news desk. Mushy Moment desk actually for us. Hey, Steve.
It is.
It is. It is. How's your day?
It is awesome, and this is really exciting.
It is very exciting. It's really exciting. I mean, I've now been with the network for 1 year and 2 days as of today, so it's really exciting to kick off a brand new show, pretty much on my 2nd year anniversary.
That's awesome, and I'm proud to be a part of that new show.
Yeah. Just a little bit of our history. I have been microdosing for a number of years, and about just over a year and a half ago, I saw Steve in the movies and I said, hey, I want to be that guy's friend. And the movie was a documentary called The Psychedelic Frontier, and Steve was on it talking about, putting together microdoses. And I reached out to him and I said, hi, and we became pretty fast friends.
Yes, it's been an awesome friendship, and I can't believe that here we are doing this podcast to help educate other people and show what's possible with microdosing.
Yeah, it's really exciting. Steve and I have both taken psychedelic journeys of our own. I have run off to Vancouver, which is where he is, and I have taken iboga and 5-MeO a couple of times. And Steve has gone down to Mexico and done a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, went into the jungle and did some ayahuasca in the jungles of Mexico. I got to go up into the San Andreas Mountains and go to the home of Maria Sabina, Huatla de Jimenez. Maria Sabina was the very first shaman that was, we call them, but shaman that performed a psilocybin ceremony on a Western world person. She was the one that introduced psilocybin to the Western world. And I got to go to her museum and I got to do a ceremony with her nephew. Her sister had prepared or his mother, her aunt, had prepared the tea. And then we went up to her shrine in the mountains and just, did what you do.
Wow. I've learned a lot being your friend and going through lovely conversations, things I never would have even considered possible, such as the story that you just told us. And I've learned a lot about microdosing techniques over the last little while from you, we'll be chatting about that as time goes on, I'm sure.
Yeah, microdosing my introduction to mushrooms was more macro dosing, but my learning to heal from the mushrooms has been in the microdosing. It's changed my life, and along with it, I've been lucky enough to watch a lot of other people change theirs with the same products and techniques.
Yeah, it's really
It's pretty
exciting
awesome.
to share that knowledge and things that I have done and watch it help other people. It's and it's almost like watching the light come on for some people as they learn that some of this stuff is possible. For me, it was beating addictions and PTSD, and I'm still it's going to be a forever fight, but the tools that it's given me are just invaluable.
Yes. Mine is also yours is actually CPTSD, and that's what mine is as well. Complex PTSD built over a long period of time, multiple incidents, etc. And and the microdosing, yes, has changed so much about. Well, it's made the mental health way brighter and better.
Yeah.
And I need to say that our next guest, or our first guest that we're having on, is I get a lot of people that thank me for the products and making them available. But this guest that's coming on, he's the man that needs the real thanks, because I made him for me to find my way out of a dark place. And he's the one that said, "Nah, you don't get to keep this. You got to share this." He's the one that, when my PTSD wanted me to run, he's the rock that held me up and said, "No, buddy, no. This is where we're going."
Yeah. John is also he's the person that he talks you into doing talked you into is not necessarily the right way to say it, but he's the person that got you to do the documentary, the Psychedelic Frontier. Is that correct?
Oh yeah. He's a great motivator. He's a great inspiration. He's an incredibly awesome friend.
Excellent.
And
Excellent.
I'm proud to know him and proud to have him on the show for our first guest.
Yeah. And so we'll tell you a little bit about John. We're bringing him on. John is an incredibly strong man. I've only known him a fraction, like just a few months really, but what I have learned, kind of creeping his profile on Facebook so I could get some pictures for the ad. I got to see in reverse a very strong man and see what he has gone through over the past 6-ish years. And wow, what an incredible guy. He's brought himself back from a very bad accident. And every picture that I saw with him recovering or since he's recovered, it has been nothing but smiles, and they're a genuine smile, and it's pretty beautiful to see.
Yeah, he's a massive inspiration. He truly is. He's a beautiful soul, beautiful guy, and I'm honored and love the fact that our pathways crossed. It's I like to say the universe has way bigger plans than we can ever see.
Yeah, it does. It starts bringing things together. You kind of look back once you realize the path that you're on, and you go, "Oh, that's what all that stuff is for." I had a day like that yesterday. I looked back and I said, "Oh, okay, that's what I did all that for, and that's why all that happened." And okay, here I go, and it's pretty spectacular. It's something I learned how to do from you, actually. That's one of the things that our friendship has given. Look, I pointed the wrong way after we went over that earlier.
That's funny.
That's one of the things that your friendship has given me, is the ability to look back and go, "Oh, ooh, and it's a pretty freeing thing to do."
Yeah. It's sometimes when you're in PTSD mode, that hyper aware, hyper vigilant, go forward, and you kind of forget to look back, because looking back in PTSD, we look back at fear. But when we can learn to look back not in fear, but to look back and have no emotion to it, and just see what the pathway is put in front of us, it's just a different perspective that can show you that your journey also had a beautiful side.
Yeah. Yeah. All of our journeys have had a beautiful side. Yeah. Yeah. Something
we
else
bring
that you've
him
taught
on?
me. Well, in a second. Yeah, you're really excited. I told him he could have 10 minutes, so we've got at least another minute to go. But yeah, and one of the other things that you've taught me is sometimes we need to speak out loud, and when we do, we're not talking to actually everybody else. We're talking to ourselves.
Oh, yeah, that was one of my really hard lessons to learn. I would, a lot of times I think I'm talking to somebody. It's funny because yours and my conversations, it happens a lot. And I'm, 3/4 of the way through what I'm saying, and I realize, oh, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to myself. And that's part of what I've had to really learn is to not just talk, but listen to the words. Because 99% of the time I'm actually talking to myself.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I've learned that. And a lot of the stuff, you've learned as you've gone along, microdosing and educating yourself, and you've done that with our guest. You have learned, and you guys have educated yourselves and each other, and you've created this most amazing company and these wonderful products that are helping people all across Canada. And with that being said, maybe we should, it's time to bring John on and see what.
No, let's wait. Let him wait another minute. Just
another
he's
minute.
Watching, right?
Yes,
I'm kidding.
He is, and see what he thinks about us sitting here gushing about him for a few minutes.
Yeah, thanks for
Hey, John.
blowing smoke up my ass.
Oh, anytime.
Been sitting here blushing for the whole time.
Welcome to the show, my friend.
I'm honored to be your guys' first guest. This is awesome.
I don't think we could have picked a better guest to have on for the
well, you know what? Steve is so knowledgeable about mushrooms and cannabis, and he's my guru. And yeah, I'm honored to have him as my business partner. My good looks and his knowledge just go together so good.
They're meant to be together. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we both met through post-traumatic stress, actually, and I got it from being defibrillated over 50 times while being conscious. I have a built-in defibrillator, and for some reason, I get defibrillated while I was conscious. So whenever my heart would act up, I'd go into post-traumatic stress. So I started microdosing about 13 years ago, I guess. And
yeah, you're the longest microdosing person that I know.
I've been microdosing for a long time, and now when my heart acts up, I don't go into post-traumatic stress. And post-traumatic stress, for me, I find myself a very strong-minded person. I can control my mind pretty good, but when post-traumatic stress hits, you have no control. It comes and it takes over, and you can't do anything about it. So now that I've been microdosing, it's really, really helped. And after the accident, it really helped with the recovering from the accident also.
Yeah. So let's go back to 13 years ago. How did you get introduced to microdosing?
It was actually kind of a fluke. I was on mushrooms and I had an episode, and I realized that I didn't get overcome with the post-traumatic stress. So then I figured, okay, so I started researching it a bit, and I started learning about microdosing, and I started microdosing, and I've been doing it ever since.
So just self-taught from the fact that you were on mushrooms with that one, and you realized that
that's right.
There's a difference there, and I got to find out.
That's right.
So at that point, where were you looking to find information on microdosing?
On the internet. And also, talking to people and just researching it. And back then, there wasn't a lot about microdosing.
Well, no, because I kicked in about 6 years ago, and it's not even easy to find info then.
Yeah.
No, I mean, and I started about 6-7 years.
Some universities did studies in the 70s and 80s, and that's where I got most of my information was from their studies. And and then it just started to take off, and that's when me and Steve got together, and we started the company, and been building up our product base from there. helping cancer patients. Steve, we found out that there's certain mushrooms that fight cancer that aren't psychedelic, and now we've been working with a mushroom blend for dogs, and having
just
huge
amazing results there.
success.
Yeah,
huge success, unbelievable success that I would never have believed in 1,000 years, that the success we're having on dogs with the microdosing unpsychedelic mushrooms like the turkey tail and the reishi, and just phenomenal results combined with the CBD full spectrum oil also.
Yeah, which is like, I mean, that's quite fast forward for you guys. So let's go back to, like, you started, because I mean, like, I want to tell everybody everything, but I let's go back to how you guys started. So 6 years ago, you guys met, and you started into this.
No, we started the company, I think, about 3 or 4 years ago. And Steve was already making the pills for himself and his daughters for their addiction. And I gave Steve some mushrooms at an event, and then we got introduced. Absolutely horrendous. And I didn't know Steve was a sound guy, and he went up and adjusted the sound, and the music sounded way better. And I went, I like this guy. And I went up and gave him some mushrooms and said, thanks for making the music better. That was the first time we met. And then I got together with Steve, and he was telling me about the pills that he made for his post-traumatic stress. And I says, well, let's share this with other people and start bottling it and making a company.
And weren't you making your own chocolates?
That's right. That's
at
how
that
I
point
was.
in time?
Yeah, that's right. I was microdosing with chocolates, and I'd learned how to make the chocolates, and I did the chocolates so I could divide them up into microdoses. So I knew exactly how much I was taking, because in the beginning I'd eat a stem or a cap or whatever, and I'd get ripped. And, I didn't like that. I didn't want that for work or whatever. So then I started grinding them up and putting them in brownies so I could divide them up. And then I went from brownies to chocolates. And that's how I microdosed.
Because during, I mean, I remember the documentary well. I watched it a couple of days ago to prepare. I watched it again a couple of days ago to prepare. And you were specifically making chocolates, and I remember the like you were making chocolates. And you talked about very similar things in the documentary. The fact that it was easier for you to dose up, and you were chopping them up.
That's right. And I like to make the chocolates in about a 1-inch square, so they're easy to cut up into 10ths or 8ths. Which would be 0.1 of a gram or 0.8 of a gram or 1/8 of a gram or whatever, which I like to microdose.
Yeah.
And I use the chocolates for sleep now. If I wake up in the middle of the night and I can't sleep and my mind's going 100 miles an hour, I take a bite of chocolate. 10 minutes later, I'm out.
Yeah. Because it helps to settle that mind.
And I have some sugarless gum too at my bedside. So after I eat the chocolate, I chew some gum to get the chocolate out of my teeth, because my dentist wouldn't be happy with me. No. But I got a funny story last night. I woke up at 1:30. I couldn't sleep, and there was no chocolate on my bedstand. And I've got a hospital bed set up beside my kitchen. And I go, oh man. So I take my flashlight on my phone and I look under my bed, and I seen a little piece of chocolate. So I'm like, damn, I've only got one leg and I can't kneel down and get it. So I got my back scratcher, and I had my phone in my mouth for the flashlight, and I'm leaning under my bed trying to get this piece of chocolate. And I finally got the chocolate with the back scratcher and blew the cat hair off it and ate it. And then I thought of the 5-second rule, and I made it the 5-day rule now. So there's, yeah. So
the psilocybin
I like that. And I blew the cat hair off it.
Yeah, but hey, 10 minutes later, I was out like a light. So yeah, it saved my butt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it saved me going out in the garage in my wheelchair and getting some chocolate. I just found some under my bed.
Oh man.
So,
yeah.
do you use cannabis edibles as well, or do you just stick with the mushrooms?
No, because of my heart, I don't do any edibles. It affects my heart rate and my blood pressure.
Yeah.
So I don't do any edibles. I just do the mushroom. The
Just the
psilocybin
mushrooms.
puts me to sleep. That's why what happened was I tried the at ease for sleeping and it would make it worse. So then we realized that our blend had ginkgo, what was it? Ginseng.
Siberian ginseng and ginkgo. Yeah.
Siberian ginseng, and they're both a stimulant, which I didn't know at the time. So then we made an evening blend and we took those ingredients out for sleeping. So yeah, so we make an evening blend just for sleeping. Yeah, that's it there. And so yeah.
Yeah, so you guys met 6-ish years ago, Steve said, and then 3 or 4 years ago, you guys are, you're into your friendship. You've chatted. You've realized that you're both doing this. You start working together, and I don't have a bottle of them here, so I'm going to hold up the picture. And you come up with this original blend.
Yeah, that was the first one, and that's the one Steve made for himself and his daughters. And I said, well, look, and then I started taking it. And then I said, look, we've got to give this to other people. Like, this is just amazing. So that's when we started making it. And then we came up with the evening blend. And then Steve made the main event, the Lion's Mane.
Yeah, with the more current research that came in, it was pointing with the recent studies that shown lion's mane regenerates nerve endings, regenerates brain tissue. So it's like, okay, let's make it heavier in that way. They were more science saying you need to be able to pull the psilocybin through the blood-brain barrier. So, more nootropics for that. And yeah, it was just another tool in the toolbox.
So the company that these gentlemen are speaking of, just so you know, we haven't really mentioned it. It is called At Ease. This is the company that they have come up with together, and this is how they're trying to help people out there, and they do every day. I'm just one of very, very many people that you guys help. So when did you guys you came up with all of these? When did the 7 mushroom blend come into play?
That was about a year ago, I guess.
As that product, but it's actually the 7 mushrooms that are in the original blend.
Except no golden teachers.
Without the golden teachers, and then it just has rhodiola added in as an added calmer, and that kind of comes into play when the main event comes into play, because as I start dealing with my PTSD, at one point I've been helping cancer patients for over 20 years utilizing cannabis products and cannabis oil. But my PTSD took me to a point where I couldn't deal with the losses. So I walked away from helping people. And then as my PTSD got better, I stepped back into helping people with cancer. And in the new cancer research that I was doing, all of the mushrooms that we were using for working on the brain work for fighting cancer. And it was like, oh, well, this needs to be adjusted because you don't need to just microdose these. We can macrodose these. The more you do, the better it is for your health. And then by switching to the lion's mane blend, you can get the added nootropics and adaptogens with the added lion's mane in there while you're macrodosing the rest of the mushrooms. And then the cancer patients can do the mushrooms as well in a macro form, because they're, the current science is showing massive tumor busters, massive cancer killer. It's ridiculous. They're immunomodulators that purify the blood. It's all of them. The turkey tail is massive, though. That's just the one they're doing the most research on currently.
Yeah,
but you go through. They all just have amazing. The way they reset the immune system and strengthen it allows the body to rid itself of a lot of disease.
And also combine the 7 mushroom blend with the full spectrum oil with vitamins and minerals.
Yeah.
All work together in combination to fight the cancer. It's amazing results. It's just, and you know, one guy drove all the way down to Kamloops to give me a hug because he was so happy. And yeah, so when someone phones you in tears and tells you you changed their life, it's worth everything we've been doing. Everything.
Yeah, I got to agree.
Yeah, for
makes
sure.
it all worthwhile.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have cancer, but I do have CPTSD and fibromyalgia, and your products have changed my world.
Yeah. And then we got the Scoobies, which have the amino acids and a different blend, and they're helping with the
ADHD community.
Yeah. So, and the amino acids really boost the Scoobies. We weren't allowed to use Scooby. We weren't allowed to use Scooby snacks because it was trademarked. So we have Scoobies.
Yeah, that was a limited run pack, and then they cut us off.
Yeah. So we have different labeling now. Yeah.
Hey, let's talk about that piece of art behind you for a minute, John.
Yeah, John's an artist as well, just in case you didn't know.
Yeah, I started doing abstract art after a near fatal motorcycle accident in
We lost him.
Oh, there I go.
Oh, there he's back.
Yeah, I started doing abstract art, and I vowed that I'd try and make every abstract different, and it's getting harder and harder to do. But because I'd go see a show of an abstract artist, and every single painting almost looked the same. They just changed a few things, and I go, well, if I'm going to be an abstract artist, I'm going to try and make every one different. Yeah. So that's how that started. I had already done watercolor and other types of painting. I took drawing at Emily Carr, watercolor at Emily Carr. I studied Chinese brush painting with one of the masters. I studied watercolor with Joyce Kamakara, which is a famous watercolor artist. And then I decided after a motorcycle accident, I'd do abstract. And the very first one is the one right behind Steve, that 3-piece one. I did that in a wheelchair with my daughter helping me tape it off. And that was my very first abstract. And yeah, I went a little bit large there. But yeah. go big or go
that
home.
one behind you is not very small either.
No, it's yeah, it's
I'm always amazed to come over and watch you work. It's
if you
just
take
like,
a look at
wow.
our ad, the picture of John that I chose that he was painting, he was sitting there in his wheelchair painting at the bottom of this picture that, like, I mean, it must have reached the ceiling. It was like, I mean,
that was only half of it.
Yeah, so it was a very large painting.
That painting was started with spaghetti, and I threw spaghetti at a black canvas with white paint, and I mixed up a bunch of spaghetti and I threw it, and it was too wet and it slid down the painting. So then I mixed up a batch of spaghetti and I threw it, and it was too dry and it didn't make any marks. So then I threw the spaghetti for the third time, and yeah, it came up with the spaghetti painting. I've made 2 of them actually.
That's awesome.
I went a couple of years without using any brushes. So the one behind Steve is one that I used shot glasses, straw, cornflakes, you name it. I used everything but a brush. Yeah.
Wow.
And then there's one that I decided my wife was away, and I decided I was going to dip the cat's paws in the paint. And then the painting was on the dining room table, and I put the cat on the painting with the paws. Well, the cat jumped off the painting with black paint on its paws right onto my wife's brand new love seat. So I screamed and went to jump, and it jumped over onto the couch. So then I tried to catch it, and it ran around with all this black paint on its paws. So then I had to run around and get towels all soaking wet and soak everything. And there was wet towels from all over the living room, and the cat's paws were black. And yeah, so that was the ending of my cat painting career. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, we are almost at commercial time, so I think it's a good time to take a medication break, guys. And we're gonna go to commercial here. When we come back, I really want to talk about the well, I think it's an 8 mushroom blend now, and how it we touched on it earlier, how it became what you lovingly know as, just a second, I've got it right here behind me.
Immunoblend.
Yeah, I was prepared, and so how it became
that's the puppy power.
Yeah,
that's puppy
so
power.
I want to chat about that, and if it is okay with Steve, I have a video ready to share to show you what this can do for a dog. We're going to tell you a little bit about Mika. Well, we're going to tell you a little bit more about the Ultimate 7 Mushroom Blend, how it became something for the dogs. We're going to tell you about Mika, and just when we've got your heartstrings pulled, we're going to show you a little video of how she's doing now. If that is
that's
okay
an
with Steve.
awesome story.
Yeah, I think that. That's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so it is a medication break, and we're gonna go do that. Steve and I and John are gonna go do that, and you are watching the Mushy Moment here on PaceRadio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at PaceRadio.net. Tunnel City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at PaceRadio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyndall Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Oh, we only have one person up there. I don't know how that happened, but we're all here. Welcome back from our medication session. You are live here with the mushy moment on paceradio.net. Yeah, so here we are. We're back. And
hey, you're awesome at that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We really want to talk. I really want to talk about the Ultimate 7 Mushroom Blend. It's one of the first products beyond the microdoses that Steve introduced me to. He said, here, you've got to try this. Put it in your shakes, put it in your coffee, put it in your tea, hot chocolate, whatever. Just put it in there and get it in you. So yeah, Steve said before the break that this is the original blend minus the magic mushroom part of it. So this is all
that and the other adaptogens, right? Because
yeah,
in
so
the original blend, there's the ashwagandha and stuff. But
yeah, so this is an over-the-counter mushroom, everything legal, no added anything, blend.
Well, that one you're holding is the Puppy Power Plus.
The Puppy Power, but if I put my finger over the Puppy Power, and it was minus what we put in, or you put in for the Puppy Power. The original blend, I mean, that's what it is. It's all like, I mean, it's lion's mane, shiitake, maitake, turkey tail, red reishi, cordyceps, chaga.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you can go forage all this. You can go purchase all this from somebody who forages. Like, I mean, it's all readily attainable.
Yeah.
And it's got the rhodelia in it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what does this, like, I mean, this is an immune booster, I was told when Steve gave it to me.
Yes, and I've learned it's actually more of an immune modulator. So anything that's low, it brings up. Anything that's high, it brings down. It fits it in more into the spectrum of where things should be riding. And the published studies that are out, like if you type in, if you, I don't generally use Google because there's thousands of paid hits at the top, but if you take something like Start Page or DuckDuckGo and you type in reishi, published study, and then whatever cancer you're fighting, you'll find studies that are specific to that. You can just type in cancer and just be amazed at the different cancers. And like John said, turkey tail, you put the turkey tail in there and you do the same thing, and then change it so that you use their scientific name as well, and it's a whole nother batch of studies that come up. But when you're going through the studies are they bust tumors, they kill cancer, they help modulate diabetes, they help with blood pressure, it's in the end, it's not that they fix all of those issues, they fix your immune system so your immune system can overcome those issues. Our body knows what to do. It just needs the right ingredients and tools to do its job. And we've massacred it with McDonald's for so long that it doesn't really have the proper building blocks.
Processed food, yeah. And whether it's McDonald's or processed meats at
yes,
Subway,
I guess I shouldn't really name
Burger King. I mean, like, or even just your regular Sobeys or Superstore. Your grocery stores, like there's like, I mean, they're full of processed foods. And I myself, like, I mean, anybody that does eat that stuff once or twice and then goes back and eats a salad, you can feel the rush of energy with the first bite of salad, right? It's and that's how much processed food we have in our lifestyle. Like these days, it's terrible.
They say the healthiest way to shop, that they say, is just to stick to the outside aisles.
Yeah.
Where all the vegetables are and everything, and don't go down the middle aisles where all the processed stuff is.
That's very smart. Thank you very much. That's a really great hint. We actually have a question. How effective?
I was just reading that one.
Yeah. How effective have you found this as a maintenance program for patients after treatment, like years later, when their immune system is unnaturally weakened?
We don't have any long-term data because we just recently made the product. But in the studies that they have, as it does the repair, it I don't even know how to word it out. As the body heals, it's not that it regresses back; it maintains its healing as long as you keep giving it what it needs to heal. Yes, reset. It does a reset on the system. We've had people utilizing this along with the cannabis oil, and the nutritional supplements, and reverse stage 4 cancers that they're being sent home to die from. And
Specifically, one of the first stories he told me is he was sent home to die with 3 weeks at the most, and he ended up attending his own celebration of life months later.
Relife.
Yeah.
Relife.
Yeah,
Celebration of relife.
Relife. It became, it was
Yeah.
supposed to just be the celebration of life.
He went from 126 pounds to 160 pounds. And the longest survivor of that type of cancer on record. And now he's cancer free. He had a rare bone and blood cancer.
Wow.
And he started taking the oil with the vitamins, with the minerals, and the 7 mushroom blend.
And he was told that there was nothing there. That he was the
No,
doctor said that
they gave him 1 to 3 weeks. They gave him. So the immuno blend I take every day just for maintenance in my smoothie every morning, with the vitamins and the minerals, just for maintenance. For I also do bee pollen and other stuff. Collagen, because our body doesn't produce it after a certain age. So
so I'm not to take back over and ask more questions. A number of months back, or stop what we're talking about, but a number of months back, Steve and I remember this well, because sitting down here in Nova Scotia, heartbroken for my friend. He made a post that his beloved family dog was at the end of her life. And he was going to get his girls to come say goodbye, and his grandson to come say goodbye. And Steve and his ex-wife had made a plan and set a date to have Mika put out of pain. And Steve said, right?
No, he gave Mika was over here on the weekend, and she was completely blind, and her eyes were white, and she couldn't barely walk, and she was kind of going around in a bit of a circle. So Steve decided to give her the 7 mushroom blend and the CBD oil, and she was scheduled to be put down on the Thursday, and they made an appointment, and Steve decided that weekend, well, I'm going to give my dog this 7 mushroom blend, and that was over a year ago. And now she can see, her eyes are all cleared up. And I never thought I would have believed it if I didn't see it for myself. It's absolutely amazing. And Mika's a beautiful dog, and every day now is a bonus. I guess Steve.
Yeah, she's 17 years old. And every day is, it's changed hers and my life.
Yeah. So this dog, she could barely walk. She couldn't see. The date had been picked, and you said, "Well, I'm going to give her this stuff and see what happens."
And the day before they showed up, because we were actually having to help her get around, and the day before they showed up, she got up and walked to the door, and I opened the door, and she went out and went to the bathroom with no help, and it was like, because I would have to hold her up. She would crumble down, and she didn't have any strength in her legs. And I phoned and canceled it, said, I'm going to take, even if I get a few days, I'm going to take those days. So I'll probably call you in a couple of days, because she's a Dutch Shepherd. She's 16 at that point. And Dutch Shepherds don't generally live, 12 years on average, and 14, they say, on the outside is a long time. So at 16, when I looked it up at 16 at the AK site, it said that she was 145 years old in dog years. So,
So
now
it was
we're
no wonder that she was blind and could barely walk, and then she
well,
could.
as we carried on with the product, I wasn't the one noticing the eyes. Actually, I was the one noticing the legs and the being able to walk, and just coming back to life. And I don't know, how long was it before you said, "Look at her eyes," and you pointed?
It was about a month. About a month, their eyes started to clear up, and now they're hardly foggy at all. I can't believe it. It's just,
well, I used to wear a bright coat when we go to the dog park, and I wouldn't get more than maybe 50 feet in front of her, and I'd have to wave and yell and move so that she could see it was me. She'd get a little anxious if I'd get out of view, and now she sees dogs way down the beach, and heads off to go see them. It's absolutely amazing.
It is.
Absolutely
it is.
amazing.
It's a very beautiful transformation. I saw most of it via pictures, but then I got to be up there. I've now, been up there a couple of times and have met Mika, and she's not the dog that I saw in the pictures, right? But to see it firsthand would have been amazing. So, with the boys' permission, I'm going to share a video of Mika, and this was yesterday.
Yeah, this was at the dog park yesterday.
This is Mika, the dog that just over a year ago couldn't see and could barely walk. I'm going to go over here, bring it up.
23, I don't know. Monday.
Oh, there she goes.
Whatever the day is. Here's Mika just cruising down the beach, 17 years old. Hershey being crazy boy running in front of her. It's amazing what you can do with
Unbelievable.
good health CBD, mushroom blend, and a whole lot of love. Wow. Happy healing, my friend.
Wow. Yeah, I'm doing the same thing.
It's pretty cool.
It's pretty amazing what that product has done.
I'm just so happy when I actually have the moments where I capture them, because she'd actually just been running with Hershey before that. So I pulled out my phone, and it was like, yeah, wow, what a good day this is, because it was cold yesterday. Yeah, just mind blowing.
So you put a bit of dried liver in what you feed the dog.
Well, when I first started using it with my dog, she's not picky, so she ate the mushroom blend. But again, John said, hey, you don't get to keep that. You got to share that. So we shared it with a few dogs, but they had more pickier palates. And I found that if I added freeze-dried liver powdered up in there, that it gave it a better flavor. And then because Mika has the arthritis really bad in her back end, and I was paying for a supplement that had MSM, glucosamine, and chondroitin, I figured if we're putting this together, I might as well just add that in for her. Nice. So I added that in, and it's just massive. What?
And then, then you renamed your CBD
Mika drops.
Dogs. Mika drops.
Yes.
Mika drops.
Yes, a friend of mine through the Church of First Nations supplied me with some CBD that we were using for Mika, and that has since become Mika drops. We have another question. Is there a psychotropic high associated with the immuno blend? No, there's no psychotropic high. You will get a little bit of calming from it because it has the lion's mane and it has the rhodiola to just kind of add that extra calm. Just because it was designed not so much strictly as a health blend, but as a health blend focused for PTSD and cancer as well. So anybody dealing with those can use a little calming. And I just figured actually in our society, everybody can use a little calming, and rhodiola works nicely in there.
Got rid of my road rage.
No, I just got it.
No, I used to be frustrated when I drive. Now I'm just fascinated. Yeah.
Yeah.
How did they get their
How
license?
did you
That's
get that
fascinating.
license? Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a little bit of that when I was out in Richmond last
Oh God, you don't want to drive out here. Yeah, you take your life into your own hands driving out here. Yeah.
Steve said you can drive, and I'm like, nah.
No, you wouldn't want to do that to anybody. No. Yeah. It's pretty amazing driving here. It is. Yeah, but
So you
also,
guys, sorry.
That's okay. The Mika drops combined with the 7 mushroom blend. I have a friend with a Roddy, and she had tumors on her back end, and he was going to put her down. So he was giving the dog the CBD, and I said, well, I threw him a pack of the amino blend, puppy power, and he came back 2 weeks later in tears going, "You've changed my dog's life. I was going to put her down, and now her coat's better. The tumors have subsided, and the dog's running around." And I'm like, I can't believe this stuff works this good on dogs. It's unbelievable.
Oh, I met a guy at the dog park, and his name's Jerry, and I was there with my buddy, and we're walking along, and his dog's limping. He came over to me, and I leaned over, and I'm patting his dog, and my buddy says to him, he says, "Oh, your dog got a hip dysplasia?" And he says, "No, my dog's got cancer." And I'm sitting there petting her, and he says, "She's got cancer." And I'm looking at me getting emotional.
Yeah.
He says, "I'm putting her down tonight." And I hugged his dog. His dog's name is Tess. I hugged his dog, said, "I wish I'd have met you earlier. I'm sorry, baby." And I said, "Man, I wish I'd have met you earlier." And he said, "Why?" I said, "Well, we've got this mushroom blend that's been working wonders with animals. And, a CBD that's, here's my dog here. And, this is her story." And I gave him my card. And the next day he called, and he didn't put her down that night. So I went over to meet with him, and I took him the mushroom blend. And his dog had an open sore scabbed up on its back, and it had a tumor on its paw, and a big tumor on its hip that was, flopped big. It was a big tumor on its hip. And I also, we've got a healing cream. We've got a skin and scarring, and we've got a pain cream. And they're yes, that's the skin and scarring version there. They're a full spectrum cannabis cream with a whole bunch of other organic oils and whatnot. And that one's designed for healing, like to be used on the face and for scarring and whatnot. It was designed for my daughters. My daughters were chewed up by a dog, and one has over 200 scars on her body, and the other has 50. And I made the cream originally for their scarring. And then people started using it as a pain cream and for arthritis as well. So I created a second version with a better mix for that. And you can put camphor. You don't want to be putting camphor around your eyes, but it's great for pain and whatnot. And peppermint and wintergreen and stuff like that. So I gave him one of the pain cream versions, because that way the dog won't lick it. It's got camphor and stuff in it. You can put it on the tumors and the CBD. I said, take some of the oil and rub it on the tumors, and then put this cream over it, and utilize the mushroom blend. And he was familiar with the mushroom blend. He was already using a smaller version that somebody else had helped him out with some other supplements. And so he started using our blend in there. And his dog is still alive, and his dog is doing great. And just a couple weeks ago, he posted, we're supposed to get together at the dog park, but I haven't been able to make it. I'm sorry, Jerry, if you end up watching this, we'll get there. I'm sorry we haven't been able to make it happen. But I got a huge hug waiting for you at Tesmo. And but he posted a video. He did like a 2.5 or 3 kilometer walk with her, and he posted the video of her trotting along afterwards. And yeah, it's yeah, it's a beautiful place to be. All I have is thank you. That's all I have.
I am, well, I have thanks, but I am so thankful that you two have found each other and that you talked about this stuff and that you came together to create this stuff, because you're making differences in lives. Like, I mean, in my life, you know, from CPTSD, and in others' lives fighting cancer. And I mean, you know, the dog owner's life. I mean, not just that puppy, but that puppy's owner, because as we all know, these animals become a very large part of our life. And you know, when we, you know, we know that we have to say goodbye to them sooner, but man, if we can keep them just a little bit longer, it's always been so
yeah, that's right. Yeah. And also, it's been amazing watching, from my perspective, watching Steve's journey and him change. He's come out of his shell. Like, to do that documentary, it was tough getting me to get Steve to do that documentary. It was
Thank
like
you,
3
brother.
weeks.
Yeah,
3 weeks.
Thanks for making that happen.
And now to watch Steve be on this podcast and share his knowledge, it just makes me so happy. It's unbelievable watching Steve transform into a beautiful human being.
Yeah.
With you know, sharing all his knowledge with the world is amazing. And yeah, I'm very proud of him. Very proud.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, brother, because without you, it wouldn't have happened. I was hiding in my space, just hiding.
Can't hide. Can't hide. When I first met Steve, like physically met Steve, he said that. He goes, I still can't believe I did the documentary. And he goes, I still can't. And he goes, and I'm here meeting somebody new. And he goes, like, for, you know, they were very huge steps for him to take. And so the only Steve I've ever known has been the outgoing Steve. So the introvert that you speak of is very foreign to me.
Yeah, it's been quite the thing watching Steve come out of his shell. It's been pretty cool.
We are sadly at near the end of the show. You know, and I knew this was going to happen. I knew that we were going to get near the end of the show, and we were going to be like in the middle of something, and I knew that we were going to have 20 more million things to say. So like, I mean, and I knew I was going to be saying this to you, that we're going to have you back and hear more stories. Because I have a feeling that we're just at the tip of the iceberg, and there's a lot more amazing stories, you know, out there for everybody to hear. But with that being said, are there any final thoughts that you would like to share, John?
I'm just honored to be your first guest, and I look forward to you guys' podcast, because two amazing people. And yeah, Steve's knowledge is unbelievable, and he's going to share it with the world, and going to heal a lot more people.
I am so thankful to be part of this, and Steve coming out on his, you know, out of his shell in his first podcast. And I'm honored that I'm the one that he came along and said, hey, let's go do this. Just as honored to have you as our first guest. So thank you so much for coming on, Steve.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for coming to me and asking me to do this. I am beyond honored to be your co-host in your first podcast.
Well, thank you. And I'm sitting here being blown away, and I'm watching you do all the talking, and it's like, I got to learn to be a co-host. I don't know. Yeah, this is awesome.
You have been doing just great. All I've been doing is the technical stuff, and I have notes.
I'll stand in front of them and make funny faces.
That might help. But with that is our mushy moment, our first mushy moment for today, January 10th, 2023. And on behalf of all three of us here, myself and John and Steve, thank you so much for joining us on our first broadcast. I can't wait to see you all next week. And if you want to catch the replay, we are on paceradio.net, cbgtv.net. Find us on Boxcast, and we stream to a number of different locations, YouTube and Twitter, and you know, we're all over the place. Super easy to find. Thank you so much for joining us.
Mushrooms are going to change the world.
They are. They're going to save the world. And with that, I think that, you know, Steve said it when we first decided on the name. We get to wish you much love. See you next week.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, fakes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at PACERadio.net.
You're watching the 420 PACE Re-Rolled Saturday.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at PACERadio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's February the 20th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Good day, Rev Sydney. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Not too bad. You know, I still got my knee issue going on. I have been seeing a doctor about it. I'm going to go in, get it looked at, like an MRI, see what's going on. Possible muscle tear, he says.
Oh, painful.
Yes, it's having its moments, believe me. So how's everything at your end?
Well, in the last week we have survived 2 ice storms here in Nova Scotia. Everything is kind of covered with a sheet of ice.
Yeah.
And we are experiencing a salt shortage.
Salt shortage?
Yeah, like
that's
road
not
salt.
good for the roads.
No. You can't buy salt here to put on your steps or anything for
okay.
you right now.
Bag salt.
Companies that did have salt have pretty much run out. They can't get any more. So yeah.
Wow.
Hopefully we don't have any more ice storms until we can get more salt.
Yeah, well, you still got another month worth of possibility of that type of weather too, right?
Yep.
So.
Yep.
All righty. Well, at least today it's sunny here, so you got some sunshine coming. Is it? And you can see it over my shoulder. So
it's beautiful.
Yeah. It's gonna be nice. So I'll have to get out there after the show. But talking about the show, we should get started. And here we go. First story is up.
Yeah, coming to us from My Fox News. Psychedelic Denver bike ride. Party will celebrate first ever acid trip from the 1940s.
That sounds like interesting. On April the 19th, Denver will host a new cycling event called Bicycle Day. And rest assured, this isn't your average ride. Bicycle Day is a psychedelic holiday that commemorates the first documented trip on LSD, also known as acid. Swiss chemist Albert Hofmann was the first person to synthesize the compound, and in 1943 took a now famous bike ride home after dosing himself. Reports vary on whether he did so accidentally or intentionally.
It's a celebrated point in history among psychedelic enthusiasts and has spawned bike rides in San Francisco and other cities. This year, Denver will join in with a 10-mile daytime ride that starts and ends at Meow Wolf, which is 1338 First St. Ladder Street. Later that night, the venue will throw a party and concert headlined by Reggie Watts, LP Gibboni, who is dead from Dead House, and Duncan Russell. Press release promises roving performances and over-the-top ridiculousness. Bicycle Day in Denver is hosted by Portal, which is a nonprofit that aims to destigmatize psychedelics through cultural events and activism. Fittingly, the ride acts as a fundraiser for several organizations focused on psychedelic advocacy, education, and research. Those include the Heroic Hearts Project, the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, which we all know as MAPS, and Fireside Project, among others.
This isn't a Porcel's first event in town. The organization has partnered with Red Rocks Amphitheater and Meow Wolf on previous fundraising events, and it regularly hosts trippy events. And in 2024, it threw its first late night Bicycle Day celebration in Denver. The city is in an apt fit for this type of an event because psychedelics are decriminalized and legalized in specific contexts. With Brandon D. Roach, founder and executive director. He considers Colorado a leader in this space and cultural psychedelia hub. Portal will also be throwing events during the upcoming Psychedelic Science Conference in June as a little added bonus little mention in there.
Yeah. The Psychedelic Science Conference happens 2 days after that mushroom festival.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Like just literally down the road too. DeRoche wanted to add a ride for Bicycle Day 2025 to capture the spirit of the holiday. Portal advocates for safe substance use. And while he's not actively encouraging participants to bike under the influence, DeRoche would not rule it out, given the impetus for the holiday. He hopes to welcome a wide audience from veterans to Burning Man attendees. Our whole ethos is around responsible use of psychedelics, he said. Knowing that people will likely be under the influence, our role is making it as safe as possible for everybody.
Now, making the event successful is paramount since DeRoche wants this to be the first of many Bicycle Days celebrations to come. He says that I'd like to see this in the next couple of years reaching millions of dollars that we're generating for psychedelic nonprofits through this day, which is also just very fun.
Yeah, the Mile High ride starts at noon and is expected to travel from Meow Wolf north to Coors Field before looping south back to the immersive art venue. Participants will be expected to bring their own bikes. However, DeRoche hopes to partner with local companies to also offer rentals on site. The Bicycle Day party at Meow Wolf runs from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. In addition to music, the event will feature sound journeys, ecstatic dance, meditations, and storytelling by Zach Leary, who is the son of Timothy Leary, and more.
To attend, you must be at least 21 years of age and a registered Portal member. Memberships cost $111 for a year and can be purchased on site or in advance at youaretheportal.com. No additional ticket fee will be required. So there you go. Bicycle day.
Just another reason why I want to go to Denver.
Yeah, eh? Yeah.
It's crazy.
So it seems like the place to go.
Yeah, well, with everything being decriminalized there, it's free to be yourself, and I think it's beautiful, and I'm really excited that they're doing it.
Yeah, well, I hope it's a success, and I'm sure there'll probably be, as this talked about, people under the influence, and who knows, people may just microdose.
Oh yeah, no, and I'm sure that they're planning on making sure that they have sober advocates there as well. As they said, they're there to look after and make sure everybody's okay. So they will have trap setters, and I think that that's amazing that they're doing all that.
Yeah, good. I look forward to reporting on it in the future, because obviously there's going to be more reports on it. So, alrighty, on to the next story we go.
Coming to us from StratCan, Swiss Health Committee approves plan to legalize and regulate cannabis for adult use.
Another country, here it comes. A health committee in Switzerland has given its approval to a preliminary draft of a federal law to regulate non-medical cannabis products for adult use. The draft, created by the National Council's Social Security and Public Health Committee, passed 14-9 in a vote on Friday, which is Valentine's Day, with 2 absentees.
The commission met on February 13th and 14th in Bern, Switzerland. The CSSSN is part of the Swiss Federal Assembly. The proposal is to regulate cannabis for non-medical purposes through a new legal carve-out that keeps it defined as a narcotic through a lens of public health and safety.
Yeah, narcotic, huh? Similar to Canada's approach to cannabis legalization, the proposal says the law would regulate the cultivation, manufacture, and trade of cannabis without encouraging its consumption. The proposal includes these key points.
Adults residing in Switzerland, 18 plus, would be permitted to cultivate, purchase, possess, and consume cannabis. Rules for protection against passive smoking would apply. The distribution and sale of cannabis to minors would be prohibited.
A person would be allowed to grow a maximum of 3 female cannabis plants in the flowering phase of self-supply purposes. Maximum quantities for private and public possession would apply. Commercial production of profit would be permitted. Persons who cultivate cannabis and manufacture cannabis products would be required to meet strict conditions to obtain a permit from the Confederation. Import or export may be permitted for specific purposes.
Strict quality requirements would apply. Cannabis products would be sold in neutral packaging without specific branding elements, child resistant, and with a warning label and leaflet. Sales would be subject to state monopoly. Cannabis products would be purchased at a limited number of licensed sales outlets and from the sole licensee for online sales. Sales must not be for profit. Any profits would need to be allocated to prevention, harm reduction, and addiction support. The cantons, similar to states in Switzerland, would grant sales concessions to retailers. The Confederation would do so for online sales.
Question. Any profits would need to be allocated to prevention, harm reduction, and addiction support. Do you take that as harm reduction for cannabis consumption, or are you looking at that as harm reduction, addiction support, and prevention for all drugs?
I don't know. Like I would see it for everything. How they mean it, I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm in that same boat. Non-smokable products and products with low THC content would need to be included for sale to enable consumption with reduced risk. In accordance with the prohibition on vertical integration, holders of a cultivation or manufacturing permit would not be allowed to sell cannabis and vice versa.
An electronic tracking system will monitor the entire supply chain. and any form of advertising for cannabis products would be prohibited, including cannabis seeds and cuttings, as well as accessories related to the consumption of cannabis.
Cannabis products would be subject to an incentive tax in order to limit consumption and direct it towards less risky forms. The tax would depend on the THC content and the type of consumption. The revenue from the incentive tax would then be redistributed via health insurance after deduction of the general enforcement costs of the Confederation. The cantons could also levy a monetizing tax and fees. So basically, they're going to, if you're smoking a high THC product, you're going to be paying higher tax versus an edible with low THC in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In accordance with current practice in Swiss law, the states would play an important role in the application of the law and continue to focus their information, advice, and prevention policies on young people. They would oversee product quality and sales and carry out test purchases.
People who evade the legal market would then need to be punished more severely than today. Zero tolerance for driving under the influence would continue to apply, and anyone proven to have consumed cannabis would still be considered unfit to drive.
From the committee report, the committee is unanimous in its view that cannabis consumption is a social reality. The majority of the committee considers that the current situation is unsatisfactory and that the prohibitive approach is wrong. In its view, strictly regulated access to cannabis in controlled market better protect public health, strengthen youth protection, and improve safety. Prevention messages could thus reach consumers more effectively and direct them towards less harmful forms of consumption. The population would be better protected against the harmful effects of cannabis, and young people would be dissuaded from consuming it. The illegal market must be curbed. In 2021, the CSSSN and its counterpart in the Swiss Council of States followed up on a document titled Regulating the Cannabis Market to Better Protect Young People and Consumers. The subcommittee has been working on implementing this initiative and the regulation of cannabis since the summer of 2022.
Now, the goals of the pilot project included taking away money from the black market, introducing a tax, regulating advertising, and regulating production intended for personal use. While the cultivation, manufacture, trade, and consumption of cannabis for non-medical purposes are still prohibited, the country has also had a part-time pilot program in place since 2023, allowing people who already consume cannabis to be able to acquire it in a controlled manner.
Interesting. In Switzerland, 300,000 people regularly consume cannabis, according to a 2022 Swiss Health Survey. 4% of 15 to 64-year-olds have consumed cannabis in the last month. The population of Switzerland is about 8.85 million. The next step for the proposal will be to draw up explanatory report on this preliminary draft and allow the committee to examine these documents over the summer. Interested parties and stakeholders will then have the opportunity to participate in a consultation.
There you go.
Interesting.
Yes, yeah. It mentioned in there about 3 plants that a person could grow.
3 flowering plants.
Yeah, 3 female cannabis plants are in flowering phase. So does that mean, what's the number that you could just grow in veg to find out that you got 3? So could you grow?
Well, you can at least have 3 in waiting. You know what I mean? Like I see that. Like I'm like, oh, well, they're saying flower, so that's really cool. You flip your plants to flower. You can start vegging your next 3. They're just in vet, or you can start just
vegetable garden.
Yeah, like, and it's just, and so you can always have something in flower ready to come down. I think that's amazing. I think that's
you have your 3 in veg. Yeah, your 3 in veg, you move them into flower, and then you start.
Then you start 3 more seeds.
You take your cuttings to get your next 3, and the perpetual garden.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Instead of just saying 3 plants, which is a combination, of bloom and
Yep.
veg, right? So it's being able to do that would be beneficial. Yeah.
Extremely.
All righty. Next story is up. Here we go.
Coming to us from SciTech Daily, psychedelic breakthrough. Scientists successfully achieved total synthesis of ibogaine.
Oh, good stuff. There you go. Ibogaine, a psychoactive plant derivative, has gathered attention for its anti-addictive and antidepressant properties. However, it is a finite resource extracted from African plants such as the iboga shrub and the small fruited Bocantica tree. Additionally, its use can cause irregular heartbeats, posing safety risk and highlighting the need for a deeper understanding of how its molecular structure drives its biological effects. In a study published in Nature Chemistry, researchers at the University of California, Davies Institute for Psychedelics and Neurotherapeutics report the successful total synthesis of ibogaine, along with ibogaine analogs and related compounds from pyridine, a relatively inexpensive and widely available chemical.
Interesting. Very interesting. The team's strategy enabled the synthesis of 4 naturally occurring ibogaine-related alkaloids, as well as several non-natural analogs. Overall yields range from 6% to 29% after only 6 or 7 steps. A marked increase in efficiency from previous synthetic efforts to produce similar compounds. Ibogaine's complex chemical structure makes it hard to produce in significant quantities, and this challenging chemistry has historically limited medicinal chemistry efforts to develop improved analogs. And the study's corresponding author, David Olson, who is the director of the IPN and a professor of chemistry and biochemistry and molecular medicine at UC Davis, performing total synthesis solves both problems. We can make it without having to harvest tons and tons of plant material. And we can also make analogs, several of which are demonstrating really interesting properties.
Despite the cardiac risk of ibogaine, Olson noted that the compound is gaining popularity as a treatment for substance use disorders, traumatic brain injury, and other conditions. He says that some people want to find ways to administer ibogaine more safely, and you might be able to mitigate risk with careful cardiac monitoring and magnesium supplements, but maybe we just need ibogaine 2.0, a better version that still produces those profound anti-addictive and antidepressant effects, but doesn't have that cardiac risk.
Yeah, we're playing a lot with nature here. I mean, ibogaine comes from the root of the ibogaine plant. In Africa, they eat the whole root, like they eat the whole plant. And ibogaine is one alkaloid of many that, is extracted. Yeah. And, and having issues with the heart also has issues with the liver. Every time I've gone to do iboga, we have to go through, I have to go through plenty of tests to make sure I'm healthy enough to take it. So, yeah. Olson highlighted 2 ibogaine analogs of interest from the study. The first analog was the mirror image of ibogaine. In chemistry, this mirror image trait is referred to as chirality. Like your left and right hands, such molecular compounds can't be superposed on each other.
Nature only provides one version, or produces one version, and if the therapeutic effects of ibogaine are coming from interactions with another chiral entity, like an enzyme or receptor, then you would expect only the natural version to have an effect. But if it's non-specific, then both compounds would produce an effect, says Olson. When the researchers tested the effects of ibogaine and its mirror image compound on neurons, they discovered that only the natural one promoted neuronal growth.
This allowed us to show for the first time that ibogaine effects are probably the result of it being bound to a particular receptor, Olson said. We don't have all the details of what receptor that is, but the unnatural compound is a good tool for probing this biology. The second analog of interest was -10 fluoroibogamine. During experiments, the compound exhibited exceptional effects on neuronal structure and function, promoting growth and recognition. Additionally, it showcased powerful effects on serotonin transporters, which are proteins that regulate serotonin levels at synapses.
Yeah, now Olson says that the serotonin receptors or transporter is the target of many antidepressants and is emphasized to be relevant to ibogaine's therapeutic efficacy. The findings, according to researchers, indicate that 10-fluoroibogaine should be further investigated as a treatment for substance use disorders, depression, and related neuropsychiatric diseases.
According to Olson, the research was 10 years in the making, with the team exploring multiple synthesis routes, each with varying levels of effectiveness. A lot of these iboga alkaloids and ibogaine analogs are not made from cheap, readily available starting materials, Olson said. The difference with our strategy is that we rely on a very abundant, inexpensive chemicals, and we can assemble the pieces in just a few steps. Overall, our goal was to create a more effective process.
The research team hopes that their total synthesis strategy will provide researchers with a roadmap for effectively assessing ibogaine analogs, ultimately leading to safer and more effective treatments. So there you go.
Yeah.
Synthesize, so that would make a chemical form, pill form version, or however they make it available to people. Right. So
interesting.
Yeah. We got one more story to go before we go to break, and this town, it's got a reason to celebrate, and let's find out what that reason is. Here we go. Last story.
Yeah, coming to us from Cannabis Law Report. Back in Oregon, Eugene voted most likely to smell like weed before 9 a.m. in national survey. And the Eugene City Council announces plans to embrace this new title with open arms.
All right, good stuff. In a nationwide study that absolutely no one asked for, Eugene, Oregon, has taken home the prestigious title of most likely to smell like weed before 9 a.m. The study conducted by the National Scent Awareness Coalition found that 87% of residents and visitors reported catching a whiff of cannabis long before their morning coffee. This is a big win for Eugene, says a local dispensary owner and self-proclaimed aroma ambassador, Bud Greenway. We've always been proud of our vibrant cannabis culture, but to know the whole nation recognizes our morning musk, that's kind of legacy you can't roll up and smoke.
The report highlights Eugene's unique ability to maintain a persistent wake and bake ambiance, with some attributing the aroma to the city's commitment to environmental consciousness. You'd think it's from people lighting up at home, but honestly, most of it's just left over from last night. Eugene's weed scent is renewable energy at its finest, said a representative from the local Sustainability Council. While many locals celebrate the honor, the results weren't without controversy. Residents of Boulder, Colorado, and Santa Cruz, California, have accused the NSAC of bias, claiming their cities also have the morning weed vibes that could knock you over. Santa Cruz even filed an appeal, citing their annual Wake and Bake Brunch Festival as evidence. I don't know, but I want to go to Boulder and Colorado and Santa Cruz and Eugene. Like, they sound like my kind of towns.
Sound like it. They sure do, because, I thought when they say controversy, I thought there might have been some, council members or some association or something that was totally against it. But
That's
no,
where I started
it's
to go
other
to.
communities complaining about not getting the title. Now, in response, Eugene City Council announced plans to embrace its new title with open arms. Plans are already underway for a Dank Dawn Festival featuring free coffee, CBD donuts, and yoga classes to reggae music at Alton Baker Park. And visitors are encouraged to explore Eugene's unique morning ritual firsthand. Just don't forget to pack a snack, as hungry tends to hit surprisingly early.
Bet.
I bet. There you go. Way to go, Eugene.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
The morning, the wake and bake capital of the U.S.
It is. Eugene.
Now, are all these places that will maybe close, with the psychedelics and
Well, I mean, you've got Oregon and California. 3 of them are in
like the mushroom stuff. They got the wasn't that in?
It's in Denver as well.
Denver? Yeah. So sounds like a place to go. That's for sure. All right, break time, medication time. We'll break back after the break, and that'd be about 3.5 minutes. Other than that, you're watching Psychedelics Cannabis Educational News. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much, and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or PACERadio.net, where you will find the 420 PACE Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern, Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. All right, we're back. We're live in your West Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. And we got 4 more stories. And the first one is up.
Excellent. Coming to us from Popular Mechanics. This psychedelic church is handing out magic mushrooms to hundreds of members for free. Yes, really.
I have a paywall in my way.
Uh-oh.
And so if you got the story in front of you, go ahead.
Nope, I have the same now.
Well, there is a psychedelic church that's handing out magic mushrooms to hundreds of members for free. There you go. And where is that at? Can you catch that anywhere? Is that another Denver thing?
I don't know. I think it's actually California.
Okay. All right. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, my
I
apologies.
didn't catch that earlier. Yeah. I thought we actually switched that story out.
It was a different one.
Oh, okay. That explains why.
Yeah, this one came up and it showed the whole story for obviously a few minutes, long enough that we didn't catch it.
Yeah. And that's not the first time that's happened. So, all righty. We'll just move on to the next one then. And here we go. What's up?
Well, coming to us from StratCan, Canada's largest Women in Weed networking event returns to Toronto.
That's right. Marigold PR is proud to announce the return of Radicil Themes on March the 6th, 2025, an event series that is all in on the empowerment, celebration, and advancement of women in cannabis. The largest annual gathering is taking place in Toronto on Thursday, March the 6th, ahead of the International Women's Day. The event, sponsored by the Ontario Cannabis Store, will be held at Solona, Toronto, and will bring together the bright minds and bold voices of women powering the Canadian cannabis industry and their allies. Other event partners include Green Monkey, Glacial Gold, the Independent Retail Cannabis Collective, Jane Dope, OB Consulting, and Sister Mercy. We know Jane. That's
Interesting. Radical Femmes has quickly become a popular platform for women driving change in the cannabis sector. Since its launch in 2024, the community has partnered with more than 20 brands and attracted over 500 attendees from events held nationwide. This year, its International Women's Day event promises to deliver even more value with thought-provoking panel discussions, industry data, and valuable B2B networking opportunities. Green Monkey was built on community, and as a women-led brand with a passion for the plant, we know the power of connections, says Jane Lockwood, who's the CMO and co-founder of St. Peter's Spirits. The women-focused cannabis event matters to us as a brand. Fostering authentic, supportive industry relationships helps us all thrive.
The name Radical was chosen with intention by event organizers. The Radical is the first part of a plant seedling to emerge, developing into the root and laying the foundation for growth. Much like its namesake, Radical Femmes is about sparking growth in the cannabis industry. The event's tagline, "I can't believe we still need these events," also captures a powerful reality. Despite the strides women have made, gender equality remains a work in progress in cannabis and beyond, with only 20.9% of private sector businesses in Canada being women-related.
Retail revolution, women transforming cannabis retail. From women-led stores to crafting retail strategies that resonate with women consumers, we'll hear from powerful women who lead this space and how businesses are targeting the growth demographic. Panelists include Jani Nader Estenthen, National Director of Retail Sales at IRCC, Katie Perry, who is the founder and CEO of Toke Cannabis, Ritika Kumar, who is the Director of Marketing at High Tide, and Ziria Guedio, who is the co-founder and creative director of Curious Cannabis Company. Women in Weed, unveiling the trends. Sarah England, who's the Director of Market and Customer Experience Intelligence at the OCS, will share survey findings and trends that offer a deep dive into the intersection of women and the retail sector.
Now, when it comes to crafting the future, women shaping cannabis brands, they say they'll hear from women who are redefining the industry on topics like building authentic connections with consumers, creating products that resonate, and fostering inclusive brand communities. Panelists include Emma Andrews, CEO of Next Leaf Solutions, Jen Lockwood, CMO and co-founder of St. Peter's Spirits, Marina Gorin, Senior Director of Sales at Weed Me, and Maud Arsenault, Advisor, Communications, and Content Creator at SQDC. With lunch and networking, they say that the networking lunch at Radical Films offers a relaxing, welcoming environment where attendees can engage in meaningful conversation.
Radical Femmes has become a space where people can find opportunity. We've seen women land new roles, businesses close deals, and attendees walk away feeling re-energized about the industry, says Katie Pringle, who's the CEO and co-founder of Marigold PR. It's a reminder of the importance of community in driving real progress. Since 2017, Marigold PR has been the forefront of hosting impactful events for women in cannabis, bringing together thought leaders and tastemakers from all corners of the country. Radical Femmes has evolved into a cornerstone event for both the agency and the broader cannabis community, offering a platform that not only amplifies diverse voices, but also creates strategic, targeted opportunities for partnering brands.
Yeah, they're also proud to have the support of AdCan, Cannabis Market Space, High Moon Magazine, and StratCan as media partners. And there you go. And obviously their events is 19 years of age and over.
Yeah.
So
very cool.
Yeah. Go and have a listen, get some connections, networking, all that type of stuff. And, you know, like I said, we shouldn't have to do these events anymore type thing. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for so many reasons. I mean, whether it's equality just in cannabis or just equality or just cannabis. Like, I mean, you know, we've been fighting for a long time and we shouldn't have to do it anymore.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, in a way, even if you didn't have to do it, it's probably even just good to do it just to help spread the education and knowledge.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we should be celebrating an education, you know, not fighting anymore. We should be. Yeah. But, you know, we just got to keep going.
You keep going. Exactly. All right. Talking about keep going. Let's go. Next one's up.
Excellent. Coming to us from MJ Biz Daily. Pro-cannabis rescheduling doctors ask court to intervene. Force DEA redo.
Yeah, a bit of an update here, but actually on the rescheduling. Dissatisfied with what they claim is an opaque and biased process that violates federal law. A group of pro-cannabis rescheduling doctors and researchers is asking a federal court to intervene and compel the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency to redo key steps in the process. The petition, filed Monday in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit by the Doctors for Drug Policy Reform, represents what might be the strongest effort yet to wrest some control of the still paused rescheduling saga away from the DEA.
Regardless of the petition's outcome, the DEA still would wield overall control over the process. And the agency has shown no signs it might resume the proceedings.
Led by Dr. Brian Adenoff, a clinical researcher and professor of psychiatry at the University of Colorado School of Medicine, the DTPR was one of 138 parties denied permission by the DEA to participate in an administrative law judge's hearing about cannabis's status under federal law. 138 parties were denied. Wow. Last spring, the Justice Department under then President Joe Biden overruled the DEA and proposed moving cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act. Ever since then, there's been a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, former DEA Administrator Ann Milgram ruled last August that no changes would be made without a hearing before an administrative law judge, and thus not until after the general election, which Biden lost. Those hearings, initially scheduled to begin January 21st, were put on indefinite hiatus earlier in the month, pending an appeal to DEA leadership, a process over which the agency is acknowledged to hold total sway.
Despite hopes from some in the cannabis industry that the Trump administration would take a sympathetic view of cannabis reform, there are no outward signs of a resumption in the process, nor have Trump's choices to lead the Justice Department or the DEA inspired confidence.
That leaves the courts as a potential source of redress. And the DDRP's petition notes federal law authorizes courts to overturn agency action that is arbitrary, capricious, or otherwise contrary to law.
It also says that never in the history of the Controlled Substances Act has the public interest and the need for robust process weighed so heavily. Now, but rather than allow for transparency or widespread public involvement, the petition notes that DEA has failed to treat this momentous rulemaking with the gravity demanded by the circumstances and the law, when it made at least 2 decisions of great public importance without giving any reasons.
The agency's secrecy prevents the courts from reviewing whether the decision is based on relevant and permissible criteria and whether the agency considered reasonable alternatives. Specifically, the petition claims the DEA limited the list of designated participants to 25 without any reason.
Rejected requests to participate, including from the governors of states such as Colorado and New York, without explanation. Irrationally determined that rejected participants were not interested persons.
Right. For these reasons, the court should vacate the agency's selection of participants and rejection of petitioners and remand the instructions to redo the participant selection process. The DEA has yet to respond to the DDPR petition, which the group made in a case originally filed in November after their participation was rejected, according to a court docket.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's just, yeah. Well, I'm glad to see that these doctors are getting involved and, bringing in a lawsuit, because it's ridiculous. The whole process has just been bad the way it's gone. I know groups, one of our content providers here on PACE Radio was from wanting to go speak about the rescheduling of cannabis.
Yeah. On behalf of veterans.
On behalf of veterans, yeah, exactly. The Veterans Action Council. And they appealed it and the whole bit. And obviously, as it says, things are sitting still right now. Nothing's going anywhere. And who knows when it's going to be, because they're talking about his nominees having not favorable views on things, and talking about that. Let's get to our last story of the day.
Yes, coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Trump's pick for top health lawyer thinks marijuana is a dangerous and genetically engineered hard drug.
Okay. That's all you need to say. President Trump has nominated a ferociously anti-cannabis official to serve as the lead attorney at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, drawing praise from cannabis prohibitionists. I didn't hear the word advocates in there. Prohibitionists. Mike Smart, current GOP West Virginia senator and former U.S. attorney, was nominated by the president to become general counsel of HHS. Among his most controversial claims about cannabis, he said today's products are genetically engineered. Claimed cannabis is a gateway drug that leads to greater misuse of opioids and pledged to aggressively enforce criminalization during his time as a federal prosecutor. Hey.
Yeah.
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 Now, what? Go ahead.
No. There's so much there that's just wrong.
It is. I know, eh? Like I just went, what? What?
I'm glad you had to read that paragraph because I would have found that very hard to read. Wow.
Wow.
What's that?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, while HHS under the Biden administration has already recommended rescheduling cannabis following a scientific review, that process has been delayed, raising questions about the potential influence of new administrative appointees. HHS's general counsel is responsible for providing legal advice, interpreting regulatory policies, and overseeing litigation involving the agency, among other roles. So if Stewart is confirmed by the Senate, he could be key in any future agency interpretations of the Controlled Substances Act requirements when it comes to cannabis's scheduling status.
Oh, wow. That's not good. After Trump's former Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, rescinded guidance on discriminatory federal cannabis enforcement, Stewart applauded the decision, saying it affirms that marijuana is a dangerous drug. Wow. Federal law with respect to cannabis is crystal clear. The Cole memo has been rescinded, he says, referring to the Obama-era guidance. Interstate commerce requires compliance with federal law. Today's marijuana is not naturally grown plant, but genetically engineered hard drug. That's just a fact. Did you not know that? It's just a hard drug.
Right.
Wow.
Despite various state initiatives to increase drug use. Despite various state initiatives to increase drug use. I said that right. Okay. Yeah. There is evidence that cannabis use is linked to an increased risk of developing opioid use disorder. He said this in 2018.
Yeah.
More illicit drug use is not answer to national opioid affliction. Also that year, Stewart claimed that every single drug treatment professional he has spoke with told him that cannabis is a gateway drug. Well, he must have talked to like none.
Yeah, and I see that during these quotes, they're also putting in the text message or the tweets from them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stewart has also promoted the ongoing federal ban preventing medical cannabis patients from owning guns. Can't have both, he says. But you can get drunk on alcohol or any other prescription drug and still be able to have a gun. The nominee has also touted the continued lack of banking access for cannabis businesses under federal prohibition.
Oh my God. Per federal law, banks that provide cannabis businesses with checking, debit, credit card, business loans could be found guilty of money laundering or conspiracy, he said. Nothing changes when states legalize pot. Cannabis co-ops also don't work because Federal Reserve consent is required and not likely. Last year, as a state senator, he criticized plans from Democratic lawmakers to legalize cannabis.
Democrats released their economic and growth plan for West Virginia. It's cannabis. Other big ideas? Nope. Just cannabis, he tweeted. Tax cuts or court abuse reforms? None. Just cannabis. A drug crisis and the big plans to grow more drugs.
Oh my God. Stewart has also expressed hostility to cannabis reform at summit events and a symposium on the issue that he organized in 2018 during his time as a U.S. attorney. He also won an endorsement from a political action committee launched in 2022 that targeted pro-legalization candidates and supported those who opposed the policy change in key races.
Naturally, Stewart's new HHS nomination was quickly celebrated by anti-cannabis interests. As a U.S. attorney and a lawmaker, Mike Stewart has been a steadily principled voice against the addiction industry and the threat pot profiteers pose to public health and safety. This, according to Kevin Sabat, president of Smart Approaches to Marijuana, said in a press release last week. He goes on to say, as a prosecutor, he was a strong force against those who try to undercut federal laws on hemp-derived THC and marijuana edibles and oils, products known to be dangerous and addictive.
By contrast to Stewart, the recently Senate-confirmed Secretary of HHS, Robert F. Kennedy, was previously vocal about his support of cannabis legalization. Despite that stated support, however, following his confirmation, Kennedy said last week that he is worried about the normalization of high-potency cannabis and that he feels its use can have really catastrophic impacts on people, but that state-level legalization can facilitate research into its harms and benefits. Comments came on the same day that Senator Pete Ricketts said he received a commitment from Kennedy to follow the science of the harms of cannabis.
Ricketts had already disclosed last week they spoke to Kennedy about the importance of preventing the expansion of marijuana. Now he says RFK committed to me that he would follow the science on the harms of cannabis. The senators separately filed a bill last week alongside Senator James Langford that seeks to prevent cannabis industry from taking federal tax deductions even if it's rescheduling.
Despite Kennedy's history of advocating for cannabis legalization, he said last month that he will defer to the DEA on cannabis rescheduling in his new role. That could complicate rescheduling. Last week, Trump officially named his pick to lead the DEA, selecting a decades-long agency veteran and top Virginia official whose voiced concerns about the dangers of cannabis and linked its use to higher suicide risk among youth.
Separately, anti-marijuana rep Andy Harris told Marijuana Moment recently, it's definitely time to have a talk with Kennedy to convince him that cannabis is harmful and that the way to make America's healthy is by limiting its use. Prior to Kennedy's written responses to members of the Senate Finance Committee that gave him initial approval, Senator Elizabeth Warren pressed him to reiterate his position on cannabis legalization amid the ongoing effort to federally reschedule cannabis.
A political reaction committee founded by former Vice President Mike Pence had attempted to undermine the confirmation Kennedy as HHS Secretary, in part by drawing attention to his support for cannabis and psychedelics reform, as well as his personal history with substance misuse.
There you go.
There we go.
Wow. Gee, does that sound promising?
No.
No. Now, mind you, he's just a lawyer. He's not yeah, it doesn't sound like he's going to be giving really good advice, does it? No. So, yeah, I don't know how this is going to work out, but there's going to be a lot of interesting news coming down the road on that subject. There's no doubt about that. So.
Yeah, we will be busy on Mondays and Thursdays.
Yes, we will. All right. Anything else before we sign off and say goodbye to everybody?
I don't think so. I think that's about it.
All right. Sounds good. You have yourself a good day, and
You as
to
well.
everybody else. That's a report for today, and thanks to our buds at Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Legacy420.com, and at ease.ca. In closing, I'd like to say thanks for watching and tuning in. Plus, as I always say, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Re-Rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic program at CA.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Hey, good evening and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live and we're at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. And I'm afraid to ask Tamara, how's your day going?
Like, saw how fast you see how late I was, but no, but I worked, which was fine. But trying to get this kid the school and this printer, and I've been fighting with this printer for a week because it was flashing saying you needed ink. Well, I just put new ink in it, but then it was Adobe and everything. So I put it together today. Went and got some ink, wrong ink. But hey, it ran off my business cards on paper. Anyway.
So you need, obviously you get some better.
Here's the thing. I had it's Insta Ink. So the HP, if you sign up, you have to sign up for their Insta Ink, and they send it to you. So the cartridges I bought wouldn't work because they're not Insta Ink that I bought from them. I bought them from Staples.
Oh.
So I just signed up for the stupid Insta Ink. now the printer's working just fine, except that his schoolwork won't come off because it's saying that it's printing, but it's not because it's on a secured. I don't even want to.
So how things been going otherwise?
It's just, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, everything's fine. I mean, to be fair, yesterday was a good day because I was gifted a moose hide. The moose hide for the moose hide campaign. So I don't know if people are aware about the moose hide campaign. It actually started in 2011. It's a First Nations incentive. Here, I'll read it because I can't remember everything off the top of my head. But it's for First Nations men acknowledging violence against women and children. So it's an initiative to promote that. Now I can't find the card here. Jesus Christ. So my friends actually originally, here it is. Originally, I was gifted this back in 2012 when I went to Ottawa to do the press conference on the protest on Parliament Hill. And we had ran into Elizabeth May. And Elizabeth May actually, because it was right after this had started, right? So I originally received one from Elizabeth May, but it didn't even make it home from Ottawa. It was on my coat and then it was gone. So what this is the Moose Hide campaign is an Indigenous-led grassroots movement of men and boys and all Canadians who are standing up against violence towards women and children. So they send you, like, you can get these for free online from the Moose Hide Society. But I have a friend that was on Facebook that I'd never met before, and she said she was in town and wanted to stop by and give me something, and she gave me this. So
you said you can get one of those. That's the shirt that you're wearing?
No, it's moose. Here, I'll take it off the shirt. It's a piece of moose hide.
Yeah.
It comes on, and you might see these.
Okay, all right.
You might see these on politicians and media and other people wearing them. But it's just a square piece of moose hide. But it's an Indigenous-led grassroots movement. Yeah. Wearing this moose hide will signifies your commitment to honor and respect and protect women and children in your life and your work, and to work together to end violence against women and children and all those along the gender continuum. Help spread the Moose Hide campaign by sharing your families, communities, and organizations. So you can order them. They would like a donation, but I ordered 25 of them. They have to order 25 minimally. So I went to the website and I ordered 25 so I can give them away as well.
Oh yeah, okay. So
And
you have
then,
to order 25. Okay.
Yeah. So and I will send them some money too when I get, because you can order 25 and then when you order more than that, you send them some money. But today wasn't that. Yeah. Anyway, so that's
I'd have to walk down the street in town in order to find 25 people. I just don't come across 25 people very often. They can pull. Yeah.
I serve 100 people plus a day, right? So and I
for yourself, sure.
Right. So again, so Susan is their name, and she's a traveling nurse, and she actually lives in Fernie. So she came and she stopped in, and she gave this. She also wants to help with the substitution program.
Nice.
She had reached out to me before and said that she'd like to volunteer, but she lives in Fernie, right? But because she's a traveling nurse, sometimes she's in Cranbrook. So I told her we go out Saturdays once it starts warming up, and if she wants to come and help, she's
nice. Good.
So that's the start of the day. And then I had a lady come into the store and said, I had to come meet you. These people shit talking you on Facebook. I had to come meet you. I said, oh, okay, thanks. And then she's reading the cup. I said, well, that's my substitution program, because I have a cup that sits with, She goes, yeah, I know. And she had just threw a whole handful of change in the cup. Well, it was $30 worth of change in that cup.
Oh.
As the day progressed, one of my Keno zombies won money. I got a $25 tip. That went in the cup.
Oh, nice.
So yesterday was a good day for the substitution program because we raised about $80.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So that yesterday was a good day for the substitution program, so we raised money. And then, so other than that, things have been going pretty good. I have given away.
Good. It'd be nice to see that continue, but
it definitely
obviously, your lottery winners don't happen every week. So
no, No, and the thing of it is though too, like I said, we're running pretty skinned, but I'm still able to help people. I still have a few syringes of RSO, so I can make another batch of candy. I have enough left for one more batch of candy. I have enough cannabis to get me through for another week, probably week and a half, 2, depending on what the week looks like. Because I've already down like what day is it today? Wednesday. I've already given out
Yeah.
8 bags this week already, like from just random, and then like I said, it just never ends. Like I can be giving out 5 bags a day at work without a problem, and I do. I take
Really?
5 bags, and I'm like I said, I haven't come home with any.
Like you mentioned last week that you were taking like 5
Yeah.
into work. And
Yeah.
So,
And then one of them came to the house and picked hers up because she comes in from out of town. That's my safe supply girl. And she usually that's why I'm down on RSO too, because I usually give her a full syringe of just the RSO because it helps her maintain.
right.
Under her tongue seems to be helpful for her with some CBD caps and stuff too. So I'm running out of CBD caps. I'm running low, but again, I'll just start hustling again and see what I can come up with. But we'll just keep going like we're going.
Yeah, that's all you can do, right?
And it's starting to warm up, and I know that summer's going to be.
Oh, is
super
it? we got like those feel like -30 mornings right now. So
Oh, it's still like that. But I mean, we're talking like next week it's supposed to be +5. Right now,
yeah,
just
actually, we
now I'm
do
running-
have some +1, +2s coming.
right.
Yeah.
So like again, like right now it's like sitting at -17. And the low barrier location is actually, or the warming station location actually is at the end of my
Yeah.
block.
Oh, is it?
So that's where I was able to like kind of wander through there like on Tuesday and kind of like hand out a few bags there too, because if they're
Right.
outside and I'm just walking by with a few brown bags and I happen to see people, oh well, isn't it nice to see you?
Yeah, that's right. It is. Nice running into you. Here's a gift.
Right? So
Yeah.
like I said, it's never ending. It's not like I like just because I'm not going out to the park every Saturday like I was doesn't mean that the program is not working or
Correct.
continuing.
Yeah,
It's going
people are still reaching out to you.
every single day. Every
Yeah.
single day. Every single like I said, if you want to put some context to the size of my town, that hockey game on between the Americans and then that Bell Montreal,
Yeah.
that place holds the whole population of my town.
Yeah, I saw your comment. Gee, that's bigger than where I live.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
you for sure, you're in a smaller, and I mean, I've lived in
Oh yeah,
population.
yeah. Where I am here, I think we're lucky if we're 1,500 people.
Oh, I lived in Coronation, population 700, and I was on the ranch, which was 35 kilometers away. But the population of Coronation was 700 people. So I've
Right.
lived in like hamlets, and I've lived in like cities. I've lived in Calgary. I've lived in.
BFN.
Pardon me?
BFN.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, I wish I could, make people realize that this town's not that big. Like, and I, bring that into context. It's not that big when you could fit the whole population into the Bell Arena in Montreal.
Yeah, actually, talking about hockey, there's another game tomorrow night.
I know.
Yeah, and that's the finals, right? So,
Yeah.
Four
Oh, yes.
Nations Cup, Canada versus the U.S.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where the game's being played, but
I think it's being played in Montreal.
is it?
I think so, because they were mentioning today on the radio and on CBC how they hope that the crowd won't boo the U.S. anthem, even though at the beginning of that game they asked them nicely if they could be,
Yeah,
not do
they,
it.
yeah, yeah. They have been asking that at arenas, but it always hasn't been successful. That's for sure.
Oh no, and to be fair, I'd be booing. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie. I just don't have any, any warm fuzzy feelings I might have had for anybody that But when they were
Right.
coming across, like I read a thing this morning. It was on my cousin's page, where a fellow had gone down for a down to Chicago for a archery competition this last
Yeah.
weekend, and he was ostracized and bullied the whole weekend. Like basically told, "We're going to annex you. We're coming for you."
Oh, really?
The whole tournament, and that's not the first experience that Canadians are now having when they go to the States. And this was on the weekend.
Really, eh?
Yeah, and it was it was on my
It's not-
cousin's page.
yeah, it's not
I
right.
think I might have reposted it. I'm not sure if I did or not, but I was horrified at the fact that this guy went down for a friendly, competition
Yeah.
in archery, which he's done for several years. He's a man in his 60s. It's not like they're in high school, young people, and he was being bullied and ostracized by people of the same age group in the States because he was Canadian.
Wow.
And he identified as Canadian because, of course, he's wearing a Canadian flag on his arm on his
Yeah.
shirt.
Yeah. It's not right.
Well, he told him straight up. He told the guy, "You're lucky I only got arrows and not a gun." That's what he said to this guy. So this fellow came back to Canada, rattled, shaken, and never wants to go to a competition in the United States again. Do you blame him? So when you're treated like that, when you go there, like I don't see Canadians like, oh, there's an American plate, let's run him off the road. We don't think like that.
No.
Their mentality is, like you said, they've had we've had 4 mass shootings in the last 20 years, and they've had 800 in a year.
Yeah. No, talking about there we go. Some things that I picked up on some cannabis stuff in the news for us to discuss tonight. And one of them was the word cannabis marijuana.
I seen an article or something you might have posted.
Yeah, as far as how is things as far as what's used the most as far as those
Do
words.
you have any history?
And obviously there's other words, like ganja and weed and pot.
Right.
And,
But isn't the history of the word marijuana actually like a racial slur against Mexicans? Is what my understanding was.
and there's a lot of people who say that and all that, and that was because of the way that Anslinger and all them went at the word marijuana,
right?
During Reefer Madness,
right?
But it's actually for them, it's not a negative word. It's actually, I've talked to two. Well, actually, I didn't. Kelly talked to Julie. Okay, Julie Carallo, and she was all for the word marijuana because that's in their language, in their history.
Yes.
Then last week, I was in an interview on another broadcast, and the guest was he was a U.S. Citizen, but he was living in the southern end of Mexico. And within the community, like the tribal community they lived in, he's not in a city or anything, he's in a small little place, okay? In there, he used the word marijuana. And it's spelled with a G instead of a J or an H. And he said it, and I said, "Whoa, hey, hang on here. Where'd this come from?" And he says, "Yeah, it's spelled with a G." And talked about the historic significance of it and everything like that. So it's on the Time for Hemp interview that was released last week. Actually,
that's very interesting.
Right here on the. Actually, it was released last week on Time for Hemp, but it'll be released here on our network, here at the PACE Radio Network, probably in about a month's time.
Nice. You have to wonder too, like, when you think about historically and how long cannabis has actually been around, like, like how many centuries, and that, the southern South American First Nations, Indigenous peoples have used it. It's been found in Asia. It's been found in Afghanistan. It's been found all over the world. They use it. They use it in Palestine. I'm finding out too in Gaza, because I befriended a journalist in Gaza, and when I was telling her about myself, oh, the ganja, right? And
right.
Awesome, but she's doesn't wear a hijab, and they use it for medicinal purposes too, right?
Yeah. Well, it's over there in Ukraine, they have a medical cannabis program.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, it's legal medicinally there.
On my birthday, I had the pleasure of my friends that we brought help bring some family from the Ukraine over.
Right. Yeah. I think I keep getting a friend request, not a request.
Right.
But,
yeah. So I ended up
people you may know.
Meeting Helena, but she said we were talking about this, and because of the bombing and so much the trauma, cannabis was the only thing that helped them sleep and keep their minds off of it when they got here to Canada. And they were so grateful for me to be able to hook them, get them, to where they needed to be. teach them. Well, not so much. I taught them how to infuse coconut oil, and I taught them how to.
Right.
I went and did
You have to educate them.
I did a whole afternoon
Yeah.
of consultation with a couple of them, and because of that, they were able to then make their own and help their families. And like she said, if it wasn't for that, there would have been no sleeping for the first 6 months that they were all here. So
Wow.
what I did find out though is that some of them have gone back, and
Oh.
one of the ladies that we brought over with her two boys to begin with, Helena's niece, her husband is still in the Ukraine. So Larissa had gone back
Yeah,
to
he has to remain.
the boys, and she was only there for about 6 months, and they came back to Canada. And she brought her other sister with her, but they were like, she was so miserable here without her husband, and things had kind of calmed down for a bit over there, right? So some of them went back. She went back at that point in time, but then again, it got bad again. So then they're back now, but
Right.
right.
Yeah. I was surprised when I saw that in the news.
No,
that
they've
they
had,
had-
they have a
and
huge
I thought, well,
industry.
it makes sense, because of PTSD and CPTSD and
Yeah, and again,
all the trauma and
Ukraine's
stuff.
always had a huge hemp industry, right? That was like
Yeah.
when they say the breadbasket of Europe. That's they're huge producers of hemp, grain, canola, sunflower oil. But cannabis is something that, and it's legal in Poland. It's actually only it's not legal. It's only legal, and it's hard to get a medical license again because Colleen and I were talking about this too. And that's what I said to her, like, because can they leave Ukraine? They can. They can take
Yep.
trains to Poland and come back. The men can't, but the women can, right? And it's legal in Poland. And there's no border crossings. There's no border guards. So it's not like they would get caught smuggling weed into Ukraine, right?
Right.
So she was going to suggest that to some of them to go across the border into Poland and grab some, and that might be
Yeah.
helpful for them because they're not educated on the medicinal of cannabis either because of the war, right?
Right. So as far as the word cannabis, marijuana spelled with an H and stuff, this is a study that I see here in Strachan, and they show back in 2004, the word marijuana was on Google a very heavily searched word, whereas cannabis and marijuana spelled with an H weren't used very much at all. And but now worldwide, since I'm gonna say here probably 2015, somewhere in there, a lot more people are using the word cannabis now.
That's because we've been shoving it down their throats since 2006. Like seriously, like when I
Yeah.
first got involved in the cannabis movement, it was like I used marijuana, weed, pot. I didn't care. Like I used to get like, "Oh, you can't say that word," and I'm like, okay. And then it just became habit to say cannabis because if I was in mixed company with somebody that was a patient, God help you say the word marijuana, they would just be losing their
Yeah.
shit.
Well, as I said a few minutes ago, these Julie and this other fella were all about they were using the word marijuana and like this fellow said the G for marijuana.
Right. And again, like I said, I was misinformed too because I
Mhm.
said I thought it was like not use marijuana because it was a racial slur against.
Well,
Which is-
that's because that's the way it was. That's the way it got stigmatized during Reefer Madness, right? And that was a word. And 'cause in one of the videos, it talks about Mexican workers and singing in a song, and part of the song was using the word marijuana.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, and you have to remember
and
who
then
we're
they started to use
and you have
that
to remember who
against
you're
them.
dealing with too. You're dealing with
Yeah,
orange potatoes because I don't think all this derogatory stuff that we're seeing out of the U.S. now. I don't think it's changed. I think it's always been like that. I think they've
yeah.
always been like that. I think they're always have been like that. And why Canadians are distinctively different.
Yeah, they say as far as Canadians and that, they say here in Canada that ever since 2016, 2018, things started to change, and cannabis um, is the most commonly used phrase instead of marijuana here in
Well, I think
Canada.
that's because we keep like we were.
Down in the U.S., according to this chart here, marijuana has been number one all the way along, but presently, right now, they say it's tied.
Interesting.
Well, yeah. So it seems to be a switch, like a slow switch over. And
You know, like
and in Mexico, the word marijuana is the number one. Yeah, with an H.
What I wonder what other terms would be used, like say in Poland, or you know what I mean? Like, are they using marijuana?
Well,
Are they using like, and it
yeah.
is, you know, it is other countries like, well, we know it's legal, Germany, for example, and
Well,
Paraguay, and you know.
you bring that up. Mexico, they have a word called mota.
Mota, yeah, I've heard
Mota.
Mel use that word.
Yeah, and like back in like 2011, it was the most searched word on Google. Instead of marijuana, it was mota.
Really interesting. Yeah, because like I know, I actually, it's funny because I've got my friend Deb lives down there, and she said that they dial a guy. They just bring it
Yeah.
to the house. It's legal down there too, like that, right? Not as restricted as ours is by any stretch. Like, it's not like the same.
Yeah, over in the UK, cannabis number one. It's been like that by the looks of it forever.
Yeah.
That way. Yeah. Spain, ganja, mota, as
Mota.
well, are used there. And it looks like everything is used now, according to these charts. Everything now is about the same. They're all relatively close. You can see back. You can see back in, like I said, like 2004, how marijuana was the main word with the H. Okay, and now everything is pretty close to the same.
Well, I would think
all
that
5 words are being used.
I would think at this point, nothing's off the table for being chopped. So anything that is legal at this point in time may not be,
Yeah.
because they're rolling everything back. And I'm not saying, and I mean, if you watch the rhetoric, it's meandering right from word for word almost out of the fucking opposition's mouth. So if this thing's going to be on the chopping block, just like anything else, we have to be aware of that. We have to be bright-eyed and ready, because don't kid yourself. If they're rolling back everything else, this is going to be on the chopping block too. For every state in the states that has the privilege, as well as us federally. Because if they roll back there, you can guarantee if we don't get the government that we're hoping for, it's going to get rolled back here too. This and all kinds of other things. So we have to be ready. And I'm quite aware of that.
Yeah, it's as far as south of the border. The last I understood, he was talking state rights, but we also know that those things can change very quickly. And which I have a lot of issues with the state.
Well, he's going to rewrite their constitution and he's above the law. And you listen to the other mealy mouth thing, and he's wanting to gut our constitution and use notwithstanding clauses to build private prisons.
I've heard him say that. Yeah.
In a room full of police officers, he's talking about taking back this law and building prisons and bail not jail, blah. And this was talked about too.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it.
No, he was going to roll that back, and I don't think he got much.
Well, I've heard him say that he wasn't going to take away legalization, but I can see rollback.
He also said he wasn't going to vote in favor of abortion, but he also voted in favor of that C-11 bill. So both sides of their faces, right? I don't trust them, and I believe that this would be one of the things that they'd want to take away too.
Yeah. So talking about taking things away, before we got 5 minutes before we go to break. I'm seeing over in Portugal, they have orders to removal of CBD cosmetics.
What?
What?
Why? There's not even a
Why?
difference.
I know. Let's see. It says the Portuguese National Authority of Medicines and Health Products has ordered the immediate withdrawal from the market of several cosmetic products containing CBD, arguing that they do not comply with the European legislation by using CBD from extracts, tinctures, and resins. Yeah, they say because they say CBD cosmetics are really picking up steam over there. Is what this is telling me.
I just don't. I don't even understand that, because I know when I speaking with a mutual
Yeah.
friend of ours, the hardest part of getting any beauty product in on the market here is the beauty product itself. It's not the THC or the CBD. It's the makeup and the marking of where the essential oils come from, and then it's got to be graded and
Oh.
tested and blah 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 blah. So a beauty product is different than health, and it's just
Yeah.
in Canada it's ridiculous with regulations.
They say they don't meet the legal requirements for their marketing, and insist that they contain ingredients that are considered narcotic products, and therefore
Well,
prohibited.
because in Europe, not everywhere in Europe is legal. And
Yeah.
even though CBD doesn't have a high, it's still under the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act because it's part of the marijuana plant, right?
Yeah.
So when
Yeah.
you look at the overall, like, look at France and Italy, and UK is not legal either. Like Britain's
Yeah.
not. Either is Ireland or Scotland. None of those Commonwealth are. France is not. Italy's not. Poland is.
Mhm.
Hungary's not. Turkey's not. The Riviera, Greece isn't. Like, there's so many that aren't. So the EU itself overall is not cannabis friendly.
Oh no, they're not. They're not. I know. I got
Germany,
into this. I got
Germany
into
might start
discussion.
like
I got into
Germany might
discussion
start,
with a guy.
and look at Amsterdam, look at Holland, like look at the rollback in Amsterdam, where if you're a tourist you can't attend and use the markets, right? Like,
I was talking with the guy on Blue Sky, and he mentioned about I posted a story about IBS and cannabis, and the guy said that, and he was from the UK, and he said that it was legal there, and I said, well, yeah, but it's a system that is hard to get into. We've talked before about how kids there dealing with epilepsy. 5 kids have got access out of hundreds and hundreds of kids that need access. That parents are accessing it illegally in order to get, in order to help their children. So
look at how many parents in the States up and picked
Yeah.
up their whole fucking life and moved.
move, yeah, move,
Just said,
move
fuck
to a
this.
state
I'm
where
not staying here. I'm going to Denver. You guys can fucking rot. Even our friend from New Orleans, Gerald, Kismatic, when his wife had cancer and stuff, and they needed cannabis, they left New Orleans and they moved to Denver.
they did, yeah,
Yeah, and then they moved back to. He's back in New Orleans now. We've talked to him. He's been on the show a couple times too. But
Yeah,
there's only
yeah.
as tinctures. There's no smokable cannabis or anything like that. So
Yeah.
it's like, okay, like it's just, you just never know, right? Like,
No,
and the way
no.
that they word these, legislations and stuff too, like you can interpret it in 60 different ways.
Sure. Yep. All right. Bottom of the hour, time for us to take a break.
Okay.
All right. When we get back, we got some more things that we're going to discuss, cannabis related, actually, and to give you a bit of a hint, it's always about cannabis legalization. More countries talking about it. Other
Good
than that,
deal. You bet.
yeah, exactly. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net, and I need to move that out of the way so I can hit this button.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of papers, much more. We've got bombs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. daily deals. Check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 PACE Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. We're live. What do you got going on there? Are you rolling another doobie?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I had this
Okay.
kind friend that sent me this really spectacular stuff.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. I think you might know what it's called. And
Would it be something like
no.
Cherry Dragon or something?
I think that might be it. But
Nice.
wow, it's beautiful. Like,
Is
it's
it?
beautiful. It's got some nice flavor, nice terpenes. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Nice. Good
Grown
stuff.
by a master, that's for sure.
Well,
That's for sure.
I'm sure he thanks you.
I'm sure he knows how grateful I am.
Yeah.
I didn't even, like I said, when I would tucked it all away, right? And then I went, oh, okay, because I just assumed it was the same as before, because I
Right,
didn't,
yeah. No.
so I just didn't even bother opening. I just put it in the box with all the rest of the stuff, and then I got that note, and it's like, oh, I don't think I probably moved that fast.
Yeah. It's throw it in the box, and I
Oh, yeah,
figured
because
I'd wait until I knew it arrived, and then I'd say something.
yeah, but like I said, I anything I get donated to for the program, I put in. I have a special spot for it so that my son can't. You know what I mean? Like, not that
Yeah.
but just so it's out of the
Safe
way.
spot.
Like, it's tucked away, right? And I've got a special spot for everything. Everything. So then my brain, honestly, my brain knows where everything is too,
Yeah.
right? Because I can be, and I'll do this. I'll put something down, and anyway.
Yeah, you know what? It's nice being able to help when you can. I know there's lots of years where I didn't have an opportunity to help anybody, just barely being able to grow enough for myself or
Right.
the other person who I was growing with at the time.
Right. And I've been there too, where
Yeah.
I had abundance and I was able to, and I did a lot. And
so now I have an opportunity to help people. So
right.
today
And
I did this earlier today. I went. I
doesn't
went
it
in.
feel good? It
Yeah,
feels
I went
good.
into town and met with a patient and gave them a nice gift in order to help them with their chemo.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, my birthday party was a complete flop. So I am, adding that candy that I bought into. So I had one of the show up last night at the store,
Yeah.
and I helped. There's two of them, right? So it's like double stuff. And she's looking at it like there's 2 bags of chips and there's fun dips and Popeye cigarettes, and she's looking. Is this stuff all medicated? I said no. I said the stuff that's medicated is written on the bag because she was thinking, great, what? All of a sudden you got medicated chips and like what the hell is this stuff, right? I
Well,
said
they
no.
do.
Well, they do, but I don't have any, right? But again, and I can't make that kind of stuff, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, but she was just like totally shocked because it was like instead of a little brown bag, is one of the big green like bags we have at work, and it was stuffed full of stuff. She's like, "Holy cow!" Like, enjoy, have a good day.
Uh,
But her,
Um.
she's stressing out because her 17-year-old is going to rehab again. This is the second stint.
Oh.
And he was in and he got out and ran into the same fucking crowd, and you know what happens, right? But
Yeah.
he's only 17, and so and the first treatment center she sent him to was out in Surrey. She said that she wouldn't recommend it to anybody. It was so loosey goosey that, and it's funny because when she said that, we had a fellow go to the same treatment center from here,
Mm-hmm.
and they found him dead in Surrey.
Oh. Oh. So talking about cannabis and around the world, we mentioned before the break, we're talking about the word cannabis and marijuana and stuff like that. Now, when it comes to Canada and shipping out cannabis as an export, number one country is Australia.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah,
And then probably
3,500
Israel.
kilos. Now they also send it to other places. Let's see, they're at 3,500. The next closest is
Germany.
Czechia.
Chechnya.
Yeah.
Chechnya, yep.
Well, sorry, it's actually Germany. Germany
Yeah.
is second at 1,546, and Chechnya is at 1,151.
And that's what they're able to. Are there limits of what they're allowed to export? Is there any limitations, regulations? Is it just like because they are a licensed producer?
Obviously, they'd have to have their exporting license and all that. They'd have to be meeting I think it's what GMA or GMAP or something, and that's manufacturing practices.
Right.
That they have to meet. Let's see, Israel, Portugal, the Netherlands, and the lowest number. Oh no, it's not the lowest number. The UK at 146 kilograms. The lowest number is actually New Zealand, 74 kilograms. So 150 pounds, right?
They're pretty small down there.
Yeah,
And they probably produce their own too, right?
probably. I haven't got a
Didn't see
clue.
any stats for the United States, did you? Because you don't see us sending any to the United
Well,
States.
they don't. Yeah, they don't have that actually. Here, I'll see if I can.
You know what's going to be like different too? Like, you know how we have excise taxes on tobacco, cannabis, and liquor
Yeah.
for province to province, right?
Yeah, here you go.
Provinces lift that. That will lower the prices for our cannabis even lower than what they are.
These are monthly numbers. They're monthly numbers. You see there on the screen.
Yeah, and you see it all coming to Canada, but nothing's coming in.
Yeah, correct. It's Canadian exports.
So that's probably become one of our largest exports besides oil. Where is it on the list?
Oh,
of
on the GDP and the things. Oh yeah. We did a report on this recently, and I was blown away by where
Cannabis is probably one of our largest exports. It's probably that's probably we're the third best GDP in the G7, and you can guarantee it's because of the cannabis export.
I'm just doing a.
Do they
Google
have it under
search.
cannabis directly, or do they have it
There we
under?
go. There we go. I got it right here. I'm bringing it up.
Is it Mexico
Um,
export? Like, how do they?
what do you
How do they
mean
rate that?
404 page? Come on. I'm
Like,
looking at it. It says right there. Okay. A different report, which comes from a different source. They say
Stats Canada.
40 it has contributed 43.5 billion. That's a B to
Yep.
Canada's gross domestic product, so GDP.
Is that per year? Or is that
13.3 of that billion to Ontario.
Yeah, I know. 75% of it goes to the provinces.
No, this is just they're talking about
Their own provincial sales
the
tax.
GDP. Yeah, for the province of Ontario.
Right?
Done
So,
that much to
so
the
here's the
province
thing:
of
the
Ontario.
GST is collected by the federal government. Then they kick back
Yeah,
75%.
that has nothing to do with the money that's distributed.
Oh, Jesus Christ, really?
No, this is just what it's. That's just what it's contributed to Canada overall.
I know, that's what I wonder, like-
that's not money that's distributed to provinces.
But here
That
they are,
would be
they're
for
gonna-
manufacturing. That would be for buying this and buying
Let's
that.
not build houses. Let's not feed the hungry. Let's put in an electric train.
Let's see what else it says here. They say the report says for every dollar in revenue, the industry adds $1.09 to Canada's GDP and $1.02 to Ontario's. It's like Ontario is not much smaller than the rest of the country.
The highest populations in between Ottawa and Hull. Like, you know what I mean? Like right along that Quebec border. And that's because that's where Canada started. Like,
Yeah. It doesn't get it gets into how much money was collected, but it doesn't break it down.
and that's my biggest, and you know this, right? Besides,
But it
Canada
just
has-
shows that how important it has been to our GDP.
where's the fucking money? And where
Well,
we got?
that's a whole different story. We talk about that every week.
I was gonna say that.
You're gonna have to go to your MP and ask them where's the money.
What, in February when he was supposed to get a hold of me?
Why
For
do you do a free? What about a freedom of information request?
Hey, there was an idea. That's a great idea.
Yeah, that's probably
Yeah.
the
Better get one
quickest
now
way
before
to
they
get it.
fucking shut that down.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, the cannabis is got such a vast ability to bring things together, and look at what it's done for our economy. But nobody's talking about it. You know, victory lap about, hey, we legalized cannabis in 2016, and we're in the trillions of dollars it's helped raise our GDP. You don't hear them saying a fucking word about that.
No. All you hear is the negative.
Like, that just that just really frosted me. That's gonna put me on a TikTok rant later.
Okay, well here we'll give you some good news then. Switzerland is talking about legalizing cannabis.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
You know, I wish that everybody worldwide would,
But
because,
they
like I
say they're
said,
doing it.
the GDP.
It says here that they're doing it in a unique manner. Sorry. They would say it would permit a small number of state-run dispensaries and one central online retailer. So and all sales revenue will go towards public health programs and harm reduction. Hey, didn't hear anything about law enforcement in there, did we?
No.
No. So those are good things. They say the non-profit model is somewhat unique in cannabis.
I know a lot of them are trying to go at the same model that we did, and I know our model is based on kind of like Denver's model, right? Like that's where they spent time in the States. It was in Denver. I don't like the medicinal end of it, not recognized. That's my complaint about all of that. That doctors now can just blow up and say, "Well, you can just do it."
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Sure, we can just go to the store, and I know we want a dignified access, and yes, we've got that. We know we do have access, but not everybody.
No, not everybody. Exactly. Not everybody does. Look at
Right?
Quebec.
It'll
They
be
still
mail
can't grow
order and
there.
all this stuff. Great, fine, and dandy. So yes.
Yeah.
So to a point, we did get the access that we asked for. But at the end of the day, the medical patients do not have the medicine that they require.
That's right. Yeah. One
Period.
those higher dosed edibles.
And they don't want to talk about it. They say, "Oh,
No.
well, it was rolled into the Cannabis Act, and it was rolled into
Yeah.
the Cannabis." I heard that for 3 years straight, right after they legalized it, because we were still going at them about the medical thing. Well, it was, there isn't even a medical marijuana; it's all rolled into the Cannabis Act, and it's like, but you
Now
didn't.
back to Switzerland. They say that packaging must be neutral and no advertising. They have potency taxes. So you know what that means, right?
Yeah.
Things with higher potency is going to cost more taxes.
Yep.
Home cultivation, you can grow at home. 3 plants is what you're allowed. And there's no right now possession and purchase limits are yet to be determined, and obviously the minor end of things, right? But hey, it's coming along. Let's see. Oh, there are of course the Conservative Party that they have there, which is called the Swiss People's Party. They've already voiced opposition against it. They say it's a dangerous drug.
Oh my God! Shut up. They're lucky
Yeah.
that I smoked this, because if I didn't, I'd probably be in jail for something that was violent.
But overall, that was conservative. But it's before their
You know what you
government
gotta
is
do?
coming along. It's coming
You gotta
along.
sit them down with a pencil and a paper and show them the money, because as long as it's going to balance their budget, they might think it was
Yeah, I
good.
know, eh? Yeah. Let's see.
Just unfucking believable. Like, every time I hear that they're going to legalize in some country, you always, it's a dangerous drug. It's not even a drug. It's a goddamn herb.
Herb. Now, how is Switzerland's model different from EU countries? And this comes from a different source, but they say that let's see, key points of the proposal for Switzerland is number 1. It says right here, cannabis will remain classified as a narcotic. I think that goes to. I look at the screen, your eyes just lit right up.
Why can't they just like?
The 3 plants, private residences.
I think we should
Eventually, sales will be subject to a state monopoly. Sales must not be for profit. Any profits are allocated to prevention, harm reduction, and addiction support. Like, where do we hear that? We don't hear that.
Like I said, you know what we need to do with these people?
That's
You
a
need to
good
sit them
thing.
down and force feed them some weed, so they can actually feel the effect of it, so that they realize that
Yeah.
it doesn't do what they absolutely perception, right? They probably sat these wackos down and they watched Reefer Madness or some, who knows what.
Well, this is a good thing. They're going to put the money towards harm reduction. They're going to put it towards
But what kind of harm
prevention.
reduction? Cannabis doesn't have much harm reduction.
Well, no, I'm looking at it. As not towards the cannabis. I'm looking at it for like the CSP type
That's
stuff.
what they do here, though. It's like for
Yeah,
cannabis.
now I see where you're coming. I know now I see where you're coming from. As far
Cannabis
as harm
hitosis or
reduction
whatever
on the
they call it.
cannabis end
There's
of
so
things.
many. There's so many more cases coming into the ER because people are stupid.
Okay.
And even like
Okay.
running their
Yeah.
pets to the vet. Like, come on, like let the goddamn thing sleep. It'll be fine.
Yeah, it's the wrong. I was looking at the wrong way, obviously. Let's see.
Like I said, harm reduction is great if they were going to use it for harm reduction for actual like drugs.
That's where I was looking at it.
They don't. They don't. Hello. Yeah, they don't. they don't mean that. They mean harm reduction for cannabis. They're gonna start putting up propaganda.
Zero
for
tolerance when it comes to driving. Yeah. You'll be considered unfit to drive. Okay.
You can go guzzle a whole whack of beer.
In Malta, adults can cultivate up to 4 plants in their
Oh,
private residence.
that'll make Tracy happy.
Yeah, this is a comparison to Switzerland. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Malta's starting to sound really good.
Luxembourg, you can possess 3 grams. Malta, you can possess 7 grams when you're away from your home, but you can possess up to 50 grams in your home.
In Malta.
In Malta, okay. But as I said, did not say that you can grow 4 plants. How do you grow 50 grams with 4 plants? How do you grow 50 grams with one?
Well,
I have grown less than 50 grams from the cannabis plant, but I'll tell you that was a long time ago.
Like, I mean, you just gotta keep it in a 5-gallon bucket.
Cheers, Game Pro. We're doing well. You know, we're getting along. We're patient.
Thank you for sharing and liking, and tapping is clapping.
So yeah. Let's see. So 50 grams and 4 plants. That's like that 100 millimeter height limit when legalization was first introduced here in Canada, right?
Well, you have to wonder too, like, how much enforcement are they going to be doing? Like, are they going to have, like, pot cops? You know what I mean? Like,
in Germany,
like they're going to run around making a pot leaf on their shirt and fucking not growing, like, and have it like their pants. Like, are they going to be able to, with all the money they make, they probably, I shouldn't say that out loud because fuck, somebody will come up with that now.
Yeah, Germany, you're allowed 3 plants to grow at home. You can possess up to 25 grams away from your residence and 50 grams in your residence. And they have cultivation associations.
Well, that's great, but I mean, none of those numbers make any sense. Like,
no, 50 grams for 3 or 4 plants. Like, come on.
Well, that's the thing, but like, we go back to the old conversation that medical 1 plant or 1 gram 5 plants. So you're not even giving these people enough to grow 1 gram.
I know. That's
50. That's what?
What?
Like, none of this like I said, their numbers do not make any sense. They never have.
No.
Like, even when it comes to the Canadian recreation, like when you look at the fact that. Anyway,
well, I was in a store, and I come across a skid with a box with cases of beer. And I thought, why can't we do that with cannabis? All you're seeing is a box.
I don't know.
Like,
I've never understood the difference.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. What they did is just made it overly complicated and overly regulated.
Yeah.
And I get that because, it's a new program and blah, blah, blah. But again, we're what? We're what? 6, 7 years in now?
Yeah.
And you haven't, the sky hasn't fallen. Nobody's went off and did a mass shooting after smoking a doobie. Like,
the alcohol is just new here in our province, as far as in stores. When it comes to like grocery stores, convenience stores, gas stations, so on and so forth. So I was walking through a store there and saw a bunch of cases of beer, and I thought, well, why can't that be done with cannabis?
I don't know. I've never understood it. Like I said, why they had to make it so damn complicated? Oh, we can't have them in the same store. Why? Oh, you can't use them together. Why? People do all the time. And if it's choice, right? Like,
there was times I turned green.
Yeah, no, I mean, I used to too. It never bothered me. I could do both, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't like, unless I would have been drinking and then hadn't smoked till the end of the night, I'd do the spins, and I couldn't, right?
Right.
But again,
Yeah, I had mixed results.
yeah,
consuming
me too.
alcohol.
Depending, yeah, and a lot of times I didn't mix them because I couldn't. I just didn't. But I don't
Yeah,
drink.
yeah. I
I don't
wasn't.
drink,
I
right?
wasn't a big drinker. I could have a 6-pack in my fridge for a month and still be full.
I still got a full bottle of something in the living room that we haven't even cracked. Remember my wine making days back 10 years ago? I still got 2 bottles of that fucking vinegar, whatever the hell it is, sitting in the living room too. Like, I got a big bottle of wine for Christmas. I didn't even put it in the fridge. It's in the cupboard. Like, my birthday, I bought myself a bottle of vodka and I bought myself a bottle of Kahlua. I had 3 drinks.
Right.
Like, I'm not a drinker. Like,
Oh,
but
I didn't get to talk to you before the show about this, but I originally did have a guest for tonight, and
Oh.
but they contacted me this morning. They had to cancel. Things had to change. So, but they want to reschedule. So I said, great.
Awesome. That's so awesome.
Yeah. It was something that they had to do. They couldn't get out of it. So
Yeah, no, that's understandable. Everybody has, like, that's the thing, we get sick, we have lives, like,
Mhm.
like, we're patients too. Like, there's,
Yeah.
and there's me who's a moron, just sleeps through her alarms. So
Yeah.
change the time of my show again. And here I am, on Monday when it's a holiday, no show, right?
Yeah. Well, hey,
Oh, though.
they are probably sitting in traffic right now. So
Right. Actually, I've got a guest.
we're in a much comfortable position.
Right. I mean, I do have a preliminary guest, like booked, but we can't have her on until she gets the go ahead, right? Like, she's
Right.
waiting for a study to come in and the go ahead
Yeah.
to go. But
Yeah.
she has promised me and our network that we would be exclusively before she went to mainstream, because this is going to be a mainstream
cool.
type of thing. I will tell you about it
Yeah.
after the show.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I get to Cannabis and Coffee with Marijuana gets the first bids on that interview.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I was pretty happy about that. But it's pretty exciting. But I'll tell you about it after the show. It's exciting.
All
But
right.
yeah, like, guests are great, and it's hard because that's why I was so disappointed that they postponed Canna Expo, because I was so looking forward to meeting so many people and kind of networking and maybe getting some potential guests.
Well, yeah, and it would have been the first time for 3 of you to participate in doing this. And there would have been, I think, a bit of good experience. Would have got that bug that I caught many years ago, and like going to these events and talking.
I've got it. I just don't have the pocketbook for it. And if I lived in Ontario, where there's actually
Well,
stuff
yeah, you don't have the events like that we do.
no,
here.
like, and that's what I was saying to, like,
Yeah.
today. It's like I'm kind of stagnated here, kind of like I was in Lethbridge too. Like, there wasn't a lot that I would like, so, But if I lived in Toronto or if I lived in Vancouver, even Vancouver doesn't have the stuff that Toronto has going on. Or maybe I'm just not in the right crowd, because they do, but they're talking Mexico for 420, and I'm like, okay.
It's yeah, things it's different. Post COVID is different than pre COVID.
Well, it's not that too. There's a lot of
And I'm not
dynamics
blaming it on
different.
COVID. It's just the way I'm looking at it as a time frame. Like,
COVID too.
over
But
that
I mean,
3 or 4 year
everything's
period, it just
Yep.
and I myself, I'm sort of like you. I'm not near the city where all
No.
that's going on, right?
No. And like I said, the dynamics with cannabis culture and stuff kind of put a clink into a lot of things in
Yeah.
Pepsi Coast.
Yeah, there's
So,
the rallies and all that were going on have really
when Mark
slowed
went to
down.
jail, like, let's be fair. When Mark went to jail for those 5 years, things kind of, and then when he got out of jail, other nastier things were found out. So then everything just kind of went, and that whole community kind of just broke apart, and that kind of broke that whole end of things up out there.
All right, time for us to head for a break, pay some bills, all that type of stuff. All
Yay!
right. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 PACE Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
And I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call.
Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, welcome back to the program. We've got, one more segment to go, 30 more minutes. I got some more legalization news for you as well. Another country.
Cool.
Here we go. This country this time is France.
Oh, we.
Yeah.
Great, yeah. That's terrific. You know, again, I think Canada has been a great ambassador. Quite frankly, with showing the ability to a G7 country to be able to legalize cannabis and not have a negative outcome. And it's showing, like you said, how many trillions of dollars added to the GDP.
Yeah.
When other countries see that, like, oh, why they got that add to? You can guarantee they look, right? Oh, what's this? Right?
Yeah, they're talking 80,000 new jobs, 2.4 billion euros in taxes.
I would think that in our industry too, that they generated probably not 80,000 jobs, but they did generate.
Oh, they did more than that. Yeah, here in Canada. Yeah, those
Yeah.
numbers were I had them earlier there, but I didn't talk about them.
And that was the thing, and that's how And all those statistics were instrumental into being able to bring forward cannabis legalization in Canada, showing them those exact points.
Yeah. Oh, hi Scott. How you doing, buddy? We'll see you in the coming days.
He's
I can
scared.
go. I'm heading over to his place. He lives near us, so
Nice.
I'm gonna
That's
stop
awesome.
in. I haven't seen him for a while, so
That's awesome.
stop in. He's been doing really well. So as far as business wise and stuff like that. So, but no, France. Yeah. So I thought that was good to see. And
Well,
yet again, it's another European country, expanding that in the EU, and
well,
hopefully
Spain, I
opening.
was seeing actually yesterday on the news, is like out of all the EU countries, Spain is actually their economy is doing the best.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
bounced
because they've made some changes.
Yeah, and they
With
also
their
legalized cannabis too, like in that aspect too, right?
now, something I haven't read all this story, but the headline looks scary. Argentina to revoke all medical cannabis production permits.
Argentina's revoking everything.
I just went, what? I went, what do you mean you're gonna revoke these? Like,
Ecuador
why?
has, like, is it Ecuador? Ecuador literally has like military like parked outside people's stores.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, this is not fun.
It's just saying it doesn't really say why.
Because of the gang violence, and that's
They're just
exactly
they're shutting all that down. Well, they want to start from scratch, so it does say start from scratch. But I just, why are you starting from scratch?
Argentina just got a new government.
Huh?
Argentina just voted in a new government. There's a lot of changes going on in the world because of new governments.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
weeding out corruption and just Now I'm super.
What was that?
My grape that I can't get open, and now it's rolling around on the floor. But you know how they have these child-proof. Right? And I have like hands.
Yeah, I shouldn't really laugh because you do have arthritis and.
Well, my hand's already swollen today already.
Yeah.
Here I am fighting with this.
But yeah. Oh, I
And
know.
then I threw it over my shoulder because I was frustrated and I didn't.
You're a perfect example. We've talked about this in the past. Is that the packaging is hard for people, and now we're sitting here watching
But they don't care
somebody
because
with
it's for
arthritis.
recreational use only, right?
Yeah, I had
But I can't
packaged.
get this open. Like I'm gonna flip, but I can't get it open. I cannot
Yeah,
get it.
I had a package that I had to open this week, and it said fold on the corner and tear on the line.
Oh cripes! I grabbed.
Or use scissors.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
This is a plastic tube.
And it actually said or use scissors. Yeah, well, yeah, those tubes. Yeah, you're
And it's not a poppable one. It's like it's not like one that you can pop at the top. Like I can usually get this open. It's one.
I like those poppable ones. They work like this. Yeah.
Yeah, no. This is a push down and I can't do it.
Yeah, push and turn. It's almost one of those things where because of that it comes the risk of not being used for its proper purpose because of the fact that it putting the lid back on unless there's only one joint in there. But if there's more than one joint in it, then putting the lid back on probably won't happen until you're done because of the fact that you can't open it.
Right. And like that little contraption that you were talking about for the holder, right? Today when I went to the store.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
I asked them about it. I said, "Do you have this?" And they're like, "No, I've never really seen that." I says, "Really?" Yes. So they don't have them.
Yeah. So this was I've always complained about my little vape cart sitting there being in the way and being in a mess.
On their side,
One of these days I'm gonna do something about it. So I did that And I, if I go into a store, I usually just go in. I know what I want.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just go in, get it, and leave. Maybe socialize with the bud tender or whatever for a bit, and then leave. And I never look around. And so I mentioned about making one of these and having it here. And so I mentioned it in our group thread, and then found out that they are available in stores, but
not my stores, because I asked.
Yeah.
And I actually flipped open my camera and showed her. I said, "Have you ever seen one of these?" She goes, "No." I says, "Well, could you look the next time you guys are doing an order and see if you can get some?" She's like, "Well, I guess," kind of flipping me off. I'm like, "Whatever, okay,
Yeah.
fine."
And
So, but yeah, because I have then I wouldn't have to worry about keeping these stupid tubes to put them back in, because that's what I do. But I'm halfway through, or I have one that's got a little bit left in it.
Well, the thing too is that there's no name on them. I think that this is a legacy this is one of Legacy's older ones.
Yeah, I wish.
No, this has got a brand name on it.
Oh, 1964 or 60. Yeah,
and then I got a hot box one.
Yeah, I just had one of those too. That's what this one is.
There's no.
We're smoking the same brands, Al.
There's no. You don't know what it is.
Oh, the Juicy J one that I have, because the Juicy J's, I don't think I've got one of those right now.
Yeah.
The Juicy J that I get, it's in a green, and then it's got the little tiny tube kind of thing on it. That's always like a watermelon. This one here is a Shred-X, and it doesn't. It just says shredded. I wouldn't.
Right.
Oh, this one does. It says peach pucker on it. Pucker. This one says Mother Pucker Peach.
So is that what the strain of the?
Yeah, this one's a shredded, and on right on here, it says Mother
And then
Pucker.
the strain is on there as well, or the
That's
name
what
of the
that is.
product.
Yep, right here on this one.
What's it called?
This one's called Mother Pucker Peach.
Okay, good. Well,
And
this is
then-
the first one I've seen with the name on it.
Yeah, this is it's called Shred, but I don't recommend them because they leak.
Oh, I hate that.
Right, and this is the first one of them I ever bought. The Box Hot, I don't see anywhere where it says the strain.
Here it is. I bring it out every time.
Oh yeah, you're broken.
It leaked.
But I've got this battery here
This
that I
is-
can't stand up. Right, it's got. So it'd be great to have one of those holders, because then, you know what I mean. It does, but it's got a rounded. So
Well, my tray that I made here, it doesn't have a battery holder, and batteries can be different sizes too.
I've got these ones.
So
Right, these ones here are the best ones. I love
this
these.
is just the prototype. I'm gonna get the proper. Oh yeah. Oh well, there you go. Yeah. Yeah.
And then I've got I don't know, there's other ones here, but I always have I'm a weirdo.
No, I'm going to.
See, look at this thing. It's just gooing, but it didn't leave. It didn't wreck the battery, but it's leaking.
Yeah, I've had that where they leaked and didn't ruin the battery, and.
But I mean, it's the first. To be fair, this is the first one I've ever had that's done this.
That's leaked.
Yeah.
No, I've had 2 or 3 that have leaked.
And I usually go, like I said, I usually stay with the Juicy J, or this is a general admission, this one here, or the Box Hot. I like those ones. And I stay away from the iced ones. I don't like the iced whatever. They've got these new ones out there that got iced flavors. I don't want that. And I don't go with the CBD distillates. I don't like them.
But I just walk in and say, I'm looking for some live resin. What do you got in the cartridge?
Yeah,
and they'll just bring it out, and I'll say, okay, whatever I like.
See, I got this one. This actually is pretty good. It tastes like peach. It's really, it's very tasty. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, do you read the packaging?
Yeah.
Okay. For example, I like this one because it just says ingredients: cannabis extract. Plain and simple. Really good. It doesn't say.
This one says botanical terpenes.
Yeah. Okay. Cannabis has botanical terpenes, and
so cannabis distillate botanical terpenes. That's what
you can get those botanical terpenes, the same terpenes off of other plants, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's still it's still botanical terpene. It doesn't say flavor agents.
Nope.
Okay, which I have seen on a package and been very disturbed by that.
Yeah,
And
and this one is like,
that's what got me reading them when I
yeah, no, this one
got
says
'em.
contains the equivalent of 3.8 grams of dried cannabis.
Yeah, mine's 4.
But yeah, no, this is the ingredients. It's got a lot number, and then
Yeah.
it says ingredients: cannabis distillate and botanical terpenes, and that's it. And then it says
What would be
ingredients:
what would
distillate
natural
cannabis.
what would natural flavors be?
That's hard to say because you can
Yeah,
get
no,
natural
that's
extracts,
that's
right?
why I'm asking. Natural flavors. Why wouldn't they say botanical terpenes if they're botanical terpenes? Because botanical terpenes are natural flavors.
They are. It's just
Right?
wording, I guess, depending on how
Yeah.
fancy you want to be.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna freak out.
Get it?
Well, I
Get
want to
it
get
done?
this thing open because I wanted to open it and take it, and I can't get it open. I'm gonna freak out.
Oh, well, that does say always store upright. I think that's the first time I've read that on a package.
Yeah, because that's why they leak. If you lay them on your side, mine are always laying on their side. Why put them back in the container and why I keep the stupid tubes is because if they are half full, I put them back in the container and stand them up, right? So they're upright. Even when I carry them in my purse, I put them in a pocket in my side purse where they're always standing up.
I've had them clog even sitting up. So
Oh, me too. It's not for
yeah.
clogging. I don't want them leaking all over the bottom of my purse.
Yeah.
So I like to
Oh, yeah. I've actually had one that leaked out the top.
yeah, and it leaked all over the inside of my bag and shit. And you can't get that. It's sticky and it's not. You have to use ISO, and it's a fucking mess.
And it's a waste. It's
That
good
too.
medicine. Medicine going to waste, right? Still can't open it, eh?
No, I can't. My hands are too sore today. I can't even.
Do you have somewhere where you could push it up against the wall and turn it?
No, I'm gonna have a kid come and do it for me.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of if there's like a bottle, you know how you used to get bottle openers you could put on the wall? If there's
Yeah.
something that you could
It's
cap
like a pill
into
bottle,
it.
you know? But it's like
Hmm?
a pill bottle, right? So you have to
Yeah,
push it down.
yeah.
I can't. And
You
it's
know,
like,
it's there to protect the children, but it makes the victims out of people who are
well, I'm gonna
have a
hand it to
medical.
a child to open it, and that tells you what a child.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
Yes.
that's probably shouldn't be said on there. But again, I can't open it, and if I can't open this as on a good, and this is not a great day, but even on a good day, I've never had as much trouble with this as any other as this one. So this packaging general admission is a fat fail.
Yeah, when it comes to patients, especially.
Now I'm just frustrated. I don't even want to smoke it. Now I just want to take it back. Kind of like the game cartridges that I just spent
Take it
$90.
back. Why? What's wrong with it? I don't know. I can't open it up.
I can't open it.
You can't open
Right?
it.
It's like I said, same with these stupid ink cartridges. You're
Too
online.
secure.
I'm just so mad.
It prevents adults from opening it.
It might make me want to kill somebody though, and that's not probably good for the bud tender.
No, it's not. No.
No, but I mean, again, like, how can you It's not their fault. It's not the
Yeah.
bud tender's fault. It's not. It's the government. It's fault. Everything is.
No. Okay. Next week. So next week we do have a guest. Goes sideways or anything like that.
I need help. Can you please open this for me before I kill somebody?
There you go. Get some help.
Don't come too close because I'm on the air. Go that way. Thank you. But yeah, because that's great. I'm really glad to hear that because
Okay, now our guest is the founder of next week's guest. Okay. Founder of the Global Cannabinoid Research Center in 2018.
Cool.
Yeah. In the past 2 decades, he's kicked cancer to the curb 4 times, and he's fighting number 5 right now.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you.
He's
That's terrible.
he's also beat a 24-year opioid addiction.
That's what we do the cannabis substitution program for.
Correct. I
Because it's
believe that this is going to be a very enjoyable conversation, very educational
Oh,
one.
what in the hell is that? Look at that.
So you got in. All
Yes,
right.
look at this. It came with a tube, with a glass tube to set your cartridge in. That is
Oh,
a first. I've never seen that. That's a new add to these cartridges.
so will it still fall over, or at least you can stand it up.
Yeah, like it stands.
Yeah,
like it's a
because
cup.
without that plastic sleeve, you wouldn't be able to stand it up.
That's
Right.
fucking great.
Nice.
That's new. I've never seen that before. That is super cool.
So yeah, that's a guest.
simple
That's
things
what
in
he's
the
got
newsfeed.
behind him. Yeah, his name is Mike Robinson.
Where do I know that name?
Yep, the cannabis researcher OG.
Where's he from?
Doesn't say.
Hmm.
I didn't ask him. I didn't worry about that part. But yes, yeah, cancer survivor, opioid addiction survivor, and founder of the Global Cannabinoid Research Center.
Very cool.
Very cool.
That's very cool. Well, I look forward to meeting him, and I look forward to interviewing him. And
Yes, yeah. I have a bunch of information. I will be forwarding that on to you.
nice.
All right.
Appreciate that. So, have you ever? Just a quick question, before we have to go. You've made many appointments at your MP's office to sit down and have, a conversation with your MP. Have you ever been asked to send free questions?
Was I ever what?
Asked to send the questions you wanted to ask before your meeting.
Is that so that they can determine whether that they want to meet with you, or so that they have answers for you for when you arrive?
I don't know. But have you ever been asked for a list of questions before you went?
No.
Why not? They want a whole list of questions.
Yeah, I actually even worked in an office.
What in the actual fuck just happened
Uh-oh.
there? I don't know what the hell happened there, but in my hand, anyways,
Did
go
the
ahead.
cartridge just fall apart in your hand?
I was trying to get it off the battery and it just twisted apart, and I've got yeah.
Oh no. Oh, you just spent all the time trying to. The fuck?
Not the new one. That's not the new one. This is an old one. I was trying to get it off the battery.
Oh,
And
okay, all right.
It's just but I mean, it just
Still.
seriously, just like
What the?
I can't.
I
don't know.
The cartridge came
just
apart
started
in pieces. It's got 2 pieces.
It's
You got the outer shell and the components are still attached to it.
and it still works.
Nice.
But it's here.
Yeah.
Get back on.
Must be almost empty.
It is. That's why I'm trying to get it off.
Yeah. So if it's sticking like that, does that mean it's leaked?
No, it's just because maybe, but that's a bug.
Can't you just twist it off?
I can, because now the stupid. Boy, I'm having some luck with these fucking things today. Maybe somebody's telling me you shouldn't play.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't.
Matches.
Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't your new one.
Jesus, what in the hell am I gonna do? No,
You may have to get a pair of pliers.
no,
or
I'm
something.
just gonna put it down for now, because somebody's telling me to walk away from the gate. Jesus Christ! I can't even. So beware. It's a box hot too. That's a box hot.
That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought when because of that the red stripe, and I could see some writing. It looks familiar.
I can't believe that. I'm gonna take that in to the store. Actually, you know what? I'm not. I'm gonna actually take pictures of it, and I'm gonna send it right to their fucking website. I'm gonna say, look at this. Yeah, because the stores can't do anything about it,
No.
but the manufacturer should be.
Ryan, and they would probably tell you to deal with manufacturers. So, yeah, no problem with mine. Just so you know.
Well, I'm taking another one off this battery right now because now I'm
It's not empty yet.
okay.
Yeah,
Come on.
it's close. All right.
Okay, this one's off and it didn't fall apart in pieces. Wow, that's crazy. That one's not empty either. But again, like it's just like I can't believe we did that. Oh, but the fat guys won't fit in the tube.
Oh, yeah, because
Like,
it's
the
probably
fat guy will not fit in the tube.
it's probably a 2-grammer. The hot box, is it a 2-grammer?
They're 1.9, I think.
Yeah, 2 grams.
Yeah. But that's not gonna go in the tube.
Yeah.
God, see, that's why I need one of them little pokey. Yeah.
Oh, I tell you, I'm gonna make some improvements on mine, and
Well, you let me know when you got your everything done and whatever, and I will buy one from you. Because I'm waiting
right.
for this guy out here to buy me to
I'll
send
send
me.
it to you in the mail.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll pay the shipping. I don't care. I'm good with that. Like I said,
Yeah,
waiting for the store to do it might be. I could be. Who knows?
yeah. Come on, I got some ideas that I think I'm gonna play around with
I
with
think you
this thing.
should. Because I mean, I know the silicone ones are the reason and the reasoning of the silicone because then it doesn't stick, right? It doesn't,
Right.
and that's like that would be with the wood,
If
right?
they
But
didn't leak, you wouldn't have to worry about it, would you?
right. Somehow we have to figure out how to make something so they don't leak. How do you do like? And that's a tough one.
Oh yeah, that's the cartridge. Well,
But
what
you know
you
what
can
they
do,
need?
what
They
you
need,
do there is that
you need a piece of rubber. You need like a washer.
they actually give you a rubber end.
Well, I know they do. I get that too. But here's the thing: they need to figure out how to make a washer to go in here, like a washer, like a
Yeah,
in
yeah.
between here and the end, and then that would make it so it shouldn't leak. But a washer.
Well, I don't. I find it leaks out of the
At the
out of
end,
that center dot.
right? But if there was a washer in there, maybe it wouldn't. I
Oh
don't know.
well, it'd have to be really yeah, but then you'd have to make sure it didn't melt because it's hot.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, true that. A silicone washer.
Yeah,
Maybe they should make these silicone. I don't know.
I don't know, but from my understanding, they are aware of it. According to my
I'm
local
sure they
store.
really are. They've probably been complained at fucking 110 times. Because I'm
Oh,
not
I've
one.
asked at a few places. So
Yeah, I'm
all
not one to
right.
say I don't ever like say anything. I just throw it in the garbage and don't worry about it. But today I might because
No,
I'm still pissed off.
I
with
have
them.
I've asked for about them, and they'll say, well, this brand here or this company here, I've heard good things about them. I've never heard about them leaking. But
I've
those
never,
are
like I said, I usually buy the box hot because they're bigger and it's usually fairly decent.
yeah.
Yeah, product.
Yeah, this one that I bought, the 1964.
That's a good one. Try buy that.
It actually was a recommendation to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. I use that. I buy their. They also have infused cannabis joints.
Oh,
I
yeah.
buy their ones as well too. Same with the General Admission. General Admission is another one that I know I've seen you smoking there. I think before.
It's 73% THC and 1.7 on the CBD end of things.
On the 1964. Yeah.
Yeah, this is called Comatose.
Yep, I've smoked lots of that. That's one of my favorite ones.
Is it?
That one, oh yeah, one of my favorites. I love that one. Like I said, same with this is Tiger Blood from General
Mhm.
Admission. It's another one of my
Well,
favorites.
and the nice thing too, in a way, is You can just switch it up. You want a different flavor or a different effect, you can just switch them up like doobies. But you know, some people have concerns about vaping this.
You know what? That's okay for them. I've been vaping. I quit smoking cigarettes and vaping nicotine too, and I wouldn't have it any other way anymore. And I'm.
No, I always, we've always vaped whole plant, in the volcanoes and stuff. So,
I don't think it's any different than that, to be honest.
Well, it's an extract. It doesn't say, it's all it has is the extract. It doesn't say the method of removal, though. Probably CO2.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, it just says no added distillate, no added terpenes, 100% resin. So there you go. It's all trichomes.
Well, it's not. We know as patients how uncomplicated it can be just to do that, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, it's not rocket
Wow.
science. For some people it is, and some people it's not. I guess it's easier for some than others, but
Terpene level is 10%, a little more than 10%. So good stuff. All right.
okay. Maybe I'll get a chance to try this now. That battery's dead.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay. So you switched up batteries?
Got it. Yep, we're good to go.
I see
All
the
right.
clock. How is it?
It's
Tasty?
great. I love it. Like it's always tasty. Like I said, it's tiger blood from General Admission, and I've
Oh,
never been no complaints about that one at all.
I've
Like I
seen
said,
that
this
in
Friday-
joints. I've seen it in joints.
Yeah, and they like I said, they
Yeah.
have joints, and then they have the
Yeah.
tiger blood. They also have a huckleberry that's really nice too.
Yeah.
Both in the vape and in joints. Yeah.
Good. All right. Anything else before I sign us off here? Or say goodnight?
Just I'll be on. I've changed the time for cannabis and coffee with marijuana, so I'll be on at noon Mountain Standard Time, which is 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday. Still doing the cannabis substitution program. You can always reach out to me for any information, verification, and if you'd like to send funds or anything, just reach out. And again, thanks to our sponsors for keeping us on the air, and thanks to Al for producing all our great shows.
Just a reminder, next week, guest Mike Robinson, cannabis cancer survivor, as well as an educator, big time. And I'll send you that information. So
awesome.
You have it. All right. Other than that, thanks to our sponsors, legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as atease.ca. And thanks for everybody for tuning the program. I really appreciate it. And if you're watching us on YouTube,
Don't
subscribe on YouTube. Hit the notification button and all that stuff.
Because sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring. That's right. All right. Talk to y'all later. Bye bye.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.